facing that I want to mention is DaVinci Resolve crashing when you have Riva Tuner open in the background. It's the software I use to enable the overlay when I test games. I'm not sure who to blame here, but closing Riva Tuner fixes the crashing, so I can't make a big deal about that. When I first switched to Radeon, I expected things to be much worse because of the amount of hate that I saw online and even heard from close friends. I legitimately thought I would switch back to Nvidia within a month or two, yet I still decided to give AMD a shot. And here I am, 2 years in, and I couldn't be more satisfied with the RX 6800 that I'm currently running. I also had the chance to play around with graphics cards such as the RX 580, 6600 XT, 5700 XT, and 6800 XT with different drivers. You can watch my revisits of these cards on my channel. I've built multiple systems with AMD GPUs to friends and family, and up until this point, not a single person asked me to come over and troubleshoot their system. So far, my experience with AMD's drivers, the Adrenalin software, which I am a big fan of, and their GPUs has been great, and I have absolutely no idea what it is that I need to do to make my PC unusable and crash all the time with an AMD GPU, as some claim. I even updated my drivers to version 24.9.1, which released while I was working on this video, and so far this one seems to be perfectly fine as well. I want to finish things off by adding that in the beginning of the video I said that I get negative comments when it comes to AMD's drivers, though I should mention that the vast majority of feedback is overwhelmingly positive, even from people who have been using AMD for ages. Feel free to stop the video here and read the comments yourself. Funny enough, I also got plenty of comments from users claiming they had more issues with Nvidia than they had with AMD. You can also come across a ton of complaints.
Alright, I don't even know how to play it, to be honest with you.
So my recommendation here would be,
inside of it, that's rough.
Forget about unusable AMD drivers. That's a thing of long gone past. And second, just buy whatever makes more sense to you, depending on your budget and use case. Anyways, that's been it. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you found this video useful. Feel free to share your experiences with either AMD or Nvidia. I try my best to read every single comment you guys leave. Be sure to leave a like, it helps me out a lot. Subscribe for more content, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Back in November of 2022, I decided to switch to Radeon after using Nvidia for 10 years. I made a couple of videos sharing my experience with AMD graphics cards, which you can watch up here, and for the last year I've been rocking the RX 6800. This is my second ever AMD GPU that I got for myself to get familiar with Radeon graphics cards, and in today's revisit I thought we would finally have a look at its performance. The RX 6800 came out back in late 2020. It has 16GB of GDDR6 memory with a 256-bit memory bus and 3,840 shading units. You can currently find this card in the range of $320 to $330 used, although you can still get it brand new for $370 on Amazon. I will leave a link down below, so I would say paying $40 to $50 extra makes more sense here. Specs wise, we have a Ryzen 5 5600 with a 4.525 GHz overclock, an MSI B450 Tomahawk motherboard, 32GB of DDR4 3200 megatransfer memory, and a 700-watt power supply. As usual, we're using the latest drivers at the time of testing. The power limit has been maxed out in MSI Afterburner. Smart access memory has been enabled in the Adrenalin software, and the Windows power plan has been set to ultimate performance. Keep in mind that the R5 5600, even with an overclock, can bottleneck the RX 6800 in some titles, which I will mention as we go through them, though these results will still give us a baseline and an idea how this card is going to perform in case you have a CPU better or worse compared to the overclocked 5600. Let's begin with titles where the RX 6800 is least bottlenecked. And first up we have Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which the RX 6800 handles quite well at 1440p using the high preset. Depending on the area and the intensity of the situation, there are moments where the frame rate can drop to 50 FPS, though generally it hovers in the range of 55 to 70 frames. The frame time spikes are unfortunately inevitable in this title. This game simply isn't very well optimized and stutters on all sorts of hardware, yet thankfully the stuttering isn't frequent enough to make the game unplayable.
Sounds like a good feature to me. Stormtrooper patrol. We got a fight ahead now.
God of War is yet another title where our GPU is fully utilized at 1440p using the Ultra preset. The frame rate mainly stays in the range of 70s to 90s, with extremely rare drops to low 60s.
No! You are not ready! Stay back!
Unsurprisingly, the RX 6800 has no issues running Forza Horizon 5 using the Extreme preset at 1440p. This is one of the easiest games to run that we have on our list, and we're able to stay above 100 frames 99% of the time. Cyberpunk 2077 runs really well at 1440p high with medium crowd density. Generally, the frame rate hovers between mid-60s to high 70s, with the GPU being basically fully utilized. Sure, the usage does drop by a few percent in some areas, though it is so insignificant it's not even worth talking about it. Enabling ray tracing results in a massive impact on performance at 1440p, though once we drop the resolution to 1080p, the frame rate increases by about 50%, so you might want to play around with upscaling and frame generation to achieve a playable experience with ray tracing at 1440p. Dying Light 2 runs great using the high preset at 1440p. The frame rate mainly jumps between 65 to 85 FPS, and as we can see by the GPU utilization, it can drop to about 95% every once in a while, though once again this is an extremely light CPU bottleneck. This graphics card is also capable of delivering a pretty playable experience with the ray tracing preset at 1440p, although if you want to switch to high quality ray tracing, you're either going to need to lower the resolution, try upscaling, or frame generation since the frame rate drop is quite significant. Apex Legends runs extremely well at 1440p with basically everything maxed out. The frame rate mostly hovers well above 150 FPS, with rare drops down to 100 frames in detailed areas or under intense scenarios. And the only reason it drops that low is, you guessed it, because of our CPU. If we check the GPU utilization every time the frame rate drops below 150s, we can see that the usage can go as low as 80% in these areas, so something like a 5800X 3D or better will help unlock the full potential of this graphics card in these situations. Alright, so now we have titles where the RX 6800 just has to be paired with a faster processor. First up, let's have a look at Warzone 2 at 1440p Ultra, which runs quite well with the frame rate mostly ranging between 90 to 110 FPS, with some stuttering here and there, although so far this is one of the least stuttery results that I've got in this game compared to some other cards that I've tested. Now, once we shift our attention to the GPU usage, we can see that our RX 6800 is rarely fully utilized. It constantly jumps from 80 to 99% depending on what's going on. So once again, with something like a 5800X 3D, performance is definitely going to be higher. Switching to the lowest preset not only eliminates a big chunk of frame time spikes, which this game likes to exhibit at higher presets, but the frame rate also gets an increase and now hovers mainly between 110 to 130 frames per second, making the game much more playable. The GPU utilization in Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered mostly stays in the high 90s, although there are a few CPU-intensive areas that result in the GPU usage dropping as low as 66%. The game is still very playable though, with the frame rate hovering well above 80s. Even with ray tracing, I rarely saw the frame rate dip below 60s. Yet again, to unlock the full potential of this graphics card, you need to pair it with a more powerful CPU. For our final game where we're CPU bound the most, we have Hogwarts Legacy, and while the game doesn't run too bad using the high preset at 1440p, our Ryzen 5 5600 has a hard time delivering a stable frame time and getting the RX 6800 fully utilized in detailed areas like Hogsmeade, so you definitely want a faster processor here. Switching to the lowest preset eliminates the vast majority of stuttering, making the gameplay experience much more fluid. Due to its size and efficiency, this Merc 319 RX 6800 from XFX is an extremely cool card. Even with the fan speed set to 50%, and a room temperature of 29 degrees Celsius, the GPU and hotspot temps never exceed 56 and 68 degrees Celsius respectively. It is a similar story with power consumption. The whole build doesn't exceed 400 watts in Cyberpunk at 1440p, so you want to have at least a 550 watt power supply here. Personally, I think the RX 6800 is a great GPU. It's relatively efficient, runs cool, and performs quite well. However, I really wish it was cheaper, both new and used. You can currently get yourself a brand new 7700 XT from PowerColor for $350. And while by going with it, you do lose 4GB of VRAM, according to reviews online, performance-wise they're identical with the RX 6800, not to mention the improved productivity and ray tracing performance of 7000 series. So unless you really need 16GB of memory for some reason, the 7700 XT makes more sense. In case you care more about video editing, 3D rendering, and streaming and want a brand new card, there is also the 8GB RTX 4060 Ti at just under $400. although do keep in mind that it is a worse gaming GPU compared to the 7700 XT. When it comes to the used market, you can get yourself an 8GB 3070 Ti on eBay for just a little over $300. And while the RX 6800 and the 3070 Ti trade blows in rasterized gaming with ray tracing enabled and in productivity tasks, the 3070 Ti is superior, so it's really hard for me to recommend the RX 6800 at these prices. So, to recap, if your main goal is gaming with or without ray tracing, go for the 7700 XT. If you care about productivity and won't be playing as much, the 8GB RTX 4060 Ti is a solid card. And finally, if you're okay with buying used and want the best of both worlds, the RTX 3070 Ti at just a little over $300 is a great deal. I will leave a link for every single GPU mentioned here in the description down below. Anyways, that's been it. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to leave a like, subscribe for more content, and I will see you in the next one.
Well, it looks to me like it's 930. As in Ryzen 930, the 9950X and the 9900X are launching tomorrow for retail. You'll be able to buy them. It's 12 and 16 cores on the desktop. I just remember it was only yesterday that I was super excited about 16 cores on the desktop. This is Ryzen Threadripper. Remember Ryzen Threadripper? 16 cores, 4 memory channels, all those PCIe lanes. And both of these processors, 12 and 16 cores, absolutely run circles around and demolish the 1950X Threadripper. Now the Ryzen 5 and the Ryzen 7 CPUs for Zen 5 have already launched, and 5 is alive and well. Zen 5. From Zen Plus, to Zen 5. And Zen 5 and 12 and 16 cores. The big question, though, is, are the 12 and the 16 core parts a little more attractive than their 6 and 8 core counterparts? Well, that's why you're here, isn't it? We need to actually dive in and figure that out. Let's closer look at the benchmarks this time, right? Well, let's start out with Cinebench 2024, because this one should be an easy win for the 9000 series CPUs, right? Oh, look at that. The 9950X with its 16 cores of glorious awesomeness is right on top. Single core and multi-core score. 16 cores outperforming 24 cores of the 14900K. Handily, I might add. Even the single core score is higher. Now CPU-Z, our single core speed is just a hair slower than that 14900K, but our multi-core score is a little higher. 16 versus 24 cores. E-core's not quite getting it done in 2024. But I mean, you know, 14900K to have come out a while ago, this is actually a pretty good result. And the 9900X, 871 single core score and 12,959. This is scaling appropriately, 12 versus 16 cores. Puget Bench on the 9950X, 16 cores, PBO on, 11,189. And with PBO off, 10,893. 5% uplift, PBO off to PBO off, but PBO on, that's a pretty good uplift. 6.1% with PBO on, PBO for PBO. The extended Puget Bench test for Premiere Pro, benchmark version 1.01, 11,057. Again, quite an uplift. Our Geekbench 6 scores, 3384 and 21295. What I want to know, what does PBO look like? 3424 and 22206 for the multi-core score. This is definitely weighted heavily for things this processor can do, which are a little bit more of a server context. Now, if you're wondering about server tasks or server-ish tasks or even Linux workstation tasks, be sure to check out our Linux review where we cover that a little more in depth. This is a very strange launch because Windows, it seems, is lagging behind Linux just a little bit. I mean, this is not something that I can really capture and communicate in benchmarks yet. It took me a little by surprise. But it seems like there are some games that perform better on Linux that are designed for Windows than on Windows natively. In fact, I think that Windows is not doing something correctly with these CPUs. The memory benchmarks that we saw in the Ryzen 5 and the Ryzen 7 launch only tell part of the story. And the memory benchmarks does show a little bit of a regression on both Linux and Windows. So that may be something in the platform that needs to be ironed out. But that aside, there are still some odd performance anomalies in Windows that I can't quite explain. And I'm not really sure what that means. For example, if we look at Cyberpunk 2077 and we cycle through a couple of different configurations with a couple of different benchmarks, it can get 185 FPS with 103 FPS as our average. Now here's the weird thing. In Windows, if I run the program as administrator, I can get 197 FPS. 10 FPS uplift to 1080p. I'm also disabling memory core isolation in Windows, which is a security feature, and I'm not really sure what to make of that. So the results presented here are with the possibility that maybe Windows is doing something strange. I'm really not sure. For 1440p, it's a similar story. We're basically looking at 150 FPS across the board, no matter what we're running. The 9950X does come out on top here for 1440p versus 4K. And I can even squeeze a little bit more out of this with 160 FPS playing some tricks in Windows. You can do process lasso to pin things for SMT. You can set a process priority. You can run it as administrator. Little things like that make a bigger difference than I would expect, specifically with Cyberpunk. The built-in benchmark in Cyberpunk is also not fabulous, but it's at least repeatable. With no ray tracing, the 14900K comes out on top of 4K for some reason. I don't know, that's really weird. We need to retest this one. The 9950X shows up with 72 FPS with PBO. This is also another thing with like the 7700X versus the 9700X in the previous review. I think PBO doesn't really make a big difference. The CPU is efficient enough that PBO doesn't really add anything to the equation when we're talking about game performance, because PBO just gives the CPU more watts. But the CPU doesn't need more watts to perform better in a game. The bottleneck is elsewhere. And it's kind of a similar story with our 16-core CPUs. PBO on, 9950X, PBO off, 1 or 2 FPS. Not a huge difference. This is another one where 4K, no ray tracing, I can get up around 90 FPS if I play with how Windows is executing this game. It's maddening, but it's frustrating. Still looking into that. It's probably going to be another video. Now for ray tracing and the Ultra preset, 1080p ray tracing, the 9950X comes in third with 122 FPS, 86 FPS for our 1% lows. At 1440, everything is 81 to 85 FPS. Basically, any of these modern CPUs would be an amazing gameplay experience, but the 9950X with PBO on, 82 FPS. That's awesome. 46 FPS to 40 FPS is our range, and the 9950X comes in third. Not bad, 43 FPS. Not going to be your bottleneck at 4K with ray tracing. Now, while actually playing Cyberpunk 2077, I noticed some interesting things. First off, understand that if you have the 12 or the 16-core dual CCD part from AMD, they have new software that enables core parking. Core parking is a technology that notices when you're playing a game and helps make sure that the game is scheduled on one CCD. And that does make a big difference in game performance for a lot of games, but not every game. Some games actually does have optimizations in it to look at how it runs and how it's scheduled, and some games really just leave it to the operating system. And Windows is still not great. Even though, you know, Intel's got their big cores and little cores, and AMD has their cross CCD stuff, the internal engineering in Windows still, it leaves a lot to be desired. And it is still possible to use software like Process Lasso that we've covered in years gone by and eke out a few more percentage points in terms of performance. Well, if you disable SMT, symmetric multi-threading, which is actually a pretty important technology on these CPUs and get a lot of free performance from multi-thread, if you disable it, a lot of games, the performance will actually improve. This is the first place that I noticed this when I was experimenting with AMD's core parking thing. Why does everything have to... I just want to sit down and play some games. I don't want to think about this. Why does this have to be so complicated? course, on Intel, you don't even have SMT on your E cores. You've only got it on your performance cores, 8 cores, 16 threads, plus whatever. And then on the AMD side, we've got 16 real full fat cores plus 16 threads. Now, it's still the case that AMD seems to bend one of the CCDs to be a better CCD and one that uses a little less power, so one of them gets more power than the other. And actually, if you run a single thread benchmark like Cinebench, and you look at the power consumption, the whole CPU power consumption with just one thread can be as high as 60 watts, which is comparable to what we see on Alder Lake and Raptor Lake from Intel, which I found pretty interesting. Now, if you go multi-core, obviously, 16 times 60 watts is an impossible situation, but and so the power usage comes down and the performance comes down a little bit. Also, managing the heat becomes a problem, but this is also, this is true of the Intel platform as well. And that's just how things are built these days. But still, it was really interesting to see. The improvements in Ryzen Master were also pretty strong, with the curve optimizer and PBO finding the sweet spot for this particular CPU. The 9950X I tested on both the Arctic Freezer liquid cooling solution, actually a liquid freezer 2 or 3. Arctic's got some really killer stuff, as well as a Be Quiet tower cooler with 2 fans. And the tower cooler, of course, immediately you're going to see that go to 95 degrees C, especially when we're looking at Cinebench or something like that. But again, these CPUs are designed to be able to tolerate running at 95 degrees C for 24/7, at least according to AMD specifications. So, okay, sounds good. But if you want more performance and you want PBO, then obviously it would be better to have better cooling. But don't feel like you have to have insanely crazy cooling, because the overall power utilization on these CPUs is relatively modest for the amount of performance that you get. The spread on some of these benchmarks, depending on the Windows configuration, is alarming. I'm not 100% sure that this version of Windows is handling Zen 5, because on certain games, like Cyberpunk, there is an SMT setting in the settings for Cyberpunk, but it's a red herring. That's not part of this. It's possible to get Cyberpunk to run at like 230 FPS 1080p high, which handily outperforms the 14900K, but not always. And it may depend on disabling Windows security features, which is not like, I'm not saying that you should have to disable Windows security features to do something. I'm saying that something is not configured right somewhere. I don't know. There wasn't enough time to really figure that out. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of updates and a lot of other stuff happening, once the new thing gets launched. We'll revisit it in a couple of weeks. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, and another major improvement that I want to talk about is the memory situation with 4 DIMMs. And this seems to also be a positive improvement for Ryzen 7000 series CPUs as well. I did some limited testing on 7000 series AM5 CPUs. But for the 9000 series, officially AMD still only supports DDR5 3600. That is unchanged. Remember, with 2 DIMMs, you can run DDR5 5600. That's an improvement from 5200 over their older AM5 counterparts. 5600 is a JetX standard, and that is very nice to see, and hallelujah. Are you going to be able to run DDR5 6000 on 4 DIMMs? No. Not reliably, not in my experience. Even still with the new platform and the newest, that's not going to change even with 800 series motherboards. It's just not going to happen. It's too problematic for DDR5. The sweet spot for no headaches is 2 48 gig DIMMs right now. That aside, if you do want to run 4 DIMMs, it does work better than DDR5 3600 in my experience. 4500 or 4400, 4800 is probably achievable if you're willing to put in a little bit of work. The first thing is you should have 4 matched DIMMs. But even if you get 4 matched DIMMs, it's not necessarily a kit of 4. Like, I think it's actually impossible to look for a kit of 4. But if you get 2 kits of 2, the way that you should lay your memory out in this thing is actually like this. So if I get 2 identical kits of memory, they should actually be in the same channel, not different channels. And even the same part number, even everything else. This is true of both, the Intel and the AMD platform. But this is something that has become especially true with DDR5. It may not make a difference if they are actually exactly identical, but a lot of the time now with binning and pairing and everything else, there can be really tiny, minuscule differences between DIMMs, even that have the same part number. And so having the 2 identical DIMMs in a single channel is a higher chance, a higher recipe for success. And you'd be surprised the little weird issues you can run into if you do that. Now, with the coming 800 series chipsets, there may be better tools in the BIOS to help you find the optimal tuning parameters, even though the DDR5 memory is not going to be clocked as high because you are running 4 DIMMs. But does that mean that our mythological future of 192 gigabytes being reasonably stable on the AM5 platform is attainable? Preliminary testing for this on the 9950X and the 9900X shows, yeah, that might actually be viable. We might actually be able to do that at 4800 with an overclock, and that is a substantial overclock. So just temper your expectations that 4 DIMMs at DDR5 6000 being 24/7 stable, probably still not a thing, but it is a dramatic improvement over what it was in the prior generation AM5, and head and shoulders better than what I've experienced on Intel, even with the W680 platform. So, good job AMD. The other thing that wasn't quite ready on launch, I think, was DDR5 8000. So I've got DDR5 8000 48 gig to 24 gig sticks from both Team Group and G-Skill, and these kits of memory are fabulous. So one of the things we saw at AMD Tech Day was being able to run DDR5 memory at 8000 and configuring it so that, you know, your Infinity Fabric dividers and everything else kind of still makes sense. That doesn't seem to be a part of the X670E motherboard BIOSes yet. You can kind of sort of manually dial it in, but it's not easy to just change a couple of settings in the BIOS and get it to post to DDR5 8000. Or at least it's not in a state that I would expect normal people who buy a DDR5 8000 kit to do. And this is a launch day review, so if you're watching this at some point way far in the future, this is probably fixed now, because 6400 with a fabric speed of 2133 was a possibility for me. And that was another trick that I could use to improve gaming performance for some games, being able to run the fabric at 2133 but still have that 1-to-1-to-1 ratio between the Infinity Fabric and the memory ratio and the internal machinery inside Zen 5. That's still a thing, that still applies. And with a little bit of tuning, I was able to achieve a latency floor of 69 nanoseconds for the memory latency. Although the bandwidth wasn't as high, at 72 nanoseconds latency, I could achieve 80 gigabytes per second, which is a personal best for not spending a lot of time trying to really dial in the Zen timings. So 80 gigabytes per second with 72 nanoseconds latency, yeah, for a lot of games at 1080p, that is a significant performance uplift. There's not much performance uplift for 1440p and 4K for those settings, but maybe that's a portent of things to come when you've got a bunch of L3 cache in the X3D parts to hide memory latency a little more effectively. I don't know. We'll see. Assassin's Creed Mirage. This is a good showing here for the 9950X, 166 FPS, 158 FPS with PBO off, and this is the ultra high preset. At 1440, the spread is 149 FPS to 163 FPS. The 9950 coming in at 159 FPS, and the 9900X coming in at 150 FPS. Again, modern processors, gameplay experience, the core parking thing that AMD has done is doing like it should. At 4K, the spread is 119 FPS to 130 FPS. The performance of the 7950X and the 9950X are neck and neck on this benchmark. I didn't have time to investigate Assassin's Creed Mirage to see if it suffers from the strange Windows performance anomalies, but maybe. Counter-Strike 2, the performance is very, very similar to our 9900X, 368 FPS. It's a little better with PBO on and PBO off. It's a very good showing for CS2, especially when we're, 1080p. At 1440p on the very high preset, our spreads 339 to 402. 358 FPS for the 9950X with PBO on versus 347 with PBO off. At 4K, the situation changes a little bit. The 9950X dominates everything with 287 FPS. Okay, basically everything is 280-ish FPS when we're talking about maximum scores at 4K in Counter-Strike 2. There's really not a lot of spread here, but the 9950X does take the lead with PBO on. Starfield 1080, our spreads 136 to 148. There's really nothing unusual going on here. 146 FPS for PBO on with our 9950X. Our 9900X is a very respectable 137 FPS. These CPUs are amazing for gaming, but if you're buying the 12 or the 16 core, I hope you're doing more than just gaming. 1440, the spreads 118 to 131 FPS. The 9900X is on the bottom with only 118 FPS. Gosh, I don't know if you can slum it with just 118 FPS. If it is, maybe you can upgrade to the 9950X with 131 FPS. And at 4K, it's much the same story. 92 FPS for the 9950X. And the 9900X with PBO off is 78 FPS. I'm surprised that the PBO on scores at 4K are as high as they are. I would not have expected that given the performance of the 9700X with PBO on. I wonder if it's because the 9950X has just a little higher lightly threaded boost clocks. That's something I should probably look into a little more. Horizon Forbidden West at 1080p, very high preset, 172 to 190 FPS is our spread. But man, look at those 1% and 0.1% lows on the 9950X. It's a very steady gameplay experience, even though it is tied for first with 14900K. I would say that because of the 1% and the 0.1% lows in this specific game at 1080, this is a better result. The PBO off score, 178 FPS with a 115 and 126 for our 0.1% and our 1% lows. Not quite as compelling, but still a very, very good result. For 1440p, it's 140 to 168 FPS spread. The 9950X coming out on top. A very respectable showing from the 9900X. At 4K, the spread's 94 to 117 FPS, and I'm surprised there's that much difference between the PBO off 9900X and the 9950X. 16:4 with PBO on, but hey, what are you going to do? For our other artificial benchmarks, like 3D Mark, looking at the CPU profile and looking at Firestrike, the CPUs show a much more significant uplift than you see, really, I think, in real-world gaming. But this maybe gives you an idea of how much headroom there is here, possibly, with driver and operating system updates in the future. Usually I like to do the artificial benchmarks first, but these results in the artificial benchmarks being so far ahead of like a real-world gameplay improvements, especially over Zen 4, I think give us some more hope for the future in terms of how much things have improved. I mean, if you look at the launch of, you know, the Intel 13900K and 14900K, which is basically the same CPU, which is a little extra paprika to just make it just a little different. The software improved things almost as much as from 13th to 14th generation. But here with AMD, we have a totally new microarchitecture that is paving the way for the future. Zen 5 is a very forward-looking architecture. And so even though there are certain applications that don't show as much of an uplift from Zen 4 to Zen 5, Zen 5 does lay the foundation and the groundwork for Zen 6 and a lot of future updates. And already in Linux, I'm seeing tremendous performance uplift for specific applications. And I think that if we're able to take better advantage of those micro-architectural changes to the processor in pedestrian operating systems like Windows, you're going to feel it. You're going to see a difference in just everyday usage of the system. Heck, consumer applications making use of AVX 512, which has gone away with Alder, Raptor, and Raptor Lake Refresh CPUs, is kind of a big deal. And to say nothing of the branch predictor, which should convey tremendous performance uplift in Windows. Should. Not sure if we need an update for that. Maybe. Bottom line, what's the deal on the 9900X and the 9950X? Zen 5 is really cooking. If you are on Zen 2, it's time to upgrade. Zen 5 is a worthy upgrade, I think. If you are on Zen 3, it's probably also time to upgrade. Except maybe the 5800X 3D. If you are interested in a purely gaming workload, you're probably going to be better off waiting for the X3D variant of Zen 5. Heck, you could probably get a fire sale Zen 4 CPU with an AM5 combo. 7800X3D is hard to beat the 7800X3D for gaming and everything else, depending on what you're doing with the game and how it's running and some other details, but generally the 7800X3D is a solid CPU for gaming. There's also a lot of other CPUs on sale because other competing CPUs are now more mainstream. They've been out for a year, they're older, there's a little bit of a supply glut, the price has come down a fair bit, and so there are a lot of deals to be had in the market and everywhere else. So if you're looking to build a gaming machine at the end of 2024, you have a lot of very solid options for putting something together. For me, I'm more interested in productivity and multitasking and running a ton of background applications. And for me, that means that I need at least 24 threads. I need really more than 24 threads, like that would be nice if I had more than 24 threads. And so looking at the 12 and the 16 core CPUs that have more than 12 cores, basically, is sort of the only place that I want to look. And yeah, it is true that you get into weird situations where a 7800X3D with its 8 cores and 16 threads can outperform a 12 or a 16 core. Even the 7950X3D, like the 7800X3D for some games, performs better than the 16 core, and it was just because of juggling resources and operating system limitations that have to do with getting everything in the right place on the CPU and getting that to run really well. And we see that a little bit, I think, with Zen 5, because Zen 5 is so new and the micro-architectural improvements. Linux does seem to be in a better position to take advantage of the new Zen 5 micro-architecture than Windows at this time. But Windows is being updated all the time, and I think that we will see updates in Windows that are better able to take advantage of Zen 5, but you shouldn't buy a CPU today on a promise of functionality tomorrow. So be sure to check out our Linux review, but on the Windows side of things, Zen 5 is actually looking pretty good. It's just not AMD's usual, like, 20% and bells and whistles upgrade. But this is still a really solid upgrade for basically any machine that you would be running that's more than 3 years old. And that is nice to see. And it is also nice to see that AMD has become the most amazing, boring execution machine in terms of generational uplift and improvement and so on and so forth. And that they're able to do this with a totally new microarchitecture instead of just refreshing Zen 4 is also refreshing. See what I did there? And what is this level 1? I'm sorry.
Ukrainian intelligence shows that the North Koreans are merely days away from being deployed to the front lines. Just how bad could this get for Ukraine? And more importantly, what is the U.S.'s strong response to this dangerous escalation? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's get disappointed. All right, so this is a troubling development. President Zelensky has said that the first North Korean soldiers are expected to be deployed by Russia to combat zones as early as October 27th or 28th. This is according to Zelensky's official Twitter account. And this is part of the North Korean contingent of about 10,000 troops who are being sent to fight alongside Russian forces. And the Ukrainians claim about 3,000 North Koreans are training currently at bases in Russia. So the thinking is that, in all likelihood, the first deployment will likely be some kind of small contingent of North Koreans who are going to at least begin to scout out the positions, begin to interface with their Russian components. It's an advanced party. And then you're going to see probably this 3,000-man brigade take up a portion of the front line. And then you're going to see more and more, in all likelihood, North Koreans as they gain combat experience and as they acquit themselves, right? Because here's what the Russian military doesn't want to have happen. They don't want to send these North Koreans in to hold a position in the battlefield and then have them collapse the first sign of trouble, right? So what they're likely going to do is either phase them in, likely probably integrate them with a Russian unit, or maybe their officers will get integrated with a Russian unit. They'll watch carefully how it happens, and then the Russian unit will actually, or the North Koreans will send their soldiers up, and then the Russians will withdraw after a couple of days, leaving the North Koreans in the positions. And so once that happens, right, I think that's where you're going to see the real test begin. So I'd say we're at least 2 weeks away from actually combat testing these North Koreans. A troubling part, and there's a lot of troubling parts about this, one is that they're fresh combat troops, right? They're young, they're in shape, they're significant, and while they may not have necessarily the advanced tactical training that a Western military might give their troops, they're still a military, and they are still much more physically capable than the median Russian soldier right now. You also have troubling developments such as fighter pilots. The North Korean fighter pilots are reportedly also being deployed in this conflict, which is itself pretty fascinating, right? North Korean pilots have very limited experience and are flying generally somewhat older aircraft. But one report from South Korea says that the ground troop deployment might also accompany combat missions. And this would make sense, right? Russia would be the first overseas combat deployment for North Korea's pilots since the Vietnam War, but they reportedly operated in Syria and Egypt during the Yom Kippur War. And this is, again, something that would be really valuable for North Korea and its air crews because they, again, lack this combat experience, and you would have instead a North Korean contingent that can learn directly from the very experienced Russian contingent. So this is the same reason that North Korea wants to get its troops on the ground, accruing combat experience, is the same reason it wants to see its pilots get experience in flying real combat sorties, especially given the fact those pilots will be facing down, so to speak, Western air defenses, something that they would expect to be the environment that they encounter should they fly against South Korean forces. Now, before we talk about just what the U.S.'s response is,
Sure.
I want to mention that if you're interested in seeing some GoPro footage from the front lines, the International Legion dropped a pretty awesome video of their Operation Shuffle. It's a combination of GoPro and drone footage. But we're doing the analysis, right, on combatvetnews.com. Whenever there's uncensored combat footage that we want to analyze, this is where it drops. Twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, members get access to that footage, as well as a huge archive of hundreds of videos of additional combat footage from really up to the full 2 years of the war. So if you're interested, right, become a member. This is the best way to support the channel. Basically, all the proceeds go to support me and the team here, and you know, it functions as essentially my Patreon. So if you're interested, check it out, combatvetnews.com, or the link is in the description. Now, here's what frustrates me. And I've talked about this ad nauseum, but my outrage budget, so to speak, is still not expended. The U.S. has worked tirelessly, and they've really pulled their punches in this war in order to ensure that escalation doesn't happen. And their fear would be escalation would be the expansion of the war to include third-party belligerents, right? And so that's why we've refrained from allowing Ukraine to hit Russian territory. Something that Putin, of course, escalated long before, and then the U.S. said, oh, I guess we have to respond to this. Then you had things like cluster munitions, something the Russians deployed on day one that the U.S. said, oh, okay, well, I guess we have to do this too, right? And so on and so forth, right? Consistently, there's been one party who is engaged in systematic escalation, and then you have the United States, who has in turn begrudgingly got drug along, right? And the U.S. has to acknowledge at this point that their core goal with not escalating this conflict has failed, right? Every time Putin has escalated at his timeline when he feels it's most ready to do so. And so now we have 3,000 North Korean troops, or up to 10,000 North Korean troops, that are entering the conflict, right? And this is the actual stance of the United States in response to this dangerous escalation by two of the U.S.'s sworn adversaries. They said, well, if North Korea goes to Ukraine, they're fair game. They're fair targets. And the Ukrainian military, they'll defend themselves against North Koreans the same way they're defending themselves against Russian soldiers. Lloyd Austin was even more strongly worded. He said, yeah, there's evidence that there are DPRK troops in Russia. And if they're co-belligerents, if their intentions to participate in this war on Russia's behalf, it's a very, very serious issue. And it will have impacts, not only in Europe, but it will impact things in the Indo-Pacific as well. So that's it. That's what the U.S. is going to do about it. Nothing. Strongly worded statements. And good luck to the Ukrainian military. This is absolutely just insufferable. Just really the U.S.'s unwillingness to support its allies, its commitment to absolute lip service, its unwillingness, its willingness to put its head in the sand and pretend like you can just appease someone like Putin, especially that you can appease him through pulling your own punches by feigning weakness. This is sort of preposterous, right? And again, this is not this is a criticism of the folks currently in the White House, but I want to be clear that as you think about this election, Trump has said Putin would never have invaded if he was president. Okay, sure. Then why is his plan to end the war to give Putin everything he wants? wouldn't a strong, capable leader get Putin to pack up his bags and leave Ukraine? Right? Wouldn't that be something a strong leader would do? Whereas a weak leader would just say, oh, you invaded your neighbor. Oh, you broke into his house and are sitting in his living room. Well, I guess it's your living room now, buddy. Right? So, again, think hard when you go to the polls and give a shit about Ukraine. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that both sides are not the same, and I have grave issues with both sides. But man, Jesus Christ, this is a fucking train wreck, right? And somebody should actually try to, I don't know, do something about it. Anyway, that's all I had, guys. Thanks to Martin Baum, Chris Rossi, Stuart Abel, Daniel Brown, Sergey Zinchenko, Chris Holmes, Chris Bortz, Stanion, M. I Just Got Called, all the folks at the Lieutenant and Colonel tier members of CombatVetNews.com. See you in the next one. Cheers.
In fact, some of the stuff I've been working on is not just the box. This box is a three-dimensional object.
Right.
She's thinking beyond the Tesseract.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Now I have pretty shapes in my head. I like this.
So tell me, I know there might have been adjustments over the decades, but today, what is the commonly held definition of life itself?
The way that I consider it is that we actually don't need to define life.
Hello my friends and welcome, my name is Dennis and this is the latest update from Ukraine. Let's start this video from the very good news for Ukraine in the Pokrovsk direction. Actually, Ukraine started a counterattack and pushed Russian forces out. It happened between the Kruty Yar and Lysivka villages. Yes, Russians still do have the attack vectors there, but Ukraine managed to get the reinforcements and counterattack. So the situation, after all, is not that catastrophic for the Ukrainian army, even on the east, since Ukraine is capable to gather the forces for the small but firm counterattacks. Yes, here Ukraine lost some of the vehicles, but tanks and infantry managed to get to the one local village. Again, we're speaking about one of the most hot directions, so here is Pokrovsk, and this is the direction of the Ukrainian counterattack. So this settlement was liberated by the Ukrainian army. I'm still waiting for the update of the deep state military map, but we have other sources which stated that definitely Ukraine attacked this place. Let's go to the timeline. It was the day before yesterday, and the situation today, it looks like that. According to my sources on the front lines, definitely Russia uses lots of the infantry, all of the forces available actually to storm Svidova. They also use lots of the FPV drones. So with a counterattack in this direction, Ukraine may force Russia to send part of their reinforcements to Novogorodivka. Russians may think that the goal for Ukraine is to advance to this village. Well, this situation also means that Russia concentrated not enough forces, if we speak about the entire Pokrovsk direction, to propel forward with the present base. So they now concentrate on Selidova, on a single settlement, and they cannot propel in the rest of the directions in Pokrovsk, and moreover they're even losing ground. So again, I'm saying that the situation for the Russian army is not that bright as it looks. Yes, they gain the ground, but they also lose lots of the army men, and we know that crazy salary which Russian army pays for their soldiers. Russian army pays it not because they like their soldiers, not, but because they have much less volunteers. In the Moscow region, the Russian soldier may obtain more than $20,000 besides the contract with the Russian army. In Belgrade Oblast, 31,000. Those are absolutely crazy money, and you know what? Russian soldiers from entire Russia are now going to Moscow, to Belgrade. They pay themselves to register in the local apartments to obtain those funds later on. But if we're speaking about the rest of Russia, where Russia pays less, there are no queues to the military branches. No, just in Moscow and sometimes in the Belgrade Oblast. There are just few of the places where Russians might apply for those crazy funds. Those branches are usually filmed by the Russian propaganda showing long queues, but it is happening just over there, not in the rest of Russia. So if we speak about some sort of the patriotism motivation, it is mainly absent. The main motivation are money. My friends, if you like the videos which I film on this channel, you may also consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link for my Patreon page right in the video description below. Thank you so much for your kind support. The Noel reports also says about the Ukrainian territorial gains in Torets direction, so we're speaking about Zabalki district. A couple of the geolocated images from the drone cameras are showing the presence of the Ukrainian armed forces. So Ukraine is still capable to counterattack. The Russians are not holding the front line entirely. So Russians themselves spread around their forces, creating many of the big spots, and Ukraine now tries to search for those. Nevertheless, the Russians do have the advantage, yes, we see it in the front lines, but they cannot continue like that for a very long time. I mean, their motivation is money and also the threats from their own commanders. You know, I found this video secretly filmed by one of the Russian soldiers, and he films how the Russian commander threatens their own soldiers. He said that everyone who would disobey this midwave attack, and yes, they're prepared for the midwave attack, will be zeroed. At the same time, the Russian commander actually tells the wise words towards those soldiers. He said that no one asked them to come to Ukraine and fight for Russia. They could have been now in Russia peacefully with their families if they have those watching football, drinking beer and vodka, whatever. But it is their own choice somehow to get into the war. And guys, he say the reality is like that. You go on a midwave, and if you disobey, we're gonna zero you. So this is the harsh reality for the Russian soldiers, but again, even this commander told that they chose their destiny themselves. They're here and will be finished in the midwave attack. He also told them that the chances for the survival are damn low. There are also some of the Russian ex-prisoners who thought that the life for them would be better if they're joining the Russian army. But the Russian commander said that probably in the prison you would also have some of the free time right now on Friday. Some of the tea with cookie, walk around, they sleep, but they made their choice. And you know guys, I cannot share many of the combat images because Russians are mostly using their infantry for the assaults, and those images are not so good for the censorship on this platform. That's why I have my Telegram channel, so you're welcome to join it. It's for free, you don't need to pay, but there I share more of the videos, photos, and basically information about Ukrainian topic. And by the way, we have many of the followers there, so if you want to have the access for more content which I produce, you are welcome to join my Telegram. Kind of the interesting case happened in Chechnya, not far away from Grozny. The Russian Ural tribe was attacked by someone. Inside there was the Russian Rosguard, not the Chechen Ahmad forces, but the Russian federal forces. Several Rosguard officers were unalived. Sorry guys, I have to apply my own censorship towards this picture. Well, it shows how the unstable situation in the Russian Federation really is. The Russian regime might look robust, but in reality it is unable to control the situation in its regions. And all of that mighty regime may fall in a matter of days, really. And here we have the signs of its collapse, the internal clashes among the Russian elite, Chechen elite, Moscow, Kremlin elite, Dagestani. Everyone wants to get more money and power. This case, the Wildberries case, the clashes inside the Russian prisons, the attack on the Crocus Hall, Prigozhin's march to Moscow, everything of that shows that Russia is definitely unstable. Well, actually guys, the main reason for Putin to attack Ukraine was to keep the power longer. Remember how Russians occupied Crimea? Well, the rating of Putin by that time was a record 85%. Russians are brainwashed by the Soviet propaganda, by the Russian propaganda itself, so they're sick of this chauvinist virus, and they're really happy that they get more of the ground. It's the philosophy of the old school empires. But Russia is probably the only old school empire that exists right now. So Putin thought that Ukrainians will welcome him with the flowers, and he started the war back in 2022. But it didn't go according to the plan, and now it turns out that it creates more problems for Putin. Yeah, the long-term war is not good for Ukraine either, but for Russia it could be absolutely devastating. You see that with the only strike in the Kursk Oblast, how many features of Ahmad, for example, were uncovered, and Abdiel Ludinov, together with his Chechen battalion, is accused of degrading and leaving their positions, now openly by Russians themselves, by the Russian Z-bloggers, even by Komsomolskaya Pravda, the official Russian propaganda media. Ludinov continued to say that no, it wasn't the Ahmads which ran away, it was a bad command down by the Russian generals. So now there is a conflict between the Ahmad and the Russian military. It seems like I remember the same stuff last year with Prigozhin's army. Ahmad wants to show its loyalty to Putin. Command the Putinate means Putin's team everywhere. Shows like Putin protect us from the Russian propaganda, which somehow starts to accuse Ahmad and also from your Russian generals, because you know we are very loyal to you. But the system may start to beat Ahmad after all. It also could happen because of the Wildberry scandal where Kadyrov took, let's say, not the Kremlin side. So maybe that is why Ahmad is being criticized in the Russian media openly, as well as in the Russian Z military community. But Ahmad and Kadyrov clan, they do have lots of the resources too, and probably with today's attack on Russian Ural, they showed some of the signal to Kremlin too. Yes, they say that those are shaitans or devils who attack this Ural, our enemies, but there is the chance that they've done it themselves. The Rosguard belongs to Putin, and Kadyrov may show that if you want the unstable North Caucasus, we're gonna give it to you. If you, for example, do not give to us Wildberries, and if you don't stop mocking Ahmad in the media. Chelyabinsk Oblast, Russian Federation, the town of Korkin, one more ethnic conflict has sparked. The Russian nationalists vandalized the property of the local Rom community. They burned their houses and destroyed their cars. According to the Russian Interfax media, the clashes happened after one of the Roms unalived a female taxist when she was driving him home, and naturally the Russian nationalists did what they've done. By the way, Kadyrovites and Ahmad do not like this Russian nationalist movement, because usually the members of that movement is not okay with Kadyrovites themselves, so Russia itself is a multinational, multicultural country, but at the same time there is lots of the hatred within. Plus there are some of the opposition movements in Russian, like for example here someone writes, Putin is the war and poverty, definitely. So there will be the moment that the Russian regime will not be able to counteract to the internal threats to itself. And you know, after all, Putin is not forever, and there could be a total chaos in Russia after he resigns or kaput. I'm sure that Putin will be accused of everything. The main idea for Ukraine is to hold on till that moment, and after it, Ukraine has the chance to regain the territories back. Unfortunately, now Ukraine doesn't have the resources to liberate its territories in a military way, but Ukraine may gain the territories back if Russian regimes start to collapse. And judging on what I see is happening in Russia, it is imminent. Right guys, now let's return to the military map review and to Nova Ivanovka, because we have some of the good news from the place. Yes, the news are coming mainly from the Russian Z channels, but nevertheless they wouldn't write the bad news for them without any reason. So they say that Ukraine closed this gap and propelled towards this crossroad, and the fight is ongoing in Lyubimov, which was partially taken by the Russian forces. Again, the high maneuverable war is happening in Kursk. It's not like the eastern side of Ukraine with lots of minefields, with trenches. Here, those are mainly absent. So Russians may gather the forces and storm quickly the Ukrainian positions, Ukrainians may gather the forces and storm Russian positions. Everything might change in a matter of hours. That is why we don't have the military map update, because it's really hard to judge on the current situation happening. But again, Russians say that Ukraine established the control for now, for this hour, over this crossroad. But Russians themselves confirmed the loss of the entire convoy during this storming attempt, so it is gone. And they blame again the Russian commanders, the Russian generals, who went in the straightforward attack towards the Ukrainian positions without the previous drone surveillance down. The Ukrainian forces understood that Russia is preparing the attack, and they stormed it with artillery and drones, so Russia lost lots of the equipment in this road of death. To some of the political news, there is the BRICS summit now in Russia, and Putin gave the press conference saying that 2,000 of the Ukrainian troops are now being blocked in the Kursk region, which is absolute bullshit. Well, I would say that the intention for the Russian army was to block the Ukrainian forces in the northern region of this entire front line. It didn't work, but probably Putin was given with the information that the attack was successful and the Ukrainian forces are now being trapped. About the possible use of the North Korean soldiers in the war against Ukraine, Putin said that yes, the West has the satellite images and probably they might show something. So he didn't say no, and also added that there is the agreement between North Korea and Russia of how to use the common forces to protect their countries. The Ukrainian side says that the North Korean soldiers will take part in the war against Ukraine very soon, at the very end of this month. It might also happen in the Kursk region. About the head of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, he definitely attended the BRICS summit. What an ugly photo here. If there is the nomination for the Prostitute of the Year, Guterres would absolutely nail it. Yeah, Guterres is a known friend of the dictators. Lukashenko said that if someone tries to unite Belarus with Russia, it's gonna be a big war. But in fact, Belarus is already united with Russia. It has just limited sovereignty on the paper, and only because there are also interests of China. The president of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, says that he saw the true intentions of Vladimir Putin to cease the fire and finish the war. Well, I would say that the ceasefire is kind of profitable for Putin at this time, because Ukraine is not in a strong position. Ukraine is in lack of the resources, and if the war is over at the current stage, Ukraine will go into the crisis. Well, first of all, Ukraine will have to support its own economy. It would be very hard to do with all those devastations down to the energy sector. Also, Ukraine on its own will not be able to support its army deployed in the east, so obviously there will be the demobilization. Our allies would also seize the military support of Ukraine, because why should you have it if you have to choose for Russia? Also, there will be the internal political crisis reinforced by the Russian propaganda and the Russian spy influencers. Plus, without the NATO membership, without security guarantees, Russia 100% will attack Ukraine in that case. So I would say that the next year is the decisive one, and everything also depends on who will be elected in the United States of America. And you know, the Wall Street Journal comes out with an article saying that Elon Musk was in constant contact with Putin. Putin asked Elon Musk not to open the Starlink coverage over Taiwan. So we see the unity among dictators between Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and they have their own influence even in the vast wide transnational billionaires, who actually do not care about the national security of the United States. Right guys, as for the Ukrainian front lines, Russia moved near to Nevsky, so it was yesterday, and this is the new update. They didn't propel that fast. We have just received the information about the real frontline border, and the front line, I believe that Russia controls this entire region down to this river. So if you check out the Russian territorial gains for a couple of years, they took Bakhmut and the region nearby, and they took Avdiivka and assaulted towards Pokrovsk, so to those areas. They also took some part of the Kharkiv region on the north and over here, but kind of small relative to this territory. And Russia wasted lots of their forces for those couple of years, so if they continue with the present pace, they would have to announce absolutely 100% a new massive mobilization in Russia, which Putin doesn't want to do because it is the unpopular move. It was unpopular in 2022 and will be even more in 2025. So even with those territorial gains, the Russians are not solving the issue. That is why now they intensify the work behind the curtains, using their spies, influencers, money to bribe politicians. They want to influence the public opinion via the X platform. They create this propaganda anti-Ukrainian wave. So my goal here, guys, is to counteract that propaganda as well. Luckily, I still have this platform on YouTube. So guys, I'm gonna keep you updated, and now please don't forget to press your huge like to this video. By doing so, you help me a lot, and as usual, I wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are, and have a great time. Hello my friends and welcome, my name is Dennis and this is the latest update from Ukraine. Let's start from the good news. Ukraine targeted or hit the Russian military airport in Krasnodar and many other military targets. We're speaking also about the Russian airfield of Yeysk. It's over here. It's already the third time that Ukrainian drones hit it, but Russia just cannot move their helicopters out from the place because compared to the airplanes, helicopters have quite limited range, so Russia has to locate those not far away from the actual battlefields. I would say that the kaboom recorded by the eyewitnesses on the territory of the airfield was one of the most beautiful ones. For sure, Ukrainian drones hit something really special. It could be the Russian air defense system. Judging on those traces, it looks like the rocket fuel burning. About the Russian airfield in Adygea region of the Krasnodar Oblast, well, the airfield there is not that big, but it's the base for the Russian attack airplanes. You may see lots of the Sukhoi 25 airplanes, or maybe those are just the training airplanes, it's hard to say. Well, nevertheless, Russia has one more apron, and the fire was reported in this particular place, not far away from the ammunition storage. It is also the base for some of the Russian fighter jets, however we don't see them on the Google image because it's outdated. The NASA fire detection satellite recorded the fire on the territory of the ammunition facility, and locals recorded a huge cloud coming from the airfield, so for sure the ammunition facility is kaput. So for the last day, Ukraine ceased the operation of 2 of the Russian military bases. Fantastic news, because aviation is very critical in this war and Russia has superiority in aviation. At first, they use most of the aviation landing bombs, and for Ukraine it's the task number 1 to get rid of the Russian airplanes. Well, for now Ukraine targets the Russian ammunition depots, because for the airplanes, well, Russia has many of those, so if you hit 1 or 2 airplanes, it would not matter that much as if you would hit the big ammunition depot. And we have some bad news for Putin, which is the good news for Ukraine. The Russian Sukhoi 57 Falcon is unable to fly any longer. I mean, now Russia cannot produce them, but still they may fly, but after some time they have to renew the spare parts, which are made mostly in the Western countries, but Russia is out of reach of those spare parts because sanctions are working. So the production of the Sukhoi 57 5th generation Russian fighter jet stalled completely, and it's just a matter of time that the equipment will start to break down and Russia would need the spare parts. But we understand that Russia can import some of the Western-made spare parts, and they do for the other fighter jets, but Sukhoi 57 is quite unique and they need some special equipment. But after all, it will not influence Ukrainian war, because in Ukraine Russia uses mostly Sukhoi 34. This airplane, Sukhoi 57, has never been used by the Russian Air Force or the Russian airspace forces in this war. Nevertheless, those are the great news. Russia is losing its aviation capabilities and military capabilities after all. But still, the sanctions should touch the other Russian airplanes. For example, here we have the photo taken by the Russian pilot. It is the cockpit of the Sukhoi 30, and he shows how he plays with the Steam Deck on the way home. What is interesting that those displays and this head-up display, everything of that is made in France, so in Europe. Well, not just the French-made spare parts are used, they're just assembled in France, but Thales is the big international company. The head-up display is HUD 3022, and the displays are SMD-55S, which are being delivered to the Russian army through Kazakhstan, according to the recent investigation done by Ukrainian journalists. I found this photo on the Russian channels, and they are proud to say that everything is working fine. The Western components are being delivered to Mother Russia. But with Sukhoi 57 they have the issues with spare parts. I hope they will have the same with Sukhoi 30SM, and this is that airplane type. Russians should be left just with those kind of the instruments. Yeah, this is the basic compass. My friends, as you probably know, I don't have lots of sponsors, and now I have some issues with monetization of my videos. So if you want to support my full-time job that I do over here almost every day, you may join my Patreon. The link for my Patreon page is available right in the video description below. Thank you so much for your kind support. You just make this content possible. I rely mostly on your subscriptions. Alright, we have some interesting news coming from Feodosia. As you probably know, Ukraine hit the Russian oil storage facility, and also there was the oil refinery. We're speaking about this big storage, and fire now jumps from one fuel tank to other, causing kind of the interesting effects. Russians just can't handle the fire. It continues there for the 4th day consecutive. And just this evening, fire spread to one more big fuel tank, causing this inferno. Inside those tanks is not the crude oil, but the fuel for the Russian ships, especially Navy ships, which are based in the Feodosia port of Crimea. Russia moved part of their ships from Sevastopol to this place because they thought that it's more safe for the ships. But now their fuel station for the ships is on fire. And without fuel, Russian ships are unable to defend Crimea. If you want to assault with many ships in a landing operations scenario, it's a good thing to do. But Ukraine is not going to land in Crimea in the nearby future. But there is a variant of it, obviously, and I spoke about it in one of my videos. And one more tank boom there, so it's a very, very high fire there. By the way, Russia evacuated all the nearby area. It's shining like in the daytime. Right, we also have the confirmation that Russia lost its military helicopter Mi-8 in the Kharkiv direction. Well, Ukraine has lots of the air defense manpower systems, portable systems, so the helicopters are the usual targets for those. Right, Ukraine also hit the Russian ammunition storage facility in Bryansk. It's not far away from Ukraine. Those are the Russian logistics hubs, and they use those to deliver artillery shells and other stuff to Ukraine. Well, I guess not any longer, because there's the secondary detonation report, so probably this facility is no more. I'm waiting for the satellite images to confirm that. It's already the fourth big Russian ammunition storage which Ukraine hits for the last months. The big media sources continue to tell that Zelensky and the Ukrainian government are ready to negotiate with Russia, let's say to exchange the territories which are occupied by the Russian Federation for the security guarantees of our allies, I mean NATO membership. At the same time, the mainstream media say that Ukraine will not recognize those territories as the Russian ones. I just wonder what Russia may get in this case. I think that they will not follow those negotiations, but at the same time, Russia crucially needs some sort of the break. Even though Russians have the initiative on the front lines, but they struggle with their armament. Today, the Russian parliament concluded that there is no space on the Russian cemeteries, so they now think to get more ground for the cemeteries and make those private organizations. It means that the losses for the Russian armed forces are definitely critical, and there are less and less volunteers going to the Russian army. That's why Russia rises the stakes with the salary and the initial funds given to the Russian soldier if he signs the contract with the Russian army. As I told you, in Voronezh, for example, the Russian soldier may get as much as $30,000, even 31. And outside Moscow, those are crazy money. That's why still Russia has volunteers, but again much less compared to what it was before. But I know what could potentially save the Russian army. The actor Steven Seagal said that he was ready to take part in a war on the side of Russia and even die for Putin at the front. According to him, at the very beginning of the special military operation, he sent Putin a letter in which he said that if it is necessary, he would give his life for the president. Yes, you understood it correctly, for the Russian president Putin. Well, I guess it's time for Steven Seagal to join the Russian army, because they desperately need new army men. Here you see this is the Russian Federation judging on the flag. Steven Seagal shows his capabilities. Wow, oh my god. He is the superhero of the Russian Federation, even though he's American. He shows the fantastic skills of the flight barely touching the enemies. That is only possible in Russia. I mean, here the Russian spirit helps him to do it. Outstanding. So Russia, please hire Steven Seagal. But what about the peace deal itself? There were some of the rumors again from the mainstream media about the peace talks, because Zelensky went to European countries. He visits, I think, Italy, France, and maybe Germany. Also probably UK. He spoke with the British Prime Minister, and they agreed that the United Kingdom will send the troops to Ukraine to train Ukrainian soldiers. This training was done already, but in the United Kingdom. Also France trains Ukrainian soldiers constantly. And Zelensky said that there were no any talks about the possible peace with Russia during his visit, but no one will tell you for sure what the negotiations were out there. As the instructors which could potentially be sent to Ukraine, I guess it is the response on the news from the North Korea, because we have the confirmation that North Korea wants to deploy their forces in Ukraine. They're speaking about the engineering forces, but we know the real purpose of those forces. Russia needs lots of the army men, and the North Korea is willing to send their soldiers to fight in Ukraine on the Russian side. There were some rumors about this stuff around half a year ago, and now we have the confirmation from the South Korean intelligence, from many of the media services, plus the Ukrainian officials also speak about it. Well, after all, I don't think that the North Korean soldiers will be successful. More great news from the United Kingdom. They are sending their Hotweisers AS-19s to Ukrainian army. How many of the units will be provided is yet unknown, but officials said about the big deal. Also, Bundestag also agreed to support Ukraine with a new military package for 400 million euros. So Europe really helps a lot for Ukrainian army. And that's what artillery may do with the Russian army on the front line. So this is the Russian supply vehicle was. Here's the other one, the Russian Ural, and everything of that was demolished by artillery. And you know the Serbian President Vučić also signed the declaration in support of Ukraine, and he condemned the Russian actions against the sovereignty of Ukraine. Also, we know that Serbia supplied some of the munition for Ukraine, for example, the shells for the MLRS systems, produced in the Soviet Union, like Uragan or Grad, plus the light weaponry for the soldiers, grenades and RPGs. Well, officially Serbia is not supplying that stuff to Ukraine, but we have the confirmation. Many of the photos leaked to the internet and Russians were absolutely mad about it, but now it seems like they understand that they cannot do anything with that. So currently Serbia supports the Ukrainian military even more compared to, let's say, Hungary or Slovakia. But those two countries are the members of NATO and Serbia is not. By the way, this summer I went to Belgrade just for a single day, yes, the capital city of Serbia. I spoke with a couple of Serbs and they told me that they do not like Russia. So what Russian propaganda says is totally different compared to reality. Well, maybe the capital city is a little different because the big cities are more cosmopolitan, more Western oriented, but it appears that Serbia after all is the friendly state for Ukraine. And there are also great news from France. We were wondering about the quantity of the Mirage 2000 fighter jet airplanes which France will supply to Ukraine. Well, the quantity is something between 12 and 20, which is quite a lot compared to the previous number announced. Before, the media said about 5 of the airplanes, and it could be now up to 20, which is a solid number. Thank you, France. And you know what Russia stored in the Yeisk airfield? Those, after all, are not missiles or rockets, those were the Shahid drones. Yes, the big storage of the Shahid drones was kaboomed with the help of the Ukrainian long-range drone. About the Shahid drones, Russia now hires some of the workers from African countries. There was a big investigation done by Associated Press. They say that Russia hires women from Rwanda, Sierra Leone and other African countries between the age of 18 and 22. The young women think that they are going to Russia for work, study and travel program, and later on they found themselves in Palabriga factory. So basically it's the big trap for those girls, and how this information is found on the internet. Basically through the TikTok, Russia pays some of the influencers to spread disinformation about this work and travel program in Russia, but it is a hoax and the logic of hiring just the young women is yet unknown. Maybe it's just easier to manipulate with the younger people, so Russia says that they have to sign a contract with the girls, later on they have some sort of the practice, and for the girls to leave the job they have to pay, and on the days where they're basically forced to work as the Shahid drone technicians producing those of Russian factories. This is crazy. I wonder why the ordinary Russians are not working there. Well, maybe Russia afraid that Ukraine will keep those facilities where those drones are assembled. Because there was the case when Ukraine hit the production factory for those drones, it appeared that Russians by the time hired young students to produce the drones. An important notice from one of the best Russian managers, commanders, and warriors, Kadyrov. Together his Ahmad friends today and announced that love movement, but not against Ukraine. He announced it against the Russian MPs and one of the Russian senators. There is a big scandal now in Russia around the Wildberries platform. Even the shooting was in Moscow. And who did this shooting? Well, Kadyrov boys. They went to the main office, which was controlled by the other guys from Russia and Dagestan, and opened the fire. Wildberries is the analog of Amazon. Yes, it's smaller, but still it's one of the biggest private companies in Russia. But there are some of the forces which want to establish control over it, and one of the forces is Kadyrov. The other force comes from the Kremlin, and partially also Dagestan. It's like a big mafia conflict in Russia, and it's interesting to see of how it may evolve in the nearby future. When we see Kadyrov and those boys going to Moscow like he wasn't before, to establish control, well, not over Kremlin, but over the Wildberries office at least. Well, even in this case, it will bring lots of the instability in Russia. If we think that Russian regime is a solid one, it's monolith, no, there are many forces which are looking to take the power, and obviously money as we see. Ahmad and Kadyrov is nothing more than a big gang which controls Chechnya and also establishes its influence in Russia itself. But the gang leader is very ambitious and he thinks that he is the best guy out there. But the Russian Z-Patriot community usually hates Kadyrov. We openly call them the TikTok army, which is definitely true. But nevertheless, they have the force, at least in Russia, and they may compete for resources. You see that under the sanctions, Russia now has less resources, which in its turn intensify the conflicts within those clans. The new these are absolutely fantastic for Ukraine. It means that the Russian regime will not stay in power for a very long time. Well, I'm not saying that Kadyrov will become the Russian president, but he may start one more war between Chechnya and Russia. He will also try to establish the control over the nearby Muslim republics as Dagestan. It will be like that if Kadyrov would think that Putin is really weak. Guys, in my videos I am saying the things as they are. That is why we have the good news and the bad news as usual, as I promised to you. So here, let's go to the bad news. It seems like Russia hit the Patriot system. Yes, one more Patriot system. This is the video from the Russian surveillance drone which was shared into the internet. So here we have a couple of the launchers and maybe control station. One more launcher, and one more. So Russia spotted this position using the surveillance drone and they launched the Iskander missile. As you can see, it's not a decoy, so the Patriot systems were firing some of the missiles. The target for the Patriot system was the actual missile from the Russian Iskander system, the ballistic missile. Probably Russia launched lots of those missiles and some of them were shot down by the Patriot, but one of the missiles hit very close to the control center or probably the radar of the system. Here is the impact, and as you can see, it happened very close to the Patriot system. The officer of the Ukrainian air defense officially confirmed that definitely Russians aimed towards the Patriot system, causing the damage to the units. However, the Patriot system wasn't really destroyed, significantly damaged. There were no casualties among Ukrainian soldiers and the unit continued to operate as usual. The main problem here is to eliminate the Russian surveillance drones. Yes, Ukraine uses lots of the FPV drones and successfully hit around 75% of the Russian Orlan or Zala drones, but some may still find some of the Ukrainian equipment, including very rare Patriot systems. It's already the second recorded strike of the Russian army against the Ukrainian Patriot systems. Well, the first strike was really devastated. There Ukraine lost 3 of the launchers and 9 of the army men, and here, if we believe to Ukrainian officials, there was no loss of the Patriot system. It will be sent to the maintenance facility for repairs. So I think the main thing is to increase the operation of the Ukrainian FPV drones against the Russian Zala drones or Orlan drones, which are used by the Russian army to find Ukrainian military infrastructure or military targets behind the front line. Those drones may fly for the range of 130 kilometers, which is quite far away. So because Russia started to use the gliding aviation bombs more aggressively on the front lines, Ukraine moved the Patriot systems closer to the front lines. Yes, it's the risky thing, but that is how Ukraine may shut down the Russian aviation, because the range of the Patriot system is acceptable for those kind of the operations, but still, as you may see, the risk is enormous. Right, we have more not good news. Let's go to the Kursk Oblast. There Russia managed to break through Ukrainian defense. It seems like they've took Lyubimovka under control, and also they're fighting in Novoronovka. And those 2 of the villages, so they clamped deep into Ukrainian defense. And the information that Deep State published, definitely Ukrainian defense was broken, and Russians have the big chance to cut this part of the Ukrainian army. The problem is that the Russian offensive was fast and very powerful, which caused the Ukrainian defense to collapse, and our drone operators plus artillery had to fight with the Russian assault forces. We also have the confirmation about it. Now we know that Ukraine eagerly sends the reinforcements, but their lack of the communication, because Brigade 1 and Brigade 2 are quite separate from each other. They fight different. They used to fight also in different directions, so Ukrainian army is still in lack of this unity and the common communication system. Each brigade fights on its own. Well, I wouldn't say that the communication is absent completely, but based on what I know, it is very poor. Especially in the Kursk Oblast, where Ukraine sent the vinaigrette. Vinaigrette is the type of the salad, so we have lots of the ingredients which are different between each other. That's the meaning. So now it's important to get this communication done, otherwise Ukrainian army will struggle in Kursk. And you know, guys, honestly saying, based on those news, I think that Ukraine should go back to Ukrainian territory and leave the Kursk Oblast, because Ukraine has already reached its maximum. Yes, you may say that the idea for Ukrainian army is to defend the territory and cause the Russian army significant losses, but at the same time Ukraine also has losses. Plus there is this very vulnerable part right now between this side and this side, so Russia attacks from 2 of the directions, actually from 3 of the directions, and there is the risk for Ukrainian army to be encircled in this place. So I would say that at least from this side Ukraine should move, for example, to Sucha, and it will be easier to keep the Sucha under control because it's easier to do it in the settlement rather than in the open fields, and also Ukraine wasn't building the defense lines here. What Ukraine could use for potential defense is the second Russian defense line, the Surovikin line, which goes somewhere over here and also across this area. Here Ukraine wasn't able to break through it, but here Ukraine took it under control. Again, I would say that the Kursk operation was successful at the beginning and the first couple of months, but now Russia took the initiative. It's obvious that they will not let Ukraine to continue the assault maneuvers in the Kursk region. And if you do not have that success, it's better to minimize the risk, and how we can do it by leaving at least this northern side. We also have the confirmation from other military analytics that definitely Russia was able to propel forward. However, they say that Lyubimivka is still partially in a gray area. According to the deep state, the fighting is ongoing in Novaya Ivanovka, but here it's not yet over there. So the great risk is for Ukrainian soldiers in Olegivka, Vetrina and Durovka. And the Ukrainian forces were pushed out from this place. So as you see, not a good news from Kursk really. As for the Ukrainian front lines, they are not good news either, so Russia propelled in Mykolaiivka. Mykolaiivka is on the way to Pokrovsk, so the Russian forces are less than a mile away from the Mirnograd settlement. It's the southern part of it, and later on they may go to Pokrovsk. How far they move for today? So yesterday and today just a little, but still it's the movement. If we go south to Selidovo, you may see that Russia jams this town from 3 of the directions, from the north, south and from the east. There were also not so good news from Toretsk because Russia advanced to the settlement. They took control over this part, and today they moved a little in New York direction, so yesterday, today. And you know guys, we also have the information about the possible Russian attack near Bilohorivka. The Russian channels already stated that they go all across the Syrskyi-Donets river. And the AMK mapping already showed the information, but Russia is not assaulting from the south, they'll try to go from the north. But still it's coming just from the Russian channels for now, so we'll not trust it. About the southern part, the Zaporizhia Oblast, definitely Russians tried to cross the local lake, but their attack was repelled. We may check out the timeline, so Plavny, Russia advanced here, and later on their attack was repelled. So if we speak in general, the situation on the front lines of Ukraine is not good for the Ukrainian army. At the same time, it's far to become the catastrophic one. Yes, Russia takes the ground, but little by little compared to what it was at the beginning of 2022. It means that even using enormous resources, Russia is incapable to reach their goals very fast. However, at the same time, I may admit that now they're more capable compared to what it was even half a year ago. Yeah, that's the drawing made by the ChatGPT. Definitely, all of the Starlink's antennas are delivered to Ukraine via Poland. But I didn't know that Poland pays for the Starlink antennas, for the units, and for the service of the Starlink. Well, today Radoslav Sikorski, who is the foreign minister of Poland, stated that it's not Elon Musk who provides the Starlinks for Ukraine. Poland buys the Starlink antennas and send them to Ukraine. Well, I don't know whether it's 100% true or not, because we also have Ukrainian volunteers who buy Starlink antennas on open markets. Also sometimes by other European countries or United Arab Emirates. Russia also, by the way, buys Starlinks via UAE. And it's really hard to track the purpose of those Starlinks, whether they're delivered to Ukraine or Russia. I mean by those third countries, but something tells me that Elon Musk, sorry, not the Elon Musk, but the Starlink company knows the location of every station and they may disable it. Also, I know that Pentagon supplied some of the antennas to Ukraine with unrestricted access, because there was the time when Elon Musk decided to stop the broadcasting for Ukrainian Starlinks. Well, it happened more than 1 year ago. It was a big scandal and was the first evidences for me that something is really wrong with Elon Musk. So the Polish officials openly say that it's not the Starlink company which pays for Ukrainian Starlinks. Everything is done by Poland, and no one else, they say. More news about the Russian losses. Russia lost the training airplane Yakovlev 130. It's a new generation of the Russian training airplanes. Before it was the L-39 in the Soviet army, and later on it was in the Russian army. Well, this airplane type is obviously more capable, but I would say it's very wet. The Russian pilot ejected the airplane, probably it was a solo flight, and he was delivered to the hospital. My friends, and now please don't forget to press your huge like to this video. By doing so, it helped me a lot, and as usual, I wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are, and have a great time. Ukraine really hit Russia hard today by striking many of the Russian military facilities. Let's start from the military airfield of Barr-Nunn, Voronezh Oblast. Let's zoom into the place. As you can see, it's not that close to Ukrainian border. Here we go with the city of Borysaglebsk, and this is the military airfield. Well, at first I'm gonna show you the satellite images before and after. So this is before and this is after. Clearly you can see some of the traces. However, this image is not that good. I must say that there are two of the spots where the grass burned because of the fire, and fire was caused by the drone strike of Ukraine. I'm sure that more detailed images will be provided. This one is a little blurred because of the cloud. You may see this cloud over here, so the weather wasn't the best for this space photograph. And here are some of the images filmed by the eyewitnesses. Definitely something was burning there. The fire was visible even from Borysaglebsk city, and it was tremendously huge. There were also the reports about the secondary detonation. It means that probably Ukraine hit the ammunition storage of the airfield. The NASA fire detection satellites also spotted the fire in the area of this airfield. So let's zoom to the possible fire spot. As you can see, Russia stores their Sukhoi 30 in this area at this part of the apron. And also if we look here, you may see the Sukhoi 34, which Russia uses to strike the Ukrainian positions using the aviation gliding bombs. And here's the place for Sukhoi 25 attack airplanes. Well, from the satellite images we understand that this area wasn't really hit. We're speaking about this one, but it is the most important part for the Russian army, because those aircraft are more versatile compared to Sukhoi 25 and able to carry lots of the payload with aviation bombs. There was also fire report in this area, and we know that Russian pilots live not far away from their military airfields in Borysaglebsk, for example, so maybe Ukraine hit some of the Russian army barracks. The qualified Russian pilots are sometimes even more important compared to the airplanes Russia is capable to produce. ChatGPT, please tell me how much does it cost to train the Russian military fighter pilot as average in the United States dollars, but give me a very short answer.
Around 3 to 5 million USD.
Just imagine this number, 3 up to $5 million. Russia could produce many tanks for that amount. If you compare it with the United States pilot training, well, as average, the pilot training in the United States costs much more because the program itself is bigger, longer, and more detailed. With lots of the flying hours, that's why American pilots are very capable. For me, it was the surprise seeing that the transition for F-35 fighter jet costs just a little less compared to the basic training on F-35. Interesting. So sometimes targeting the Russian barracks would cost Russia more compared to the loss of their airplanes. And actually they need more time to prepare their pilots to train them from the very beginning compared to making the airplane from the very beginning. Well, you see that Ukraine is once again crossing the Russian red lines with their useless nuclear doctrine that was introduced by Putin recently. Just a reminder, after a couple of days, Kremlin spokesman Peskov came out and said that Russia will not respond using nukes against the Ukrainian drone strike. So basically they gave the permission for Ukraine to freely use the drones elsewhere against the Russian military infrastructure. Great. And what is also interesting, guys, that the airfield is located quite far away from Ukrainian border. The distance is 365 kilometers to that spot. It means that standard ATACMS missile is unable to reach this airfield, even with the possible permission from the United States of America given to Ukraine to target the Russian military infrastructure using ATACMS. So Russians were very calm and I would say comfortable out there. They still stored many of the airplanes, and now it was the kaboom. Let's see the outcome probably tomorrow with much better quality satellite images. as it was reported by the Ukrainian side for now that the ammunition warehouses were hit, also the parking spots for Sukhoi 35, they say Sukhoi 35, so I was wrong about Sukhoi Su-30, and Sukhoi 34, which is a fighter bomber, so Russia hasn't got any kind of the hangars out there, so nothing is used to protect those airplanes against the drone strikes, and the tiny little shrapnel, if it hits the right spot on the airplane, could disable it potentially. Also, it's reported that the fuel storage was hit, but definitely the confirmation comes in the coming hours or days. So we're gonna see the satellite images, but something tells me that definitely Russia lost some of the airplanes there. Guys, if you want to support the job that I do daily on YouTube, you may do it via Patreon. I'll put the link for my Patreon page right in the video description below. Thank you so much for your kind support. I really enjoyed the Google Maps for today because we have lots of the stuff to discuss. Well, there was one more Ukrainian strike on Kurchatov. Kurchatov is the place where the Russian nuclear power station is located, the Kursk nuclear power plant. Definitely something was burning really hard. There were several of the kabooms reported. But it wasn't the Kursk nuclear power plant. No, Ukraine is not crazy putting the lives of the locals, of civilians, under that huge danger. Plus, nuclear power plant is not really that far away from Ukraine. So what actually was hit was described by the eyewitnesses who live nearby. They reported about the kabooms on the territory of the Russian military base. It's just a quote from the video. By the way, all of those videos, my friends, are available on my Telegram channel, so let me translate you what they say. Well, you see a lot of the soldiers ran out. Maybe they really did have some reserve. Can I translate as hard as I can? Well, yes, it banged really badly. The flames started spreading. Well, 2 fire trucks has arrived, but they can't get there. It's pounding terribly. How can they get there? The terrible story about all of that it was the Russian ammunition warehouse, which is located few hundred meters away from the local buildings where residents live. So Russia tries to put the ammunition warehouses away from the military airfield facilities, for example. Those are usually located far away just not to cause the damage to the airfields, but here they don't care about civilians really. I guess if locals live so close to the warehouse, Russia should move their warehouse somewhere to less populated area. Well, anyways, Russia may use this situation just to condemn Ukraine if some of the locals are hurt, so maybe it's even advantage for the Russian regime. And also we have the report from the Kursk regional authorities that the nuclear power plant wasn't hurt in any way, so it works normally. And now if we check out the military map, you may see that Kurchatov is located not that far away from the front lines. That's why Russia used the shells from the ammunition storage that was hit today to fight against the Ukrainian army in the Kursk region. By the way, if we speak about the Kursk region, there are no good news coming. Russia started to push Ukraine even more for the last day. Our soldiers who are located in the place report about the strong Russian attacks from the west and from the east. I guess that Ukraine has already reached its maximum with the current resources in the Kursk region. There will be no further movement from the Ukrainian side in the coming weeks. That's what I think. But there could be some of the dramatic changes that might happen after 12th of October after the Ramstein meeting, where the NATO members will discuss the permission for Ukraine to use the long-range missiles against the Russian military infrastructure, and potentially there are more than 200 Russian bases, ammunition warehouses, supply storages, which could be demolished by those missiles, so Ukraine may just stop the Russian attacks and take the initiative. But honestly saying, I'm not that optimistic for the Ramstein meeting. I think that Biden may give that approval, but only after elections happen in the United States. Right after elections, Biden still has some days and he will perform the duties as the United States president, so he may leave those restrictions before retiring, and that will include the allowance for Ukraine to use long-range missiles, plus the NATO membership invitation for Ukraine. I think it is absolutely 2 major steps which our allies and especially the United States of America should do. Well, I speak too much about the topic. I'm gonna tell you later why it is so important for Ukraine to be a NATO member, not just for Ukraine actually, but for our allies themselves. Speaking more about Kursk, well, this attack of Ukraine was successful at first, but Russians managed to stop Ukrainian strikes. So after all, they put some of the pontoon bridges, so Ukraine wasn't really on time by kicking all of the bridges out there, and Russia moved some of the reinforcements for the place. So I was wrong by the time saying that Russian forces are definitely trapped here. Still, the river is very narrow, and Russians may send their forces, yes, with the losses. They lost lots of the engineering equipment, their forces, but they continue to push. Again and again, they move really hard. So the idea for Ukrainian counterattack on the Russian counterattack was successful. So the Russian group over here could have been encircled if Ukraine had enough resources, but we have what we have. The Kursk operation was the responsibility, obviously, of Zelensky and Syrsky. It's his solo project, and actually Syrsky convinced Zelensky to make this assault on the Russian territory. If this operation finally fails for Ukraine without reaching its major goals, well, in that case, I believe that Syrsky will resign. And we have the update from the Kursk Oblast that definitely Russians took control over Abuhovka, so they moved for the last couple of days after. Alright, and let's go to check out the Ukrainian front lines. Here we have everything from Vuhledar to the Pokrovsk direction and Tsyrkane, Kurakhove. So it was the update for today. As you see, Russia moved in many of the points. What is interesting that Russia is using its old strategy by encircling the settlements using canals, but we see that it works if they have enough resources. So Solidove is their next object, also Kurakhove. Before reaching Kurakhove, they still need to cover those fields, and it's not that easy task for the Russian army. What they might do is to encircle Ukrainian group from Tsyrkane direction. Tsyrkane itself they will take in a coming day, so I'm very concerned about this particular direction. And also Ukraine lost Vuhledar, it's located out there, and Russia continued to move northbound from Barr-Nunn. Maybe their goal is to cut this entire region by advancing from this side and also to Kurakhove. So the wider picture with the intentions of the Russian army looks like that. If Russians achieve all of those results in Kurakhove, in Pokrovsk direction, in Torets direction, well, it's just a matter of time, then they occupy the entire south part, at least of the Donetsk Oblast. And the border of the Donetsk Oblast goes like that. Here is mostly unpopulated area, just some of the small villages, that's it. But by taking Pokrovsk, Russia opens the road towards north and also towards west. In this case, they may go to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, creating the threat for one of the largest Ukrainian cities, Dnipro. Dnipro city is here. You may say that it's quite far away from the front lines, but if we check out the advancement of the Russian army, which is happening right now, I mean their current pace, well, with the current pace it will take them 2 years to get to that city. Also, what holds the Russian group are those settlements on the north. That's why they're not advancing directly towards them. They attack Ukraine via unpopulated zone. The most important thing for them was to occupy Avdiivka, which is located here, and that town was critical for Ukrainian defense. It was the most robust Ukrainian defense probably out there from all of the Ukrainian front lines. And after that, we may definitely see that Russians broke through the Ukrainian defense in this particular spot. The Ukrainian defense wasn't organized properly to stop the Russian advancement, so one more critical point is now Pokrovsk. It's even more critical compared to Avdiivka because it's the main road hub for supplies, and supplies are damn critical. Ukraine is unable to use Pokrovsk as supply hub any longer because it's very close to the front lines. Russia aims towards the settlement, and during the winter time it could be even more critical because the secondary roads will be unusable. So it really depends now on the Russian command of what they could do after occupying Pokrovsk. I think that Russians will manage to occupy Pokrovsk after all. Judging on the forces they use in the region, it's almost imminent. So in the next summer campaign we're going to see the battle for all of those settlements or the battle for this part, which is Dnipropetrovsk Oblast mainly. Well, if Russia announces a new mobilization, they may gather enough forces to break through Ukrainian defense on the south, and maybe their goal is to take Pokrovsk and go northbound to unpopulated areas, trying to encircle this entire Ukrainian group, and definitely it could be a great threat. What Ukraine can do right now is to prepare for the summer campaign of 2025. For this, Ukraine needs the support from our Western allies. That's why I'm saying that elections in the United States are playing a great role for Ukrainian defense. The terrible thing is what's happening on the front lines, that if Russians capture some of the Ukrainian soldiers, They usually torture them or sometimes even unalive. For the known reason, I do not post those kind of the videos on YouTube and even on my Telegram channel, but I may tell you about it. If you search, you may find those videos easily, and many of those start to appear for the last couple of weeks. At the same time, the news came that the Wagner army again takes part in Ukrainian war. And on this particular video, which I cannot show you, there were Wagner soldiers. They told in the video that they were grown or educated, let's say, by Prigozhin. And in the name of the Russian Federation, they performed those war crimes. Also, there was the video published around 3 days ago, how Russians unalived a group of the Ukrainian prisoners of war. Yes, I understand that it is a war and the war crime might happen from both of the sides, but we see many more of those videos coming from the Russian side. As for the Ukrainian soldiers, I don't remember the last time I saw those kind of videos, probably it was the last year. You know, the violence sparks violence, so I'm sure that if Ukrainians would capture those particular Russian soldiers who did those massacres, they might do the same. By the way, about the Wagner army, they also presented in Mali. As you know, one of their convoys was ambushed, and just yesterday Russians started to spread the information that Wagner is going to attack the positions of those forces who ambushed them. But it seems that something went wrong. The widely advertised Russian attack failed, as they usually fail in Ukraine with their mid-waves. Well, I will share this video on my Telegram channel. Here I cannot show it openly. Well, the convoy of the Wagner army was ambushed again. How do we know it? Well, those guys, they do not look like the Wagner army at all. I understand that the Wagner army works with a regular army of Mali, or let's say the self-proclaimed power of Mali, but those are not the government forces, so Russian military bloggers are now shocked about this video. Well, hopefully they will give us more information and close perspective videos of the convoy. By the way, guys, did you know that Iran definitely hit the Israeli military base Nevatim? You can see the hangar is damaged. And also there is the trace over here. Well, experts counted like 5 of the holes totally on this military airfield, but I can spot just 2. Maybe I'm partially blind. But the main thing is definitely that hangar was hit. This is the hangar for the airplanes, so at least 2 of the hangars for sure were damaged with ballistic missile. But it seems like this facility wasn't destroyed by fire or something. There was the heat of the missile, definitely, but there are no any traces of the airplane. That's why probably it wasn't really inside, or there is definitely a probability that Israel stored their airplanes there. They'll never tell what is there or what was there. Well, this situation tells that after all, Iranian ballistic missiles are kind of capable if they fly for such a long distance with this kind of precision. It's better not to underestimate the enemy. Russia, Iran, they're quite capable. They invest lots of the resources into their military. The Russian army now is not what it was in 2022. Then we were all joking about the Russian Ivans wearing the strange uniform. Now the Russian forces are way more capable. It started from the Wagner army, like it was outstanding compared to the regular Russian army. And now the regular Russian army learns on its mistakes. The same goes for Iran. So it's better to take those threats seriously and prepare for them. Well, Israel continued to hit Beirut. As it was reported, the aim for Israel is the brother of Nasrallah, which could potentially be a new leader of the Hezbollah movement. But you know what happened also? Well, Israel hit the Russian military base in Syria. We have the report about it from many of the media sources. They shared this kind of the image, and they say that Israel hit the ammunition warehouse of the Russian army. Remember yesterday I showed you the Russian ammunition which was found in Hezbollah? Well, it's not a secret any longer that Russia definitely supplies their weaponry to the enemy of Israel. And they think that Israel doesn't really require the permission from the United States to hit the Russian military bases. They may do it on their own. If we have this meme because of it, can we bomb Russian bases? No, it can lead to escalation. Israel said, we bombed a Russian base. What the hell is happening? I hope those freaking activists will be jailed. They sabotaged one of the military facilities in the UK, which produces the spare parts for F-35s and drones for Ukraine. Just look at them.
We're here to shut down Teledyne, a place that makes parts for the F-35 engines that are dropping bombs on Gaza and Lebanon. And uphold international human rights law. This is for being a merchant of death.
Yeah, sorry guys, I couldn't keep my emotions reacting on that. Yeah, with the paint and foam, they really disturbed the production of F-35s and the drones for Ukraine. It's very, very terrible that now Israel will obtain a red painted F-35s probably. And those dumpsters do not know what they're doing basically. They are stupid idiots fed by the Russian propaganda in most of the cases. Or the Iranian propaganda, well, they act in the same way. About the possible response of Israel on Iranians' attack on its facilities, well, Israel after all may strike the Iranian oil sites. Biden says that there are some of the discussions with Israel about this possible response. Well, there's good news about it and the bad news. The good news that Iranian economy will obviously suffer without oil. The bad news that the oil prices will just skyrocket and Russia will profit from it. Also, it will lead to the higher gas prices in the United States of America, and Biden absolutely doesn't need it before the elections. Some of the Ukrainian sources mistranslated this article. They said about the joint response from Israel and the United States of America against the oil infrastructure of Iran, but no, here is just Israeli strikes, not the United States. If we speak about the oil prices, the Saudi Arabia has decided to boost the production of oil dramatically. Saudi thinks that the low oil prices will keep the country as the leader in the oil production. In its way, it hurts Russian economy a lot because they are very dependent on oil prices. Mark Rutte visited Kiev today. Just to remind you, he is a new NATO secretary and he is quite positive about the permission for Ukraine to use the long-range missiles. He confirmed that the issue will be discussed in the next Ramstein meeting. And the good news about the Romanian Patriot system, it's been reported that it has been delivered to Ukraine today. And the Patriot system is not just in this thing, no, there are many of the launchers, radars and the command center. Alright, and while I'm filming this video, we have the report from the Astra source. This is the Russian opposition media, and they say that the Voronezh oil depot was targeted by some of the drones, and as you may see, the fire was spotted. My friends, I'm gonna keep you updated on everything, and now please don't forget to press your huge like to this video. By doing so, you help me a lot, and as usual, I wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are, and have a great time.
And it looks like we are finally here. We finally have these first images from the iconic James Webb Telescope, as promised a few months ago, and as we've discussed in some of the previous videos. And here I guess we're going to have to curb our expectations a little bit. Mostly because these images are really mostly exciting in terms of the scientific potential. Because honestly, if we compare this image to some of the images from the Hubble telescope, in terms of the visuals, they do look more or less the same. First of all, these images have been processed from the original infrared light to the visual light in order for our eyes to be able to see them. And second of all, these images only took a few hours or maximum a few days to make, whereas in case of Hubble, some of the images that it managed to produce sometimes took weeks and weeks of observations. So in that sense, I don't really blame you if you feel disappointed once you see them in this video. But nevertheless, these images are quite incredible in terms of the scientific potential, and today we're going to be discussing exactly what they are. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to take our first look and do our first analysis of the first 5 images from the iconic James Webb Telescope that has finally begun its operation and is now collecting a lot of data. And the first image that was produced yesterday, in my opinion, is also the most impressive. Currently, this is referred to as the Webb's first deep field. The image that's basically filled with different galaxies. There are actually thousands of galaxies in this image, and some of them have never really been seen before. Something that was only produced after approximately 12.5 hours of observation, and something that would have taken Hubble telescope at least a few weeks to produce something similar. And there's actually quite a lot to say about this image because there's just so much stuff happening here. So there is going to be a separate video about all of this because there are so many discoveries that can be made just by looking at this image. But in a nutshell, what you're looking at is essentially a galactic cluster. It's the cluster that you can sort of see right here, the bright stars. Now, these particular galaxies are roughly around 4.6 billion years old, and this whole chunk right here is so massive that it ends up producing the gravitational lensing effect that's visible as the lens that sort of warps around this area. It becomes a little bit more obvious if you zoom out. And these warped galaxies that you see around the lens, these are essentially some of the most distant objects, at least 13 billion years old. They're actually way behind the central object, and so in this case their light gets dramatically magnified by the gravitational lens. And in this super impressive image, James Webb is able to reveal their extremely bright cores filled with different stars, and even some really distant star clusters along their edges. Now, these are some of the youngest star clusters we've ever seen, and that already is super impressive. And remember, it only took 12 hours of observations. But what you might not realize right away is that some of these galaxies are actually mirrored, meaning that the same galaxy appears twice, and some are stretched or are scattered in some other way. And obviously, the redder the object, or the more orange the object, the farther away it is from us. So like, for example, some of these galaxies that you see right here, especially this one, seem to be super far away. And in this image here, you can kind of see that there is a really interesting spiral galaxy right next to another interesting spiral galaxy that seems to be super far away as well. With I think this right here being one of the farthest objects seen in this image. But in this case, it's not just the visual representation of the image that's important. It's also the various amount of spectra coming from all of these objects, which can then allow scientists that are going to be publishing papers about all of this to figure out what these galaxies are made out of and to basically analyze their physical and their chemical properties. So there are so many more details that are available in this image that are unfortunately invisible to our eyes. But like I mentioned, this image is already so impressive that we actually have to dedicate a separate video to it. So let's move on. The second image looks like this. This is a group of galaxies known as
How many times have you done that?
5 different galaxies that look like they're basically dancing around
going out where?
But for the first time seen in incredible detail. And also obviously overwhelmed by thousands of different galaxies as well. But in this case the detail is just absolutely mind-blowing. These particular collisions seem to be causing quite a lot of new stars to be created, and quite a lot of active regions with a huge amount of star formation indicated by these red areas in the image. And by itself, this image is actually pretty large. It's approximately 1/5 of the moon's diameter. And so this is actually a compilation of thousands of separate images taken over a much longer period of time, which is also why so much extra detail is visible everywhere. Once again, so many more different galaxies. With this galaxy known as NGC 7319, also presenting us with a lot of brightness coming from the central region, where the scientists believe there is a really massive black hole, possibly around 40 billion masses of the sun, or about 10,000 times more massive than the one in the center of our own galaxy, Sagittarius A star. But even though there are 5 galaxies and all 5 appear to be dancing around one another, the galaxy on the left, NGC 7319, is actually way closer to us. This galaxy is about 40 million light years away, but everything else is at least 6 times farther away, around 300 million light years. Which once again underlines the importance of knowing the distances in space. Even though these galaxies look like they're connected, they're not. Only 4 of them are, with the 5th one being in a completely different region. With these 2 galaxies being also very interesting because they seem to be closest together, producing quite a lot of light on the inside as well. Very likely because they're both cannibalizing each other, absorbing each other's mass, which then falls into the black hole and creates all this brightness. But I'll probably have more to say about this image once more analysis is done and once more data becomes available. Because obviously there's just way too much stuff going on here. So many other galaxies, so many other objects, and so much stuff to discover. So it'll probably take months or even years to actually analyze all of this, discovering what's hiding in these images. And in case you're wondering, here's what the previous Hubble image of all of this looked like. This is from back in 2009. And you might notice slight differences, and that's of course because of the machines used. Hubble mostly used optical observations, using the same light that our eyes can see. James Webb is an infrared telescope, and so it can actually pierce through a lot more gas and see things that were previously invisible, which is exactly what happened in the next image. The image you see right here, the image of a part of the famous Carina Nebula. The really large nebula that's visible from really far away and it's actually one of the bigger nebula out there. It's actually so big that in the past, in one of the older videos, I've always used this particular nebula to try to discover our part in the Milky Way galaxy, because it's relatively easy to see it from outside of the Milky Way. You can probably find this video somewhere there or in the description. But this particular part of the nebula is sometimes referred to as the cosmic cliffs, with the, I guess, height of this cliff being roughly around 7 light years. And in this case, this blue light that you can kind of see coming out of the nebula is the blue ionized gas that's being stripped away from inside the nebula by an extreme radiation on the inside. Mostly from different stars and from a lot of star formation that creates all of this radiation that then ends up stripping the gas. In this case, you can kind of see it extending from pretty much everywhere around the cosmic cliffs. And one of the main reasons why it happens here is because the top of the cliff is in this case the location for a lot of newborn stars that end up creating a lot of stellar wind, which then generates pressure that pushes all of the other gas away, which can then form into other stars, or maybe become interstellar gas that ends up circulating in the galaxy. But in this case, they discovered hundreds of brand new stars that they've never seen before inside this iconic region known as NGC 3324. Here's one of the previous images that was available to us from a few years ago. And by zooming in into this image, you can actually see these stars yourselves. There are so many of them that it's just absolutely mind-blowing. I think it will take much longer than just a few months to discover all of the secrets in this image. And that's because this image alone reveals so many new stellar mercers that nobody knew existed, but even individual stars that are completely hidden in all of the previous pictures. Once again, because it's seeing things in the infrared, and so the infrared light is able to pierce through soundless gas, while the optical light that was used before usually does not go through soundless gas. You can even see some of the protostellar jets that seem to be shooting out of these younger stars, with some of these jets looking remarkably like the ones usually simulated by various supercomputers. So in terms of scientific potential, this image is just mind-blowing. And some of these stars are some of the youngest stars in the galaxy. They appear as red dots in this particular image. And obviously, this being a stellar mercer, it has a lot of these red dots on the inside. And obviously, 4.5 billion years ago, this is kind of what the sun has gone through as well, and turned from one of these dots into the solar system that we know today. We'll talk more about all of this in some of the future videos. Then we have this other nebula, and that's of course image number 4, the nebula known as the Southern Ring. And if the previous image was showing us the birth of our sun or the sun's history, this is showing us the sun's future. This is a typical nebula created by various sun-like stars once they go from being a red giant into the white dwarf stage. And in this case there are 2 images because it's taken by 2 different instruments. The near-infrared camera on the left, which reveals clouds and clouds of hydrogen emanating from the center, with the blue haze in this case representing ionized gas. These are the leftovers coming from the star's core. And the right image showing the mid-infrared instrument observations, where in blue you can actually see various types of hydrocarbons, which seem to be clumping to various types of hydrogen and are very likely creating more complex molecules, which by itself creates so many questions already. You might remember that quote from the iconic Carl Sagan, "We are all made out of stardust." This particular image gives this quote even more credibility. This literally showed us that the stardust in this case, from the end of a sun-like star, produces all of the molecules needed for, basically, life somewhere else. Totally mind-blowing, but also so many questions that need answers. In comparison, here's the image from the Hubble telescope. Yeah, definitely not as impressive. And one thing you might notice is that there are actually 2 stars here that become even more apparent in the image from the James Webb telescope. And that's because this particular nebula, located about 2,500 light years away from planet Earth, is the result of a binary system, 2 very similar stars to our Sun. Actually, kind of more similar to the Alpha Centauri system, one of our closest neighbors. Oh wait, it's not called Alpha Centauri anymore, it's like Righteous Centaurs or something. Anyway, so that system. One of the stars has already become a white dwarf, the other star is still very sun-like. That's kind of what's happening here as well. Although the star that's become the white dwarf could have been actually up to 8 times the mass of the sun. The current masses are obviously unknown. But that second star is also going to create its own nebula sometime in the future, which is something that will happen to the Alpha Centauri as well, and something that will also happen to our own sun, although Alpha Centauri A is going to do it much sooner. Not anytime soon though, a few billion years. And so definitely quite a lot of new things to discover here as well, especially about the evolution of stars similar to our own sun. And the last image is not really an image, it's more of a graph, which I think will be the most disappointing image to everyone, because NASA did mention that they might show us an exoplanet. Now, a lot of scientists knew that it's not going to be an image that resembles something like this. It's not going to be an actual planet. None of the telescopes we have right now are capable of producing this. You would need something way larger. But they did get the data coming from one of the exoplanets as it was passing in front of the star, and as its atmosphere interacted with the light coming from the star and reviewed some of the data about the atmosphere itself. And the planet in this case is this planet, simulated in Space Engine, discovered back in 2014, known as WASP-96b. A planet, as you can see from the simulation, that's essentially super close to its parent star. But it's also extremely different from planet Earth or from anything else we have in the solar system, even though it's known as a sub-Jupiter. Now it's about 1100 light years.
Donald Trump was on Joe Rogan podcast.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, we're rolling. Good to see you, sir. Here we go. One of the things I wanted to talk to you about, I wanted to play this, but we decided we shouldn't play it because it could get copyright strike, and we don't want to get the episode. We don't want anybody to have any sort of way to get it down.
Sure.
But it was the episode of you when you're on The View, and I think it was 2015 or 2006, like when you were running for president.
Right.
And you got introduced as our friend Donald Trump.
That's right.
Whoopi Goldberg gives you a big hug and a kiss. Joy Behar gives you a big hug. Barbara Walters gives you a big hug. They all loved you.
Not Joe Rogan. Donald Trump is on Joe Rogan for 3 hours. That's insane. Like, that's insane. It's 5 days to the election. That's the biggest podcast in the world. Well, you just want to, like, hear from the person that's going to possibly be the leader of the world. Eavesdropping. And I can control my computer from the tablet. Because this is the computer, see? And I can touch it. I can open Grand Theft Auto.
You've perfected the nerd cave, sir.
It's not a nerd cave.
It is a nerd cave.
No, it's not.
You got the sloth.
What is that?
The sloths in the nerd cave.
The sloths and the nerds. Okay.
The nerd cave.
It's pretty nice.
Across the toddy.
That's how it looks at the beach in California, except for like more people. What's the name of that beach again? It's famous. You know you heard it before, right?
No.
What's up?
I'm so excited to listen to this.
Okay, not to bother you.
You don't have to.
I'm tired. I didn't even sleep till like 2 and was up at 6.
4 hours of sleep. You need sleep. You gotta be at work at... Oh.
I don't.
I knew that. I forgot you called
That's why
it.
I'm not stressing. Like, I don't work until Monday, so I'll get here then.
Oh, it feels good.
Does it?
Feels good not working. I can't get these monitors straight. Sometimes it bothers me.
Yeah, what's my crooked? Like, up and down instead of sideways.
You gonna hit me with it?
Like this.
Ooh.
It's not gonna. I mean, it
So
could.
It's tipping forward.
Now it's tipping forward.
I'm not gonna watch this.
You afraid I might break something?
Yeah. I will cry.
I'll cry too. It's $200 monitor.
No.
Probably 300. I don't know.
No, it's more crooked than it was.
I need one of those. You know what I'm talking about. It's on it's like a measuring, and then it got the bubble. You know.
Level.
Level. Yeah, there you go.
I bet your phone has a level.
You're right. It has a
What do you have to?
Why can't I think of words? What do you call a thing that balances things? Gyroscope. That's what it is.
I never would have thought of that.
I should know words right away. Anyways, I gotta download like a gyroscope app or something, or is it on the phone? Wait, it's not a gyroscope, it's a leveler. So. But the technology in a phone is called a gyroscope. That's insane. And I know it's not going to be free because it's Apple. It'll be free on Android.
You there?
Now I gotta take it off.
Well, mine?
Do you have a gyroscope? Do tablets have a gyroscope?
Hello?
Found one?
Yeah.
Did you have to pay for it?
Nope. But it is notorious for. I don't know what the fuck the flashing is for.
You should flash them with level.
0.4. And that's.
Boss?
Come on, you son of a bitch. That was even worse. It's better. I mean, it's 0. Well, I don't even know what I'm doing. How is it 0.7?
What's up?
Which way did it make it? Oh, this is. You know what? The closer I get to 0, I am not, what do you call it?
You gonna hit me with it?
You want to do my hair tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow. I'm also gonna pass out.
I'll be busy trying to get this level.
Okay.
What are you after?
Honestly, it's I pay you, mechanic. You don't ask me for.
They were all talking about how you're, you might be conservative in your financial positions, but you're very liberal socially. They were talking about you as such a favorable light. The audience was cheering, and then you actually started winning in the polls, and then the machine started working towards you.
Yeah.
But there's probably no one in history that I've ever seen that's been attacked the way you've been attacked, and the way they've done it so coordinated and systematically. When you see those same people in the past very favorable to you, like Oprah, when you were on Oprah's show, she was encouraging you.
Last week I did one of her last shows, I think maybe Thursday or Friday. That was a big deal, being on Oprah's show, the last one, and I was like one of the last shows in that final week. And I said, boy, we've come a long way since that.
What was it like?
Well, the concept, it was really like two different lives. You know, I had a very wonderful life, but I wanted to do this. The Apprentice was still going very strong. We had 12 seasons, and we had actually 14 seasons, 12 years over. We had a couple
Well, they canceled The Apprentice when you were running for president, correct?
No, they had Arnold Schwarzenegger do it. I was involved in that, and I had enough of it, and we did great. It was doing great, but they wanted me to stay. They all came to see me. They said, we're going to give you a contract. They wanted to extend my contract. Mark Burnett is a great guy. Then they wanted to extend the contract. Mark said, you're crazy. Don't run. No. Nobody gives up primetime, they said. You know, it's one of those little things, which is probably true.
Nobody gives up primetime, though, for being president?
For running against 20 some odd people, you know. It turned out to be 18 professional people, you know, mostly politicians. They said, who would do this? I mean, it's a long shot. Actually, the heads of NBC came over, Paul Telegny, all the top people came over to see me, try and talk me out of it, because they wanted to have me extend. The Apprentice was doing well. So it was 14 seasons. It was 12 years. We had 2 seasons where we had a double, which rarely happens. It was just a hot show. And I said, you know, I want to do this. What happened is previously, like 3 years, 4 years before that, they did a poll. They had Mitt Romney, and somehow they put me in a poll, and I blew everybody away. I blew him away, which isn't that hard, frankly, but I blew everybody away, and I said, that's interesting, because I never really gave it that much real thought. I thought about it, but never real thought, but I saw these polls were very good. And so I was thinking about doing it then, but I had a contract with The Apprentice, plus I was building 2 big buildings at the time, and I wanted to make sure they got finished up properly, and it was one of those things. The kids were just sort of getting involved. They're very capable kids, but they were getting involved early on. So I did that. I got them done. I had some very good successes, and I came on, and then I thought about it for the next one after the Romney disaster, and I ran and I won against Hillary. It was quite an experience, but it was a different life, because you're right, The View, I was on The View many, many times, and they loved me.
Just the way people would talk. I mean, even if people had criticisms about you, people that didn't like you, there was always feuds and stuff like that. But the reality was, the thing turned on you when they found out that you were going to be president. It was very coordinated. And some people are catching on to that now. There's a lot of people that were longtime Democrats, like Elon and Bill Ackman and all these different, very intelligent people.
And they support me. Bill Ackman
supports
me. He's
yes.
very supportive too.
This is what I wanted to ask you. What was it like when you actually got in? Because nobody really can prepare you for that. When you're running for president, you don't really know what it's going to be like when you actually get into office. What did you think it was going to be like?
In office or when I decided to run?
So no, when you got in.
When I was in. So when I was in and won and was in the White House, essentially. Yes. Well, first of all, it was very surreal. It's very interesting. When I got shot, it wasn't surreal. That should have been surreal. When I was laying on the ground, I knew exactly what was going on. I knew exactly where I was hit. They were saying you were hit all over the place because there was so much blood from the ear. You would know that better than anyone. When they get the ear torn up.
Ears bleed a lot, yeah.
They bleed. Anyway, so, and I was thinking the other day, when that happened, I really knew where I was. I knew exactly what happened. I said I wasn't hit anywhere else. With the presidency, it was a very surreal experience, okay?
Like, what's day one like? You win,
yeah.
You get inaugurated, holy shit, I'm the president.
Yeah, that's what happened. So I'm driving down Pennsylvania Avenue. I just built a building on Pennsylvania, the hotel, the old post office, it was, we called it Trump National Hotel. And we sold it to the Waldorf Astoria. And it was a wonderful thing, but I'm driving down, I'm passing the hotel. You've never seen so many motorcycles, police, military. It was a major thing. I got off, really the first time I used Air Force One, landed, and we're coming down, and it was very beautiful. I mean, it was incredible. And we're going down Pennsylvania Avenue in the opposite direction. Normally you're used to going one way, and all of a sudden you're going the other way. The street was loaded up, and I wanted to go out, and I wanted to wave to everybody, but that wasn't smart. The kid's a little bit dangerous, right? I mean, when you watch like Kennedy and some others, right? But I really felt, I don't know, the love was so crazy. And so I did get out of the car for a brief, just for a very short walk. I thought it was very important to do. And Melania got out with a beautiful dress on that became sort of a staple. It was, people loved it. And Barron, and we're walking down the street. But we're really got amazing. We get to the White House, and now it's a little bit before dark, beautiful. And we went up to the president's quarters. They call them the presidential quarters. And I'm standing in this beautiful hallway. It's funny, nobody ever talks about the White House as being beautiful inside. You think it's going to be, everything's going to be all metal doors and stuff. It's not. It's so beautiful. I made my money largely on luxury. The hallway is like 25 feet wide. The ceiling heights are, it's so beautiful. But I was standing there, and I said to the guys, I want to see the Lincoln bedroom. I had never seen the Lincoln bedroom. I'd heard about the Lincoln bedroom. And I was standing with my wife. I said, do you believe it? This is the Lincoln bedroom. I mean, it was like, it was amazing. Because it's, look, if you love the country, but here you are, the Lincoln bedroom. And the bed, he was very tall. He was 6'6", which then would be like Barron.
Right.
Would be like Barron Trump. He's 6'9", but 6'6". He was very tall. Then on top of that,
there it is.
He wore that. Yeah, there it is. It's a long bed, elongated bed, and because people were shorter than you see some of the chairs are very, very low to the ground actually, but he had the long bed, and they had you had the Gettysburg Address right on that, right under that. You can't see it here, but right there, the original version of the Gettysburg Address. And this is the original, and I'm looking, and I just looked around. I said, do you believe this? Because I was never a politician. First of all, even if you were a politician, but I was never a politician. I sort of just started, right? And all of a sudden, I'm standing in the White House. And it was very, very surreal. That room was so beautiful to me, much more beautiful than it actually is. To me, when I looked at the bed, and the bed you could see was a little bit longer, had to be a little bit longer. He lost his son. and they suffered, the two of them suffered from melancholia. They didn't call it depression. They called it melancholia, and they suffered from it. He was a very depressed guy, and she was a very depressed woman, more so than him. And on top of that, they lost their son. His name was Ted. And it was just seeing it in a little picture, a little tiny picture. I mean, you can't see the details there. Little tiny, everything the way it was, a little tiny picture of Tad, who he lost, and it was devastating. And he was, look, he was in a war. He was having a hard time because he couldn't beat Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee won like 13 battles in a row. And he was getting like a phobia, like a fighter, not about the fight stuff, but like I went to a UFC fight, and it was a champion who was 14-1 about a year ago. You would know the names. 14-1, and the only guy he lost to was this one guy, but the guy that he was fighting was like almost just an average fighter. He lost numerous times, but he beat this one guy. So I said, okay.
I really don't know who you're talking about.
I will figure it out.
Okay.
But about a year ago. But the point is that he lost. He wasn't nearly the fighter. But the one who was not nearly the fighter had beaten. He's the only guy that beat the champ, like 5 years before. And I said, I'll take the guy that won the other fight. And that's what happened. I beat him a second time.
Sometimes
Lincoln,
psychological advantage.
Yeah, well, it's this crazy thing. Lincoln had I don't know, I've never read this. I heard it from people in the White House who really understand what was going on with the whole life of the White House. But Lincoln had the yips about, in a way, as the golfers would say. He had a phobia about Robert E. Lee. He said, I can't beat Robert, because Robert E. Lee won many battles in a row. He was just beating the hell out of him. They tried to get Robert E. Lee to be on the North, but he said, no, I have to be with my state. The state was his whole thing, and he went to the South. And he was, I've had generals tell me, we have some great generals, the real generals, not the ones you see on television, the ones that beat ISIS with me. We defeated ISIS in record time. We were supposed to take years, and we did it in a matter of weeks. These are great generals. These are tough guys. These are not woke guys. But their favorite general, in terms of genius, was Robert E. Lee.
In terms of strategy?
Strategically. He took a war that should have been over in a few days, and it was, years of hell, a vicious war. And so here I am standing there, and again, I had never really done this before. I ran a number of months before I won. I probably, I guess if you figured max it out, it would be a year, something like that. So I had never run for office. And I did well. I mean, I went into debates. We had 18 people, including me, and then slowly but surely they started to disappear. We had debates, good debates.
Everyone's aware of all this stuff. What I want to get to is, what was the experience once you got inside?
It was just
what did you think it was going to be like in terms of, your ability to govern?
Yeah.
This is your first experience governing anything. You've never been a governor. You've never been a mayor.
Private stuff.
Business.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden you're inside the White House.
The biggest thing was just the first moment of being in this hallowed, it was really a hallowed place to me. It was surreal. It was beyond. To me, that was the experience. It was a surreal experience. And then, with time, that wears off. With time, it becomes a place where you stay.
Right.
I was doing a lot of. I had two things that I really focused on: governing the country and survival. Because from the moment I won, before I got to office, all of a sudden, they came down. Nobody has ever been treated that way. And you see that when you see where in the Washington Post very early on they said, well, now the impeachment stuff starts. And it did. It literally started from the beginning. So I had survival and run the nation. I had a combination. Most people don't have the survival. They get in.
What did you expect, though, in terms of, once you got inside, you had to appoint all these people?
Yeah.
how many appointments did you have to make?
Well, you have actually 10,000 appointments. Now, they're different. You have big ones, and then they appoint 100 people and 200 people. But the president really is involved with approximately 10,000 appointments. So you'll appoint a Secretary of State, and he or she will appoint a lot of people. So it's a lot. But in terms of major ones, you probably have like 100, but they're big ones. Treasury, state, military.
And how did you know who to appoint?
Well, I didn't. I had no experience. You have to understand. Sure.
So
I was there 17 times in Washington, and I never stayed over. According to the press, which I think is probably right, over the years, I was only there 17 times. I never stayed over. So now I'm sitting there, I'm saying, this place is gorgeous, but, you know, I don't know anybody. It's like you know, you go to certain areas, and other areas, they may be great. Washington was great. Washington's not so great right now. We got to fix it. We got to make it better. A very dangerous place, very badly maintained place. We're going to make it great. We're going to make it better. We're going to bring it back. But I wasn't a Washington guy. I was a New York guy. I was a New York builder, and I built buildings in New York, and I knew that whole world, but I didn't know the Washington world too well. And all of a sudden, you're supposed to be appointing top people. So,
what did you think it was going to be like? Versus, like, did you have any ideas of what it was going to be like, and what was different?
Well, I was always involved in politics, but usually from the standpoint of a donor. I was a donor. You know, I was a big donor. I gave money to politicians. I enjoyed politics.
Mostly Democrats, right?
Both, really, pretty much both. I actually pictures of Ronald Reagan and me when I was very young.
You were a Democrat until, like, what year?
I was a Democrat. I could get you the exact, but the early 90s, I switched over eventually. Actually, they had a reform party. I was thinking about doing that for a little while, but then fortunately I didn't, because it's very hard. You know, it's a two-party system. And anytime you hear third party, I know you like RFK Jr., and so do I. He's a fantastic guy.
I do, but I thought that being an independent was nonsense.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work, because even if you do great, you're not going to get Congress. In other words, you need now to say, okay, now I'll get half of Congress. They're never going to vote for you. So even if you got there, which is very hard, and I know how you feel about Bobby, and I feel the same way, and he's now with us. But it doesn't. It's pure and simple. It's a two-party system.
Right.
And somebody, I won't mention his name, but somebody spent $250 million trying to get the nomination as a Reform Party candidate or whatever, and they got just nowhere. You get eaten. You just get eaten. The system eats you alive.
Right.
So, so it was really somebody that not only was new to Washington, but was new to politics. So, in the office of the presidency, over the years, all those presidents, you've had 92% were politicians, and 8% were generals. General Eisenhower, General Washington, right? General George Washington. You had generals. So it's 8% no admirals, 8% generals, and 92% politicians. You know, the politicians in New York. So they never had a business guy, or they never had a guy that wasn't elected to an office. They were all like Ronald Reagan was he was a movie actor, and then but he became the governor of California for, I think, 2 terms, and then he ran. So you never had a thing like this. But in terms of me, and sometimes I'd use it as an excuse, and I don't like having excuses actually, but I'd use it as an excuse. I had to rely on people that I respected or liked, but that I didn't know that well, because I didn't know them that well. Some of those people I campaigned against, because, you know, when you have 18 people, we had mostly politicians running in the election, you know, running in the primaries. And they got knocked out one by one, but I got to like some of them I didn't like at all. I don't like them now. And I'd rely on them, and I'd rely on other people. So all of a sudden, people would come in, I'd like to recommend so-and-so to be Secretary of State, and I'd have 3-4 people recommend. One thing I can tell you, everybody wants the position.
Of course.
No, but sometimes I'll hear, a lot of people don't want to work with Trump because Trump is tough to work with, etc. Let me tell you. Everybody wants to be any one of these positions. They die for it.
Of course.
Now, they don't want to be known. I mean, there's a particular guy in New York, very big, very successful, very strong, very political, although he's not a politician. He'd give anything to be Secretary of State, but if they ask him, no, I don't think I would do it. But in the meantime, begging for it, okay, begging. They all,
I believe you.
Everybody wants it.
But what I wanted to get
by the way,
to,
no matter what you do, but it's very dangerous to pick somebody outside of a politician, because a politician's been basically vetted for years.
Right.
You pick a business guy, and they've never been vetted at all, and they're, you know, the head of a big company or something, but they've never been vetted. You know nothing about his personal life. You know nothing about where he's been. When you put him in, it's a little bit dangerous because all of a sudden they get checked up and you hear things that you say, wow, this is not going to work out too well. So it's very dangerous. Picking people that are outside of politics is somewhat dangerous.
So you're kind of stuck in a position where you have to pick established people. And then the problem with established people is established people are already indoctrinated into the system.
And they're stiffs in many cases.
Stiffs.
They're survivors. I find that, you know...
What do you mean by stiffs? When you say stiffs?
A stiff, they don't have nothing. They have nothing. Or they're smart and survive. One little thing. So there was a congressman years before I ran, and I was very close to him. And I needed a license on something, and he was very important in getting a license. But it was a little bit controversial, the license, this particular thing that was being licensed. But I was close to this guy and helped him and everything else. And I went to him, I said, I'd like to have your help. And he said, let me take a look at it. I said, ooh, that's not too good, but I really hope you're going to help. And anyway, he tapped me along for a long period of time and ultimately didn't do it. And I said, you are a stiff. You could have done this thing so easy, etc. But it was controversial. He was in Congress for many years, like 28 years. And you know, there's a reason when somebody's there for 28 years, you've got to be so smart.
Right.
You know, you have all the scandals. And I realized he was a survivor.
And so they never do anything controversial. They never take any chances or speak their opinion. It's outside of the... Yeah.
And yet, I don't disrespect him for it. So I actually respected the guy more in a way. Because
he did survive.
You know what? He's been there like for 28 years, and he made it through. A lot of people don't make it through.
It's a good way for non-exceptional people to survive.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it certainly is.
So you're in there. You have 10,000 appointments you have to make. Like, so you're getting advice from people. And at what point in time, did you have a moment in time where you realized, like, these are bad choices? Like, some of these people I shouldn't have had in there.
Oh, yeah. I think, so the one question that you'll ask me, that I think you'll ask me, that people seem to ask, and I always come up with the same answer. The one mistake, because I had a lot of success. Great economy, great everything. Everything was great. The military, we rebuilt it, biggest tax cuts in history, all this stuff. We had a great presidency. 3 Supreme Court justices. Most people get none. You know, you pick them young. This way they're there for 50 years, right? So, you know, even if a president is there for 8 years, oftentimes they never have a chance. I had 3. It was sort of the luck of the draw. But I will say that it always comes back to the same answer. The biggest mistake I made was I picked some people. I picked some great people, yeah, but you don't think about that. I picked some people that I shouldn't have picked. I picked a few people that I shouldn't have picked. And
neocons?
Yeah, neocons, or bad people, or disloyal people, or
people that were just
people
bad,
that weren't.
People bad advice.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're reading about him a little bit today. A guy like Kelly, who's a bully, but a weak person. You know more about bullies than anybody probably around because you deal in a certain sport where the bullies are exposed very quickly.
Yeah.
But you know, he's bad. Bolton was an idiot, but he was great for me because I'd go in with a guy like a John Bolton. You know John Bolton. A friend of mine called me up. I was picking Bolton, and he's a very smart guy. His name's Phil Ruffin. He's a very rich guy from Las Vegas. He's a great card player. He doesn't play cards, but he's a great player. You know, he's just a natural. Got poker sense, right? You know, good old poker sense. And Phil Ruffin is a very, very wise kind of a guy, and one of the richest people around, and has great success and understands people. So it was I was picking Bolton, or I picked Bolton, and told him, he said, don't pick him. Why? He's a bad guy. Now, he wasn't in politics, he was in various businesses. He said, he's a bad guy. He's just, it always works out bad with that guy. I said, oh, man, I wish you told me this 2 weeks ago. I already hired him. You know, he's here. And he was right, but he was good in a certain way. He's a nut job. And every time I had to deal with a country, when they saw this whack job standing behind me, they said, oh, man, Trump's going to go to war with us. He was with Bush when they went stupidly into the Middle East. He should have never done it. I used to say it as a civilian. So I always got more publicity than other people. And it wasn't like I was trying. In fact, I don't know exactly why. Maybe you can tell me why.
Oh, I could definitely tell you. You said a lot of wild shit.
Maybe.
You said a lot of wild shit, and then CNN, in all their brilliance, by highlighting your wild shit, made you much more popular.
Yeah.
And they boosted you in the polls because people were tired of someone talking in this bullshit, pre-prepared politician lingo. And even if they didn't agree with you, they at least knew whoever that guy is, that's him. That's really him. When you see certain people talk, certain people in the public eye, you don't know who they are. You have no idea who they are. It's very difficult. You see them in conversations. They have these pre-planned answers. They say everything. It's very rehearsed. You never get to the meat of it. One of the beautiful things about you is that you freeball. Like, you get out and you do these huge events and you're just talking and you're making. We've highlighted you on the show many times when you did this Biden impression where he's walking around, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's funny. It's stand up. It's funny stuff. But it's like and you're making fun of Elon one time. You're doing an Elon impression. It's great. You have like comedic instincts. Like when you said to Hillary, you'd be in jail. Like, that's great timing. But it's like that kind of stuff was unheard of as a politician. Like, no one had done that. And I think...
You know, it's funny. You need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business. This is a very dangerous business, first of all. It's a very tough business.
It's the most dangerous business.
It's the most, well, for a job?
Yes. I mean, other than going to war and being a firefighter or being a cop, it's the most dangerous business.
It's the most dangerous. Being president is the most dangerous.
Especially you. I mean, you haven't even got to the election. There's been 2 assassination attempts. And they brushed those out of the news like it was nothing.
Yeah, they'd rather not talk about them.
Imagine if there was assassination attempts on Biden, how hard people would be attacking the right. How they would be trying to get guns taken away from people. They would try to ramp up gun laws. They would try to figure out some way to blame you. If there was attacks on, if Biden got shot in the ear, we would have never heard the end of it.
But I think he's in good shape because it's only consequential presidents. If you take a look at what's happened, look, I'm for having countries pay us billions and billions and trillions even dollars. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. Nobody took in 10 cents, not one other president. I do things that make it, that don't necessarily make me so popular. I just do what's right. And when you do that, you're more, look at Iran. We would have never had the attack on Israel at all. Iran was broke. I told China, if you buy, you can't do business in the United States under any circumstances. We're going to go cold turkey with China. Some people think that would have been a good idea anyway. But if you buy any oil, 1 barrel of oil from them, you're not doing business. And I said that to many countries. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money. But I make myself, I understand what I'm doing. You make yourself a target. And it's a very dangerous business. But if you just look at statistically, so I saw a thing, I don't know if it's right, but 1/10 of 1% for a race car driver. Yeah, it's a pretty dangerous business, right?
Yeah.
1/10 of 1% for a bull rider. I tell you, to me, these guys that ride the bulls is worse than UFC. It's worse.
Yeah.
These guys, you see these big monster bulls, and you see it in slow motion where the foot is like, an inch away from the head. If it hits him, the guy's gone. But they die. They die.
So 1/10 of 1% die. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 1/10 of 1% die.
Right.
And they certainly get hurt badly. Really, they can't walk after a certain period of time. But with the president, if you look at
the amount of assassination attempts
and attempts too, and attempts. No, it's a very dangerous position. I never thought of that, by the way, when I did it. You don't tend to.
Did you just assume because people loved you on The Apprentice, they were going to love you as a president?
I figured it would be so easy. It's
well,
very
it probably
interesting.
would have been if the media didn't attack you the way they did. If they didn't conflate you with Hitler. I mean, even today, like Kamala was talking about you and Hitler. They're going to take what you said about Robert E. Lee. Oh, Donald Trump wishes the South won.
That's right. He loves Robert.
They love to take things out of context and distort things.
But they don't even have to take them out. They make them up entirely. But
they do that too.
But it's interesting when you mentioned the I was very popular, and all those people love me. I mean, some of these women they're so stupid, and the joy. Every time she'd see me, like I'd be in the theater or something. You have to be on the show again. Come on, let's go.
She loved you.
She loved Whoopney.
That episode where,
By the way,
people should watch that episode just to see what we're talking about. Like I said, we don't want to get a copyright strike, so we're not going to put it up. But if you watch the episode, it's bananas. It's like an alternative universe, and it's only 9 years ago.
Whoopi
loved you. Gives you a hug and a kiss.
And how about that other one, the new one on there, the one from my administration? She writes me a letter, "You're the greatest president." She leaves. You know, she worked as like an assistant press secretary. I hardly knew her. But she leaves and she writes me this gorgeous letter. What's her name? She was, I don't even know, you know, anyway, she was in the administration. She's on now currently. Sits in the far right-hand side, whatever the hell it is. And she writes another most beautiful letter. She's quoted in the paper. He's a consequential, he's the greatest president, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden she goes to the View. She started hitting the hell out of me because they won't hire us. I've had many people go on CNN and they call and say, I don't know what to do, but they want to pay me a lot, but I have to be negative. And I said, be negative. There are guys on like CNN, they won't hire me. Sean Duffy is a congressman, and he retired. He got a good job with CNN, but he was only positive about Trump. So they kept him, but they would never put him on. I mean, I respect what he did. He could have gone, negative. I tell people, go negative. Let my friends make the money. Well, it's just so crooked. The press is so crooked.
It's crooked, but it's also they're diminishing themselves. They're killing all their credibility, and it's opening up the credibility to new media. It's opening up the credibility to independent media. All these.
The worst I've ever seen now, and I've seen the worst. I mean, I've been a part of it. I've seen the worst. Kamala goes on 60 Minutes, gave an answer that a child wouldn't give. It was so bad. And 60 Minutes took the answer out. They took the whole, and they put another answer in.
They edited it deceptively.
Which didn't make sense either, but it was better. They took the, well, it wasn't editing. It was fraud. This was not editing. Editing is where I'll give an answer and they'll take a couple of words and change them around, or they might even take a sentence or two off, which is very bad. But that's sort of bad. I'd give an answer which was a very good answer. I always talk about, I like to give along the weave. I like to.
You like to weave things in.
But when you do the weaves, and you have to be very smart to do weaves. When you do the weave, look at this. Just in this one thing, we're talking about little pieces all over here, but it always ends up. No, it comes back home. For the right people, for the wrong people, it doesn't come back home, and they end up in the wilderness, right? but they can take my answer, and they may take a little piece of it out or something, and they use the term, "Yes, we want to save time." Well, it's all right, but I've never heard. I think it's the biggest scandal in broadcast history, what happened to CBS. So you have CBS 60 Minutes. It's a news program. It's not an entertainment program. It's under their news. It's the head of their news thing. She gives an answer that shows that she's essentially incompetent. And they took the answer. Could you imagine them doing that?
We can show it if you want people to see it. Can we show it? No?
Sure.
We'll get in trouble. We'll get copyright strike. Okay. Listen, anyone can find it. But it's drastic. But what was interesting was the other full version was available initially. It was like a preview.
Then somebody made a big mistake.
Somebody put that preview out
there. Some kid put the preview out.
Exactly.
And then the bosses did this or that. And then all of a sudden they said, we got a problem.
Exactly. And then
they got caught by mistake.
Well,
but don't you think that's a bit, to me, and don't forget, this is election interference and fraud. And it's 60 Minutes. It's their news division. So
it's a big deal.
They give those licenses out, Joe, for free. They should pay a fortune. They're worth a fortune. They give them out for free because they're using the public airwaves. With cable, you don't have that. Cable's different. But, it's just a different deal. But with the networks, they give those licenses. They're worth billions of dollars. They give them out free, but you have to be honest and all. That was bad. I think that David Muir and that woman that was aside, I never even heard of her, but they kept interrupting me. It was like, I said, how many people am I debating here? I got this one and I got you two. But he went after me 11 different times. It's interesting. I always thought he was a nice guy, but he's just like the rest of them,
Well, that's his job, unfortunately, and I'm sure
but not when
what
they're
they
wrong.
want. You're right. Well, the problem was they fact-checked you and they didn't fact-check her. And
Not
one of
at
the most
all.
egregious examples of that was when she said that there are no troops right now deployed in war zones.
Yeah.
There's a very famous viral video that went online of troops in a war zone saying, well, what the fuck are we then? Because there's thousands of them. Dan Crenshaw, the congressman, posted on his Instagram all of the various examples of troops that are deployed, thousands and thousands of troops that are currently deployed.
Stupidly deployed.
But the point is, if this is going to be an actual real debate and not a propaganda exercise, if it's going to be a real debate, you have to fact check everybody.
So
Like if someone says maybe she
to...
thought there was snow, which is also a problem. So it's one of two things. It's either it was not true, it was a lie on purpose, which is terrible, or it was the opposite. It was ignorance, which is also terrible.
Well, Joe, when I said crime is soaring, he said, no, crime has gone down. I said, where did he hear that one? Crime has gone down. I mean, I'm debating with this guy, but I've had that.
Well, there was amended FBI statistics that came out after that showed that crime had gone up substantially.
And by the way, the statistics were a fraud, because when they put out the statistics, they didn't include some of the worst places. They didn't include some of the worst cities, some of the most deadly places. But when the real numbers came out, I turned out to be right. But I haven't.
You turned out to be right, but then there's another problem. Unreported crime is way up because people have lost. Look, the morale that the police department has in a lot of these cities where they've done this defund the police bullshit.
Right.
The morale of these poor cops, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest idea of all time.
So
but what they've done is they've made these cops feel terrible. They're like good cops. I think cops are just like everybody else. Most of them are great. It's like everybody else. But if you run into one carpenter and he does a shitty job in your house, you say, carpenters fucking suck. But they don't suck. Most of them are great. And that's the key thing with cops. But the point is, like, they did all of these things in this very foolish way.
Right.
And these cops are suffering the consequences of it. And so subsequently what happens is a lot of crime is unreported. A lot of crime, like, you call the cops, they're too busy, they can't even get to you. Oh, your house got broken into? Sorry. You know, it doesn't even make a report. There's a lot of people that they just give up.
It's so sad what's happened. And I'll tell you what, I go to police funerals, and we went to one in Long Island. I visited the family in Long Island, a very big deal. It's so dangerous. People don't realize. The car, dark windows, pull over. He's a gentleman. Please pull over. Door opens, guy comes out firing. Even if they were allowed to pull out their gun, which they're not, they can't, pull
do
out
it in time. Yeah,
they still wouldn't have time.
It's every cop's worst nightmare.
They opened a door, and he was killed, and his partner was hurt. He was killed, and you don't even have an eighth of a second to think, and it is such a dangerous job. That in particular, think of it. You go up to a car, you don't know who's sitting there with a gun, and if they have a gun, you really don't have a chance. You're not allowed to have your gun out, by the way. They have very strict rules. So, number one, but even if you could have your gun out, the door opens and bullets start firing out, and especially where they have the dark windows, where they have the darkened windows. It is such a dangerous profession, and it's very hard to get cops now because they're not given any backup. And you're right. They have like an eighth of a second to make a decision that's going to change their life. If they make the wrong decision, they're going to end up on the front page of every newspaper in the country, and they're going to lose their house and their pension and their job, and their wife is going to be gone, and everything's going to be gone.
And here's another thing that people don't talk about. How many of them have PTSD? Probably most of them.
Yeah,
these guys are seeing people shot all the time.
Yep.
I've talked to a ton of cops about it, and a lot of cops commit suicide. A lot of cops are deeply depressed. But
we have to give them back their dignity. We just have to give them back. You said it so good. You never hear anybody say that. You're never going to have it perfect. You're going to have a bad apple.
In everything, in every profession.
But every time there's a bad apple, that gets massive publicity, and it taints everybody else.
But it's also this very irresponsible thing where people say, defund the police, get rid of the police. Even Kamala Harris was a part of that. That it's a very stupid way to look at it. What you should do is fund the police. You should have better training. You should have cops that feel more appreciated. You should have something that helps mitigate this PTSD that all of them suffer through.
Right. She was a big part of defund the police. That was a big thing for her. Defund the police. Always defund the police.
Well, it's a political idea,
but
right?
Anybody with that political thought, I don't think should be running for president. And I think people are getting wise to it. We're doing pretty well. Now, I don't know, maybe in a week from now, say, sorry about that, I was wrong, but we're leading everything. And I think we're going to have a very good election. But I tell people, because people are starting to get to know her. But she was to fund the police. She was all these transgender operations. You know, if you wanted a sex change and you were in detention and you demanded a sex change, they would give you a sex change.
Well, the wildest one is this idea of giving free sex change to illegal immigrants.
That's right. In detention.
That is the wildest.
But she was.
Is that the biggest problem you have?
Yeah.
You just walked here from Guatemala. You need to become a girl.
But she was in favor.
Yes.
So think of it. She was. Now she changed. She changed 15 policies. In fact, I'm going to send her a MAGA cap.
She stole your idea about no tax for tips.
I came up with this idea. That honestly, nobody. Now it took her 2 months, but you know what? All of a sudden,
It caught fire.
and she just put it into a little speech.
Yeah,
Well,
it became
but
popular.
I think we still have that issue. I think that issue is a good one for us. But no, we have a lot of good issues. You know, we had the other day. Think of how simple some of these things are. We're trying to get cars built in the United States. Detroit has been really tough. It's been a disaster. They have a huge factory, a huge car auto plant being built by China in Mexico, make cars, sell them in the United States, put everybody out of business. Right, here we go again. I said, if that plant is there when I'm president, I will put 100 or 200% tariffs on every car. They'll be unsaleable in the United States. And they just announced they're not going to build the plant because they think I'm going to win. Think of it. They're not going to build the plant. This was the biggest plant in the world. It would have more than all of Michigan makes. So that's how big. You know, this is what we're getting to. And I said, if that plan goes up, I want them to understand if I win, I'm going to tax those cars at the rate of 100 or 200% apiece so that you won't be able to sell them in the United States. They just announced they're not going to build the plant.
Yeah, I read this.
I did a big favor for our country by doing that. And I'm not even there yet. To me, the most beautiful word, and I've said this for the last couple of weeks, in the dictionary today, is the word tariff. It's more beautiful than love. It's more beautiful than anything. It's the most beautiful word. This country can become rich with the proper use of tariffs.
Did you just float out the idea of getting rid of income taxes and replacing it with tariffs?
Well, okay.
Were you serious about that?
Yeah, sure. But why not? Because ready? Our country was the richest relatively in the 1880s and 1890s. A president who was assassinated named McKinley. He was the tariff king. He spoke beautifully of tariffs. His language was very beautiful. We will not allow the enemy to come in and take our jobs and take our factories and take our workers and take our families unless they pay a big price. And the big price is tariffs. And he'd speak like that, but he was right. And then around in the early 1900s, they switched over stupidly to, frankly, an income tax. And you know why? Because countries were putting a lot of pressure on America. We don't want to pay tariffs. Please don't. You know, believe me, they control our politicians. If you look at the kind of numbers that these guys make, then and now. But we had a commission meeting in I think it was 1887. Think of this problem. We were so rich. We had so much money. We didn't know what to do, so they set up a blue ribbon commission on tariffs. And the sole purpose is what to do with all the money we had. We were so rich because we were taxing other people for coming in and taking our jobs. And China does it. That's what China did. If you want to open a factory and sell cars, if you build a factory here or have a factory, they don't take our cars. They wouldn't take our cars. But if you build a plant in China, you can do that. Elon did that. By the way, Elon is great. That guy is such a great guy. I think you're a fan of Elon. He is from a different planet. He's the greatest guy. That rocket coming in.
Yeah.
I told the story once or twice, so you may have heard it because these speeches have been good. Did you see the one last night?
Yeah.
29,000 people. That was it.
Yeah.
And the one the night before was the same thing. We are rocking and rolling. But Elon, and I'm talking to this very important guy. I said, wait a minute, I'm looking at something. The television's unmuted, right? And I see this rocket. It's all brown from the heat. You know, it's 10,000 degrees pouring down at thousands of miles an hour. And I see this thing. You know, it's like a 20-story building.
And it catches.
And I say to this guy, he's an important guy. Wait a minute. Let me just put you down. Hold on. I got to see this. And I see this, and it's going to crash. I said, it's going to crash into the gantry. They call it a gantry. I said, oh man, that's going to be a disaster because it's starting to get very close. And then all of a sudden you see the flames and about a roar, and it boom, and then you see the two arms grab it.
Crazy.
And I forgot the guy. I had him on the phone. I forgot. No, I said, to the hell with it. No, I called Elon. I said, was that you? He said, that was me. And I said, who else can do that? He said, nobody. Russia can't do it. The United States. Nobody can do it. You know, I set up Space Force. That was me. And that's the first time in 82 years that we opened another branch since the Air Force. And that's going to be one of our most important things. But think of what Elon does. And he did one other thing that I never heard of it. It's Starlink. I went down to North Carolina, Georgia, the different places. Right there, I followed it right down. And they had no communication. The poles were all knocked down, everything. And one of the guys in North Carolina said, could you do me a favor? Do you know Elon Musk? Yes. He endorsed me. By the way, he gave me the nicest endorsement, too. The toughest. He said, the country's going to fail. You should do the same thing, Joe, because you cannot be voting for Kamala. Kamala, you're not a Kamala person. I know you. I've watched you. I know him better than he does. You know what? Without speaking to you, I think I know you maybe almost as well as your wife. I have watched you for so many years. You're not a Kamala person. You're a Khabib person, but you're not a Kamala person. No, nobody's going to know who Khabib is, but
they know.
He was not bad, right? That guy.
Oh, he was phenomenal.
But that's your kind of
Your
person.
weave is getting wide. We're
No,
getting
no,
wide with
my
this
weave.
weave.
But isn't it
I want to
much
bring it
better?
back to tariffs.
But wait, one second before we finish with tariffs. So they said, could you get him? We need Starlink. And I called Elon. He got it for him so fast, saved so many lives. And I said, how was it? They said, better than the wires. You know, they couldn't put them in. They were all gone. So
I used it recently in Utah in the mountains.
Did you find it good?
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's the size of an iPad. You just set it down on the ground, you get high-speed internet. It's incredible.
We're spending, just to show you, we're spending $1 trillion to get cables all over the country, right? Up to upstate areas where you have like 2 farms and they're spending millions of dollars to have
Well, talk about the
Elon can do it for
$42
nothing.
billion that was wasted on this internet access program. The United States, they didn't get anybody.
They haven't
access
hooked
to
up.
internet.
They haven't hooked up one person.
Not
yet.
one person. They spent $42 billion. They could have gotten Starlinks to everybody with that kind of money.
For almost nothing.
Yeah.
For a monthly charge.
And it would have been incredible.
And
it's
he
high-speed
wanted to-
internet everywhere you want to go.
And he wanted to do that.
And he wanted to do it.
How about this? They built the charger stations, right? In the Midwest. They built 8 of them. They cost $9 billion. That's like a gas pump, right? They built 9 gas pumps, except electricity comes out. They spent $9 billion. 3 of them don't work. The whole thing. There's so much waste. I could sit here and tell you about things that there's so much waste, abuse, and fraud.
I'm sure. I mean, I think everybody's aware of that.
Let's get back to tariffs.
When you're talking about, one of the criticisms of your administration was with tax cuts and with tariffs, you increased the deficit. So what was the strategy behind that? And did you think it was going to increase the deficit by a substantial amount?
Okay, we were ready to rock. It was all, I had a bad system. We had a horrible tax policy. I made it great with a much lower tax rate. So I took it from almost 40% down to 21%. Now I'm bringing it from 21 down to 15, but only if you make your product in the United States, which is great. People call me this, said, what a great idea. Nobody ever heard of that before. I don't care if they make the product in Japan. Why should I give up? So it's at 21. That, at 21, in the first year, we took in much more revenue than we did at almost 40. Think of that. It inspired. Now, we had other things, too. We were able to get people to bring back their money. You couldn't bring back your money. If you had money in Europe, like Apple. Apple had many billions of dollars outside. They couldn't bring it. There was no way to bring it back in. The bureaucracy, the documents, the whole thing, and also the tax was too high. They wanted like half of it or something. Nobody's going to do that. So they leave their money in Japan and they spend their money there. That was part of what I did. The money came pouring back in. Apple took in hundreds of billions of dollars. They brought it back from overseas. They brought it in.
So how does the deficit increase because of that?
So what happened is this. We were ready to rock and roll, and then we had the COVID thing, and we had to focus on that. And if we didn't give some businesses a hand, you would have had a depression like in 1929. but we were ready to start. We would have very shortly been paying off debt. You know, we have $35 trillion in debt. And I'll never forget it. It was talking about from, the standpoint of being in office. I'm in the Oval Office, and I have John McLaughlin and Fabrizio, the two very good pollsters, probably, I don't know, I would say the two best, who knows, but very good pollsters. And we're starting to think about running for a second term. And we had the greatest economy in history. Never has there been an economy like
And you attribute that to lowering taxes
a lot
and
of
tariffs.
Two things. And also I cut regulations more than anybody else. And if I asked many of the businessmen, from the big companies, the guys running the big companies, I'd say, so if you had your choice, you've had it now for a long time, what's more important to you, the tax cuts, you paid less tax, or the regulation cuts? Every one of them said the regulation cuts meant more. Who would think that, right? Because you don't equate it to dollars, but it actually is more dollars. We had it going, and then we just had to focus on something else. But they were sitting there, these two pollsters were sitting there, and they said, sir, if George Washington came back and Abraham Lincoln was his VP, as opposed to Waltz, how bad is he, by the way? But if Abraham Lincoln was his VP, they couldn't beat you. You have a... And I'll never forget it. The following day, they said, something's happening in China, sir. Could we meet? I said, what's happening? People are dying. And it was all around the Wuhan lab, by the way. There are pictures with little lines, the body bags, all around the Wuhan lab. And I always said that from the beginning, Joe. It was, they tried to say, first they said it was France, and they blamed everybody.
Right.
But then they say it was bats from a cave 2,000 miles away. So we got hit with that, and despite that, we had the best economy. And when I gave it over, the stock market was higher than it was pre-COVID. I mean, nobody could even believe it. But we saved it, and we were helping businesses. They were dying. They were
So
dying.
it's your belief that if you had a second term, given the policies in place, the way the economy was booming, that you would have been able to pay off a lot of the debt. And that was the strategy.
If we didn't have COVID, we would have been paying off debt, and we would have had, and don't forget, by growth, the word growth is actually more important in a way, because you could have the same debt, but if you doubled your growth, all of a sudden you're under levered. But still, we should pay off debt. If you viewed this $35 trillion right now, it's a lot. But if you look at the asset value, if you look at it purely as an asset value, we have oil underground, we have water, we have mountains, the assets are so enormous. But regardless of that, we've got $35 trillion in debt, we should pay it off. And we would have started paying off debt and probably even given further tax reductions. I want to get it down to 15%. We're going to do more business, but when you get hit with a COVID, everything stops, and you have to keep these businesses alive. The businesses were dying. They were just dying. This whole place, this country was going to die.
Are there influences outside of environmental that keep people from wanting to drill for oil and frack and do those sort of things, outside of the environmental concerns, which are legitimate, of course? But are there other influences that maybe over-accentuate or over-exaggerate these environmental effects? Are people being influenced in a way where they're trying to keep us from producing American oil?
Yeah. So the environmental is the biggest tool for stopping growth, the biggest tool. The other is regulation. And if you speak to Elon, he said the regulation now to send a rocket up to anywhere, even if you do everything, it's becoming impossible. But they use environmental in order to get people not to do anything. And sometimes I say, I look at some of I know the environmental stuff better because I had to build buildings in New York. I had to do environmental impact studies. And I would see some of these guys that I'd hire for a lot of money, environmentalists that would get you through the process. And they'd be up in Albany, that's the capital of New York, and they're up there trying to make it tougher for guys like me that were builders, because they'd get paid more money. In other words, I had one guy, highly recommended, I was good at getting permits. I was one of the kings I was always very good. But the environmental stuff was always horrible. They could slow a project down 10 years, 15 years. I had a project in Louisiana, built big LNG plant. It was for 14 years. It was going to cost $18 billion. One of the biggest, like the Empire State Building, laying down on its side times 4. Massive in the coast, on the Gulf Coast. And they said, sir, they're going to give it up. I said, they shouldn't give it up. What's the problem? They can't get their environmental. They had environmental permits that would fill this whole room up to the ceiling. And they said there was one mistake on one little line. They wanted to do it all over again. It's not going to happen. And I got them their permit instantly. And they built the plant. It's massive.
So when you're saying that, so
weapon.
there's people that are making money by making it difficult.
Yeah.
Are you
They
talking
make-
about lawyers?
No, I'm
Because they're
talking
dragging
about
out
environmental
the process?
consultants and lawyers. Yeah.
Environmental consultants profit off of dragging out the process.
Absolutely.
And how
they
do
make
they
the
profit?
process worse.
How do they profit
And I'd
off
probably do the same thing if I were them, to be honest with you.
As a
I want to be
businessman.
honest with you.
How do they do that? How do they make it?
They
how
go,
do
let's say New York, they go to Albany.
Okay.
And they convince people that if you have a certain type of plant on the ground that's this big and in theory valueless, that it's a rare plant and you cannot ever even touch it. You can't go near it. You can't put a building on it. You can't do anything. Or there's a little puddle and they call it a lake. And you have to go by the standards of a lake. I said, no, that's a puddle. Oh, you have no idea. Guys are filling a little puddles. You have no idea what they do.
And
It's
so-
hard.
but-
and they use it as a way to stop you.
They use it as a way to stop you, and also as a way to generate money. I'm
It's a weapon.
curious how are they generating money that way, though?
Well, they get fees.
They get fees.
Massive fees.
And
you pay these guys.
people rely on them as experts because they're the people that they go to when they have to run these studies in the first
But
place.
some of them are just bad guys, and they're trying to make it more and more difficult.
And they have a lot of power.
I think they maybe had more. They didn't have as much with me because I would get through them, and I understood it. Look, I've done so many they call it environmental impact study. I did so much to build a building. To build a building in New York is very tough. You got to be you got to deal with. Think of it: financing, unions, all the municipal stuff, environmental. Of all of it, to me, the toughest thing was the environmental, because they could stop you cold with the environmental impact study stuff. And you hire a so-called expert. They say, sir, he's the one guy who can get you through the morass. It's a morass. It's horrible. They use it as a weapon. They use it all over the country.
Right, but there are legitimate concerns about environmental
There
impact,
are,
correct?
there
Like,
are.
look about the BP oil spill. There's a lot of things that do happen that are environmentally devastating, and you want to mitigate that as much as possible.
You do. Look, I had, during our 4 years, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water. I do it differently. I say air and water. Remember this, it costs much more to do things environmentally clean. China doesn't do anything.
Right.
When Kerry goes to see President Xi of China, which he probably doesn't even get to see him, but they look at him, oh yes, we will do, oh yes, we're going to do that, no more coal, just, and then they approve 58 coal plants for the next, they build a coal plant a week. Okay.
They build a lot of coal plants.
But let me just tell you, though, so here we are cleaning and scrubbing everything, and everything's got to, and the air's got to be pure. But in 3.8 days, that stuff floating over China is right over the top of us.
Right.
Same thing with the oceans. They dump their garbage into the Pacific Ocean. If you take a little cork and put it there, in about a week and a half, it'll be in front of Los Angeles. We're picking up their garbage. So nobody ever talks about that. But in a way, the bigger one is even the air. It's the currents. It's an amazing thing. It's been flowing that way for 1 million years, or long before.
We
long
share
before
air with
we
the
were
whole
there.
world. Yeah.
No, if we're
We get
cleaning,
the Sahara dust clouds over here.
Absolutely.
We get dust clouds in Austin from the Sahara Desert.
But we get the China, they call it the China curse. We get the China curse. They're bad, and their air is dirty. When I went there, I had a great relationship with President Xi. We got along very well. And they treated me better than anybody's ever been treated. Same thing with Saudi Arabia, a number of them. But they laid it out. And I said, this air is good. Do you know they closed every factory 1 week before I got there from within 200 miles?
That's like what Gavin Newsom did when Xi Jinping came to San Francisco.
He cleaned it up.
He cleaned it up. He got rid of all
Isn't
the
that
homeless
terrible
people.
in a way? To think, he cleaned it up and then it became a pigsty.
Well, the dumbest thing is he said when your friends come by, when you have visitors, you clean up your house. Like, how about just keep your fucking house clean?
Can you imagine?
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say ever as a governor as to excuse to why you finally cleaned up your homeless problem.
And the day he left,
right back to it.
It went right back.
Yeah.
But in a way, that was a bad thing that he did because he showed what a disgrace that was. What a disgrace.
Well, this is the thing that shows you how foolish a lot of these people that are running these cities think. A lot of these people that are running these states think. It's foolish. Like you're insulting the intelligence of the people that live in that city that are impacted by these people just camping and needles and human feces. There's an app that you can buy. There's an app that you can get, that will show you where the human feces has been documented in San Francisco. It's a poo app. And it's just everywhere. It's just bum crap everywhere.
But let me give you one that you may not know.
Okay.
Which I think you know everything, actually. As a student of yours. but water. In Los Angeles you can't get proper amounts of water.
Right.
And it's unbelievably expensive. And you might have a house in Beverly Hills and they're actually thinking about rationing water. Could you believe it?
I can believe it.
And I was in the farm court country with some of the congressmen. We're driving up the highway, and I say, "How come all this land is so barren? It's farmland, and it looked terrible. It was just brown and bad." I said, "But there's always that little corner that's so green and beautiful." They said, "We have no water." I said, "Do you have a drought?" "No, we don't have a drought." I said, "Why do you have no water?" "Because the water isn't allowed to flow down. It's got a natural flow from Canada all the way up north. More water than they could ever use. And in order to protect a tiny little fish, the water up north gets routed into the Pacific Ocean. Millions and millions of gallons of water gets poured. You got to see this. We're driving up, and I had never seen it before. It's like Iowa. It's the most fertile land. Iowa's blessed with great land. Idaho for a potato, right?
Yeah.
But they're just, by the way, some land is good for a potato, some land is good for corn. It's the craziest thing. I love the farmers. They're great. They're the greatest. And by the way, they're getting killed right now.
They are.
They're getting killed because of the stupid administration. But so I see this, and I said, "You got to be kidding." I said, "You mean you have water?" And I looked at it. It's like a valve in your sink, except it's massive. The thing's 5 times taller than your ceiling.
Did you know the center of California was a giant lake?
They have so much water.
You ever see what it looks like before they rerouted
I never
it?
saw that.
The center of California, what was it, 200 years ago? How long ago did they do that, Jamie? The center of California had a fucking enormous lake in the middle of California.
So they dumped it into the Pacific.
Who knows what they did? But whatever foolishness that they did led to the situation that they're in now.
Think of those dry forests that burned down all over. The head of Austria said,
Tulare Lake or Tachi Lake. It's a freshwater lake in the southern San Joaquin Valley, United States. Historically, Tulare Lake was one of the largest freshwater lakes west of the Mississippi. Show a photo of what it looked like back then.
It's a great system.
So that's what it looked like. Look at that image. Now go to the one on the third from the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was an enormous lake in the middle of California. Imagine that.
That'd be much more valuable property.
How crazy is that? But how crazy is that's what it used to look like? And human beings screwed that up.
No, they let it go into the Pacific, and then they...
I don't know what they did. What did they do how did it go missing?
Yeah, they drained it.
1983. Oh my God. Oh, it went dry a handful of times. Well, lakes do go dry, but that's a big one.
But think of it.
A big one to go
you
dry.
Could have all of the water you need, all of that land. You'd have more water. The whole thing could be like that little patch.
Yeah.
Literally, I'd say I was with Barr-Nunn as a congressman and other congressmen. We were going up. I was visiting that because they asked me to go up and visit their territory, and I did. But I kept saying, "Look at this land. It's beautiful, but it's so dry." And I thought they were going through like a desert, like a drought. They said, "No, we have water, but it gets rid." So I looked into it.
What is the fish?
And I got it done. I could have water for all of that land, water for your forests. Your forests are dry as a bone.
Yeah.
Okay?
Dangerous.
That water could be routed. You could have everything. Oh, not dangerous. Billions of dollars a year they spend on forest fires. And there's a case with the environment. They're not allowed to rake their forests because You're not allowed to touch it. When a tree falls down, after 18 months it becomes very dry. It's like, like real firewood. It's bad. A tree that's up, these are all things I learned the hard way, the easy way. But when a tree is up, it sucks water. It's wet. I went to they had a couple of horrible forest fires in California, and I said, you get a lot of trees standing. Yes, they were healthy trees, sir. I said, with this intense heat, you could see they were charred a little bit on the bottom, but they were going to be all right because they're soaking wet because they suck up the water, right? But when they fall, they're like, it's like lighting a match.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to clean. They call it maintain your forest. So I was with the head of Austria. He said, it's a shame. I see all those forest fires in California, and all they have to do is clean their forest, meaning rake it up, get rid of the leaves, get rid of, leaves that are sitting there for 5 years. And
we'll certainly get rid of the deadfall.
And get rid of the trees that have fallen that are like, so many things this country. By the way,
could you really
rake
the whole
done.
Forest, though? I don't think you could rake the whole forest.
Well, you could,
I think you can get rid of the deadfall, but raking all the leaves...
You could certainly get rid of the dead, okay?
Yeah, I think that's the real issue.
Environmentally, they don't want to do that. They said, it's got to be nature and all this stuff. But in the meantime, this is exactly right. But you could have, so it was the Department of Commerce that needed the approvals, but Gavin Newsom had to sign them. I got it all done. Nobody could believe it. It was all done. I said, I got it. You got so much water. All you have to do is sign. And that guy didn't want to sign.
Did he not want to sign because that would be a political victory for you?
I think, no, he didn't. No, I don't think so. He used to say he's a great president and we got along. We did. We actually got along at that point. But I think somebody said you just can't continue to call him a great president. They do say that. But we had it all done. He didn't sign, and then we got on to other things. And I every time I go to California, I said, you have so much water. They don't know it. I'm telling you, people living in Beverly Hills, they turn off their water. Same thing with the electric. They want to go to all electric cars, but they have brownouts every weekend,
Well, right after they made the announcement that as of 2035, you're not going to be able to buy an internal combustion engine in California, like within a month, they had some announcement asking people to not charge their Teslas. Because the grid couldn't handle it. Well, how are you going to handle it?
I will terminate the mandate immediately. Just a mandate.
Thank you.
That will be done, I would say, in my first day, maybe 2 days, because,
Let me ask you about nuclear. One of the things that when I've talked to people that have a real understanding of nuclear power, what their position is, it's probably the cleanest, safest form of electricity that we could generate. And that the fears of nuclear power are really about a few disasters, the Fukushima, 3 Mile Island. These are old systems, and that they're much more capable now, and they're capable of making even better systems. But it's a difficult political issue because you think nuclear power, you think Chernobyl. That's what everybody does. They have this connection. They have the potential
or
disaster.
Fukushima, where you're not supposed to enter the land for 3,000 years or something.
It's I think it's worse than that. I think that area is like going to be radioactive for probably longer than you could imagine. But the point is they're better at it now.
Right.
And that they could do it now, and you can generate power in a way that you don't have to worry about these. One of the most ridiculous things is electric cars being powered by coal-fired plants. It's a ridiculous thing.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, that is what's happening. And people want to think they're being green, but it's...
Well, you look at the way the batteries are made. But here's the other thing. We don't have... Well, we do, actually. It's being held. We have certain areas where we have great raw earth material, and we're not allowed to use it because of the environment. And we have areas in California that have incredible raw earth, and they're not allowing... And I'm going to open it up. I'm going to let them use it.
But how do you do that?
China.
How do you do that and protect the environment?
Because the environment's going to be protected. You can do it. You can make a lake out of it. Okay, we'll put back a lake. I mean, something nice about lakes. You can do things magnificently.
You just have to do it carefully and responsibly.
Absolutely, you have to do it carefully. But the problem, China has all of those areas, most of those areas, and yet when they say go electric with the cars, China is going to be the one that gives us the cars. All of those guys in Detroit are going to be out of business. You're going to make your electric cars over there. We have a thing called gasoline, and we have more oil and gas under our feet than any other nation. I had, in Alaska, there's a find. It's called Anwar. I got it approved. Reagan couldn't get it. Nobody could get it. I got it all done. It was amazing. They were getting ready to start drilling. The equivalent, they think, of Saudi Arabia, one of the biggest finds in the world. It was all set to go. And Biden comes in, one of his first orders were, we're not going to use it. It would have been so good for them. We could have supplied all of Asia with oil and gas.
What was the negative?
And you talk about money?
Right.
The negative was politically they didn't think it was good for them.
That's all it was. So you don't think that it's environmentally dangerous?
Taking it from way down deep in the earth, environmentally would have been fine.
So it can be done responsibly.
Absolutely. Oh, otherwise,
let's protect the environment.
Well, I think windmills. Okay, so they talk about windmills. I think windmills are really disruptive. When you talk about the environment, they kill the birds. You want to see a bird cemetery? Go under a windmill someday that hasn't been cleaned out with all the bird carcasses. Like massive amounts of
Well, they're
birds.
also a massive eyesore. I went to a ranch in South Texas, and we had to drive past this enormous windmill farm, and it's gross. It's dystopian. You're looking in the left and the right, and all you see is these big spinning machines that aren't even that effective at generating electricity.
Correct. Most expensive form of electricity is a windmill, and then they start to rust and rot.
And you have to
and then they
replace
get
them?
abandoned by the people that built them.
Well, you have to get rid of all that material too. When you replace those blades, now you have a problem because you have
Can't
to
bury them.
dispose. Right, you have to dispose these enormous windmills. And how
By
do
the
you
way, they
dispose
say
of
you
them?
can't bury them. So I even question that, but I'm not going to get into it. But they say you can't bury the blades. So you have the blades, and you can't bury the blades. You can bury the blades. It's not going to matter. You can bury them. You'll find areas you can bury. But they come up. This is what I mean. They come up with this. But the environmentalist dream is windmills are. You know what happens to them? After 5 years, they start to rot. After 10 years, you have to replace them. Did you ever look at certain parts of California where they have heavy windmills and they've been abandoned? And they're all different manufacturers and all different companies, and they all.
I haven't seen that.
It is the ugliest thing. It looks like a graveyard almost, a graveyard of windmills.
It's pollution.
It's so bad.
It's
And in
no
the
more,
oceans.
It's no different than leaving garbage on the ground.
How about in New Jersey, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build. The people are going crazy not to build them. But where you have them, the whales are washing up on shore.
Right.
So in 50 years, they had one whale come ashore. Now they had like 18 come in the last year.
What is happening with the whales? I've read about this.
Well, they say that the wind drives them crazy. You know, it's a vibration because you have those. You know,
Right.
those things are 50-story buildings. Some of them.
Right, and they're
50.
super sensitive to vibrations
They
and
have those.
sounds.
The wind is rushing. The things are blowing. It's a vibration, and it makes noise. You know what it is? I want to be a whale psychiatrist. It drives the whales frickin' crazy, and
Yes.
something happens with them. But for whatever reason, they're getting washed up on shore, and and yet the environmentalists
Conveniently ignored by the
but the
environmental
environmentalists, they don't talk about it.
Right.
I think there's nothing uglier. I see it in Scotland. I see it all over the world. You have this beautiful valley. It's been there for, in civilization, thousands of years, but millions of years. And all of a sudden, you have these ugly windmills up.
Would your
And the
plan to be
environment-
replace that with nuclear? What would you do?
Well, nuclear is bad. I mean, I think there's a little danger of nuclear, but we had some really bad nuclear. They did one in Alabama. They did one in, I think, South Carolina. They do them wrong. They build these massive things. Then the environmentalists get in. I don't want to go into a long story because it's too long for the show. This show is too valuable to talk about concrete. But they have hardened concrete. It's number 12 concrete. It's harder than steel. It's incredible. They put up a wall, and an inspector comes along and goes, no, you're a quarter of an inch the wall might be 8 feet wide. You're a quarter of an inch too short. I'm sorry, you got to rip down the wall. Because it's got to be poured contiguously, right? You're 1/4 of an inch. I'm sorry, rip down. You can't rip it down. This stuff you can't put a hammer through it. You can't. It's incredible. Concrete technology is unbelievable. What's happened? You think of concrete.
So you
but
think that's an example of overregulation?
Yeah,
Pointless
no. Well, you have an
overregulation.
inspector that comes along and he says, take down a $25 zillion wall. These things ended up costing $25 billion. And one of them never got opened. But here's the story. So France does it. France is largely nuclear. And they build small, little, compact plants. And if they need more, they build the same thing and they hook it up. And they hook it up because they get too big and too complex and too expensive. And it is very clean. They say it's absolutely. My uncle, I had a great uncle who was a great genius, just like other members of my family. But he was a professor at MIT for, I think, 41 years. He was the longest. When I was in the White House, the head of MIT, Princeton, and Harvard came down to meet me. And the MIT person said, I have a book on your uncle, Dr. John Trump. He was our longest serving professor. He was a great genius, so do you know how? And he knew everything about nuclear, from math to chemistry to nuclear, he knew it. And he said, someday it's going to be the way to go, but the problem is so dangerous in terms of war. He said, Donald, someday, and this was a long time, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump, he said, someday you'll have a little satchel at your side and you'll go into a building and you'll be able to blow up New York City. I said, Uncle John, that'll never happen. He's right. You know, he's right.
Well, that was
the
part
power
of the
is
problem
so
with
crazy.
giving nuclear power to other countries, right? Like, that was the problem that happened with India and Pakistan. They got nuclear power, and then they were able to weaponize it.
The biggest problem in the world today is not global warming. It's nuclear warming. And we have idiots that are negotiating for us. We have a guy that doesn't make it past 4 o'clock, and it's not because of age. You know, they ought to. I know so many guys in their late 80s, and they're better than they. I said to one guy the other day, I think you're smarter than you were 25 years ago. I've known him a long time. He's 89 years old. He's sharp. He's great. Biden gives people a bad name because that's not an age. I think they say it because I'm 3 or 4 years younger. You know, I think that's why they say it. They say his age. It's not his age. He's got a problem.
2 major brain
Operations.
surgeries.
Yeah. He did. Those are not good operations.
And do you see what he did today? He went running towards the camera and made some apology to Native Americans, and that he said that's why he's headed out west. Like, he's off the reservation, so to speak, for lack of a better term.
You know, it's interesting because during the debate, I was looking over. I'm saying, this is strange. It's just sort of like strange things were happening.
Yeah.
But
well, he couldn't keep it together. But do you think they knew he couldn't keep it together?
I think
Do you
so.
think that they wanted that? Is that why, like, historically, that debate was earlier than they've been in the past, right?
I think they wanted to get. Well, there's a lot of theories. A lot of people said, do the debate now and we'll get him out.
Right.
I think that maybe could be.
Well, that is what happened.
But that's
So
what happened.
it's logical.
I think they
to
also
assume that
said,
that's what
do
they
the
wanted.
debate now and get it over with.
Right.
I don't think anybody thought he was going to get out, really. I don't
It didn't
think
make
that-
any sense.
The
did it?
debate got him out, but I think it's very unfair. Look, you have a bad debate. His numbers went down, but I think she's not doing very well right now, and I think she looks.
Well, I want to get to that too because it's hard to know. Like, the whole poll thing is very bizarre for most people because most people don't answer polls. So they read the polls. Then
Were
like,
you
who's
ever
getting
called
polled? I've
from
never
a
been
poll?
polled.
I was
If I
never
did, I'd
called-
hang up.
I was never called by a poll.
If I did, I wouldn't answer. I'm busy.
You know
I-
how polls are done? I'm going to get myself
Please.
in trouble. But so I really don't believe too much in them. So
Well, 2016 taught a lot of people about the ineffective.
well, they were very
use of polls.
ineffective because
Yeah.
I thought I was doing well. I'd go to a place and I'd have 30, 40,000 people. Hillary would go, they have 500 people, and they tell me I'm going to lose. I said, why am I going to lose? I had 40,000 people. She had 200 people. But, you know, I have a theory. These pollsters, they charge you a lot of money, too. You know, they charge you $500,000 to do some stupid poll, and they interview like 251 people. I don't think they interview them in many cases. I don't want to get myself in too much
You
trouble.
think it's
'cause
bullshit?
I think they sit there, they make a deal, they get $500,000, and they say, Trump's leading 51 to 49. They announce it, and everybody says, oh. Do you understand? I
Yeah.
really don't-
So you think
I don't
it's-
think they. I think in a lot. Look, I'm a very common sense person. I think that they probably don't always poll. Some of them probably never poll. What's the difference between 49 to 51 and 47 and a half?
Well, it's also a tiny percentage of the population. I don't think it's representative of the overall population. I just don't think
I don't
it
know
is.
of one person in my whole life that ever got called by a pollster.
Exactly. That's my point. So here's my question.
But I shouldn't say that because I'm doing really well in the polls.
But I
now.
think that's...
So this week I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe them if they're good. No, I like them this month. But no, I honestly believe that there's probably a lot of fraud. I had a poll, Washington Post, ABC, in the Hillary thing on Wisconsin. They had me down 17 points the day before the election. I knew it was wrong because I had a rally. I had 29,000 people at a racetrack, and it was like 0 degrees, Wisconsin. And they had me down 17 points. In other words, you had no chance. And I won. And I called up my pollster, who's a good guy, good guy. And I believe he's legitimate, and some of them are, some of them aren't. I said, tell me, why did they have me down so much? I mean, nobody's going to believe them the next time. They said they don't care. When you're down 17 points, people are going to stay home. They're not going to vote.
Right.
Because they're going to say, I love Trump, but I'm not going to waste my time. It's cold out. I said, but what do they make at 4 or 5? He said, at 4 or 5, they're going to go and vote. At 17, they're not going to go and vote.
So
think of it, I was this is the Washington Post ABC poll. I was down 17 points in Wisconsin, and I won. It's crooked stuff.
There's a lot of crooked stuff, and I wanted to talk about that too, because one of the things that people talk about with you is the denial of the results. And I think J.D. Vance did a brilliant job the other day when he was being interviewed, and they asked him, did Trump lose the 2020 election? And he turned it around and said, was there legitimate election interference in suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story on social media? And was that a concerted effort?
Well, they said it made 10-point difference, and I lost by one tenth of a point.
It is.
They say it was 22,000 votes, but look, it was much more than that. And I appreciate J.D. Vance saying that. And by the way, I think he was a great pick. Do you like J.D. as a
I like
pick?
him a lot. Yeah.
You're allowed to say that.
No, I do. I like him a lot.
I think he's great.
I think he's a brilliant guy, and I think his ability to talk like a normal human being. You did my friend Theo Vaughn's podcast,
Right.
and he just did it.
How did he do it?
He did great. He just talks
Is that
like
why
a
you
normal
called
human
me to
being.
do it? Is that why you called me to do it?
No. We were
Holy
gonna,
cow.
I was.
He was a nice
Once
guy.
they shot you, I was like, he's got to come in here. It's all about timing. It's all about the timing.
Timing's
I think
good.
our timing's perfect. Do you even have a scar on your ear? You got anything on there?
I do.
What am I saying? What do you got
So, right over here.
Oh, a tiny little
See?
mark.
It zicked right there.
Yeah. It healed up pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's little. It's not like some of the wrestlers, some of the UFC fighters.
No, you didn't
It's
get
a little bit.
cauliflower.
No. It was sort of like a top shot.
Mm-hmm.
The point of the bullet was a little of the ass, but you see the thing's taken off a little bit. But it makes me a tougher guy. The fighters. The fighters love their. Bo Nickel is a great fighter.
Yeah, I love Bo Nickel.
How's he going to do? I think he's terrific.
He's great. He's a fantastic
He
fighter.
was almost like undefeated in college.
He's a fantastic wrestler and one of the best mixed martial
When
artists.
is he fighting again?
He's fighting in Madison Square Garden in November.
Oh, that's going to be after the election?
Yep.
So I'll either go as president or I'll be depressed and I won't bother going. I think they're having a fight right now.
One of the things that was fascinating also was the denial of the election results is a pretty common thing. Hillary Clinton famously denied that she called you an illegitimate president, and she said that Russia put you in place.
Even though she conceded.
Yes.
She conceded the night of the election because she was beaten.
Yes, and it was a thing that was pretty common for people, especially Democrats, to deny the elections. There's been many of them. The Bush administration, the dangling chads, all that stuff.
Well, look at these guys in Congress. All these sleazebags in Congress that are Democrats, they're still denying 2016. But now they don't so much because, they try and pin it on me. You don't hear them say
But here's my
they
point.
denied it right up until the end.
My point is, this idea of election fraud is a forbidden topic, and you get labeled an election denier. It's like being labeled an anti-vaxxer if you question some of the health consequences that people have had from the COVID-19 shots. Oh my God, you're an anti-vaxxer. If you say, and what I say publicly, and I've said this a lot, it's not 0%. So if you ask me what is the amount of election fraud in this country, is it 0%? No one thinks it's 0%. I've never met one person, not a super liberal, progressive, far left person or a right-wing conservative, not one person thinks it's 0%. They think when you have human beings, and also you have a lot of weirdness that was going on during the 2020 elections, particularly with mail-in ballots.
And you had legislatures that had to approve, and they didn't approve, and they went out and did it anyway. And you had old-fashioned ballot screwing. I mean, you had people going up and dropping in phony votes. You had unsigned ballots, et cetera, et cetera.
There's certain people that
Remember,
think that they have, and the rhetoric is also that you're Hitler, and that in order to stop Hitler, you have to do whatever it takes.
That is okay.
Yeah, and this is, you're hearing this now. Kamala compared you to, said your love of Hitler yesterday.
Kamala's a very low IQ person. She's a very low IQ. I'm for taking tests, too. I think anybody that runs for president should give a test. And it's not an age thing. It's not based. If you look back on history, 70s and 80s, some of your greatest leaders in the world history, long-time world history, they were in their 70s and their 80s. But I think you should take cognitive tests. I think everybody, they say it's unconstitutional. But I think Congress should have a test because there's something missing. There's something wrong with it.
Well, I think it's pressure. I think the pressure and the scrutiny, you've been a celebrity for a long time and you understand what this is like. But for someone who's in her late 40s, who becomes the vice president, who runs for president, becomes the vice president, and then all of a sudden the weight of the world is on your shoulders and there's all these people paying a lot of people clam up.
But you either have it or you don't.
Correct.
Look, this is an interview. We've covered a lot of territory, right? And you know, it's fine. I don't care. I want to. I think it's much more interesting. To do an interview with Anderson Cooper, a crazy softball interview. She took 2 days off and she studied all day long, and then she comes out with a result that was a real embarrassment. That was a really bad interview. She couldn't answer a question, and every question's not answered. I mean, like, what would you do your first day in office? Okay, I'll build a wall. I won't build a wall. There's 100 things you can say. Just say anything, right? There's something off with her.
Well, I also
we're dealing with the smartest people. They hate when I say, you know, when I call President Xi, they said, he called President Xi brilliant. Well, he's a brilliant guy. He controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. I mean, he's a brilliant guy, whether you like it or not. And they go crazy.
Right.
Say,
it doesn't mean he's not evil, or it doesn't mean he's not
of course not.
Dangerous.
But actually, we have evil people in our country.
Yes.
If you have a smart president, he can deal with Russia. He can deal with all of it. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine if I were president.
How would you have stopped it?
Automatic. 2 things. I told him. I said, Vladimir, you're not going in. I used to talk to him all the time. You're not going in. I can't tell you what I told him because I think it would be inappropriate. But someday he'll tell you. But he would have never gone in. But you know why else he wouldn't have gone in? Oil prices at $40 a barrel wouldn't have allowed him, wouldn't have given him the money to prosecute that war. Wouldn't have given him the money. I said it with I was with President Xi. I said it was almost the same conversation. With Vladimir, it was Moscow. With President Xi, it was Beijing. It was almost the exact same conversation. I said, don't do it. He would have never done it. The day I left, they flew 28 bombers over the middle of Taiwan. 28 bombers. And it's the apple of his eye, and the same thing with Russia. It's the apple. Ukraine is the apple of his eye. I used to talk to him. I had a very good relationship with him. He wouldn't have done it. He would have never done it. But he also wouldn't have done it because of the... You know, one of the reasons that what happened is, number one, he doesn't respect Biden at all. Not even a little bit. And who the hell would? But he doesn't respect him. But when he saw what happened in Afghanistan, how horribly that was handled, number one, you take the soldiers out last, not first. Okay, that was their big mistake. And we had that thing charted out, and they weren't obeying us. They weren't... Abdul is the head of the Taliban. Boom, boom, he had to do all these things. Some he didn't do. I said, nope, you got to do them all. This guy he immediately took he left the equipment behind. 13 soldiers dead, but he took everybody out. He took his soldiers out before. A child would know. That's where Milley was so stupid. He was such a stupid guy, Milley. Okay, those generals should have all been fired. The people that were involved with Afghanistan should have all been fired. Then they'd be writing books about him, how stupid he was, how bad he was. But you take your soldiers out last. I had a big rally, and I saw a child in the front row about a year and a half ago, and I called the child up. I said, do you mind if I borrow your child? Oh, yes, please. And they came up, kids 5 years. I gave them quick details, you know. I said, we want to get out of this place, and we have this, and we have this, and we have the equipment. I gave them a little thing. I said, do you take your soldiers out first or last after everything's done? You take them out last, sir. A child would know that. We took our soldiers out first.
What was your plan?
And we left Bagram.
Well, not only that, we
Bagram.
left billions of dollars worth of equipment and military vehicles that they use for parades now.
The best equipment, yet to embarrass us, the best equipment in the world.
The
We left-
Taliban parade, where they've got tanks rolling down the streets
Yeah.
and Blackhawks
Yeah.
flying, is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
We
the
left
fact that we left
the
all that
best
stuff there.
equipment in the world behind.
What would you
When-
have done differently?
Well, number one, we would have taken it out. Just so you just go back a little bit further, I had a couple of conversations with Abdul. And from the time I had those conversations, because they were shooting our soldiers, you know, with the sniper stuff, they were shooting a lot of them. They were shooting a lot with Obama, much less with me, but they were shooting them. And I said, get this guy on the phone. The press went nuts when they heard this. I had a great conversation with him. It was a tough conversation. 18 months later, there wasn't one soldier that was ever shot at. And even Biden admitted it in a moment of stupidity, because he shouldn't admit it. His people went nuts. He said, yeah, well, I will admit, no soldier. We didn't have a soldier killed in 18 months in Afghanistan. Not one soldier was killed, because he understood what was going to happen if that happened. I didn't have one soldier. Then when I left, after having gotten more votes than any sitting president in the history of the country, and much more votes than he got in 2016, when I left, they started shooting our soldiers. But more importantly, what they did is they did that whole thing with, leaving. He shouldn't have left. Number one, should have left from Bagram, because Bagram's this massive base. It's got tremendous acreage around it, tremendous. It's a very big, it was built many years ago. And part of the reason you wouldn't have taken that is because it goes to China. 1 hour from where China makes its nuclear missiles. You should have never left Bagram. Number one, they should have left from Bagram. They should have left last. They should have got, we have Americans that are still there. They should have taken all their equipment out. Everything, every plane, every screw should have been taken out, every tent. And I said that's when I realized that Millie was a dummy. I said, we're leaving, but I want to get everything out. Sir, it's cheaper to leave it. I said, what do you mean?
It's cheaper to leave it?
Yeah, he said it's cheaper to leave it. That was
cheaper.
Cheaper. He said it's cheaper. Sir.
Not more dangerous.
He just said cheaper. I said, I want every plane. I want every tank. I want the goggles. They have night goggles. They have all this stuff that these guys now have. He said, sir, it's cheaper to get out and leave it. I said, so you think it's cheaper to leave a $150 million brand new airplane in there than it is to fly it out with a tank of jet fuel and put it in Pakistan or just fly it directly back? It's cheaper to leave it. I said, this guy's nuts. I'm telling you, he was so stupid. He was so unwise. He was like an unwise man. And there were a number of them. But I defeated ISIS with the greatest generals. I had a guy who was so great. I flew to Iraq, and I met the real generals, not these idiots that we deal with. And we knocked out, I defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. They said it would take 5 years. I did it in a matter of literally a few weeks. And we hit them hard. And he said, so we're going to hit him here, we're going to hit him there, we're going to hit him here, there. And I said, this guy's great, I like this guy. I was told it would take 5 years. That's why I went. I said, how could it take 5 years? We have brand new fighters. We have the best planes, the best weapons, the best guns, the best bombs. How could it possibly take that long? And I flew in, left at 3 o'clock in the morning. Nobody knew I was going. I got on Air Force One and we started flying. And when we reached about half an hour away from Iraq, it was where the airport was, big airport. About a half an hour away, they said, sir, I'm sorry, you'll have to turn off all your lights. Why? We're getting close to our site, our land. I said, you mean we spent $8 trillion and we can't leave the lights? So think of this. 20 years, $8 trillion, and we can't leave the lights on in a plane. I said, that's okay, turn the lights on. I'm not going to fight them. That's one.
This is because it's too dangerous?
Yeah, too dangerous, because they see the light up in the air. They'll shoot at it, So I said, turn the lights on. Then they said, sir, we're going to also pull your shades up. That's okay. I said, that's okay. The plane was pitch black. All the lights outside, the blinking, the blinking reds, they were all turned on. And I like to sit with pilots a lot of times, and these guys are specimens. I always say they're better looking than Tom Cruise, okay? And they're even taller, like perfect specimens. these guys are for a fighter. You know, you have some guys that are perfect specimens.
Right.
And you know, they pick the best pilots in the Air Force, United States Air Force, to fly Air Force One. And I get up there, and I'm sitting, and I'm feeling my way up. You know, it's up on the 747, so you go through the stairs, but I sort of knew my way up. There wasn't a light in the plane. I'm saying, can you imagine? We spent trillions of dollars, and you're trying to fly in blind. But I got into the plane, the cockpit's dark black, little tiny light, you could see the pilot. A perfect looking co-pilot, everybody was perfect. They were all like movie stars, you know. It's like I could have cast a movie with these guys and nobody would believe it because they were too good looking. So I said, how are we doing, Captain? Sure, we'll be landing in 10 minutes. And I look outside. There's not a light, and I'm saying, you know, I've landed a lot of planes, and you see like little lights at least. There's nothing. It's just pure desert. I said, okay, Captain, good, but I'm looking. Now you've been in many planes where it has the computer sensor, 1,000 feet. It goes 1,000, 900, 800. It's a computer voice, but it sounds like, but it's an incredible voice. 700. I said, Captain, are we okay? I'm looking. Are we okay, Captain? There's no lights. And I'm looking, you know, normally when you land a plane, because I sit in the pilots a lot, I think it's great. I think it's a great profession, everything. It's incredible. They're incredible. These machines are incredible. He said, sir, we're fine. No problem, sir. I said, you know, I don't see the lights up there, Captain. Sure, we're okay, you know. So, I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit. You know, probably exaggerating to tell the story. Because the truck was a coward. So I'm sitting with her, he goes, 500 foot, and I'm telling you, there wasn't a light on the runway.
I'll get there as soon as I can. I'll get back
and
to
we're
it then.
going in. You okay, Captain? Everything good? Yes, sir. No problem. We'll be down in about 1 minute, sir. And I'm telling you, Joe, you know, there's always a light. There's not a little pin. And all of a sudden, psh, and you hear, wah, wah, perfect landing like glass. That's how good, I mean, these guys, between the equipment and it's genius. It's pure. It was so dark, you couldn't see a thing. There was no runway. You wouldn't know where the hell you're in the middle of a desert. And then I got out of the plane. I said, thank you, Captain. That's a great job. And then I got out of the plane, and I'm going down, and I see a general and another general. And I see a staff sergeant, a drill sergeant, and various guys, all central casting. Central casting. They said, sir, would you like to rest? I said, I don't want to rest. I want to figure out what the hell are we doing with ISIS. I'm here. We can't. It's going to take years. No, sir, we can do it very quickly, sir. And anyway, we go into the room. We go in. I mean, Biden would have taken a nap for 4 days and then left without a meeting. So we go into the room, and they have these guys. I say, how long can you do it? How long? We can do it in a couple of weeks, sir. I said, wait a minute. They told me 5 years. We can do it in, I don't know, he gave me a number. Like in no time. I said, why haven't you done it? Because the orders came in from Washington, sir, and they would come here and tell us what to do. Don't you challenge us? We're not allowed to do that, sir. That's not the military way. They tell us what to do, and we have to respect them.
So do you think that it was incompetence? Why they didn't go after ISIS?
I think it's a bad system. You know, when Mattis goes there or when Milley goes there, who's stupid, and they tell these guys that are actually smart what to do, and the guys that are smart are saying, we don't like what they're doing, but they're not allowed to sort of counteract. Plus, the guys that went there are arrogant. You know, they're arrogant fools. They're like stupid fools. The way they pulled out of, you know, the way they, as an example, the way they pulled out of Afghanistan with the people falling off the planes.
Yeah, it's a disgrace.
It was worse than Vietnam with the helicopters falling. It was so bad. There was no reason for it. Anyway, so we knocked them out, and I mean, we have great military. We have great people, but not the television guys. And I rebuilt the military, and then they gave a chunk of it. Now, I have to tell you, as much as it is, it's a tiny little piece, believe it or not. We have an unbelievable... I rebuilt the military. I rebuilt our nuclear. And in a way, I hated to redo it, but I got to realize how powerful that nuclear is, Joe. One bomb, Israel was gone, but forget. One bomb could take out the entire East Coast. It's so bad. And I watch these poor fools talking about Our oceans will rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 500 years. I mean, we have people, we have countries. Right now you have 5 countries. And don't underestimate if you take a look at North Korea, I was there. I mean, I was with Kim Jong. I had a great I got along great with him. You know, the president, he got along good. That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a great thing. Obama thought we were going to go to war with North Korea. When I met with Obama just prior to the takeover, you know, you meet, you have a sort of a ceremonial meeting. But it lasted a long time, a lot longer than it was supposed to last. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. By the time I finished, we had no problem with North Korea. We were really, it was a little tough at the beginning, remember?
Mm-hmm.
He said, I have a red button on my desk. I said, I have a red button also, but mine's bigger than yours and mine works.
I liked how you called him Little Rocket Man.
I said, yeah, Little Rocket. I said, Little Rocket Man, you're going to burn in hell. And it was a rough, it was so rough that people were worried. This is crazy. And then one day I got a call, sort of like a fight. I got a call. You know, you ever see that pounding, then all of a sudden, but I got a call. And it was from him, meaning his people. They wanted to meet. They wouldn't meet Obama. He tried to meet. They wouldn't even talk to him about it. And I think he expected to go to war. I actually do. I believe he expected to go. And we checked their nuclear stockpile. It is substantial. I mean, I said, do you do anything? I got to know him very well. I got to know him better than anybody. And I said, do you ever do anything else? Why don't you go take it easy and relax? Go to the beach. You have beautiful beach, nice beachfront property. You know, kiddingly. He said, you're always building nuclear. Just relax. You don't have to do it. Let's build some condos on your shoreline. They actually have gorgeous stuff. And he said, I just have to do it because I need it for my safety, etc. I got to know him very well. We had no problem with him. If you have a smart problem, if you have really the right president, a smart president, you're not going to have a problem. And I say it to people, we have a bigger problem, in my opinion, with the enemy from within. And it drives them crazy when I use that term. But we have an enemy from within. We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful. When you look at what's happening at our border, Joe, when you have people coming in that, when other countries are allowed to empty their prisons into our country with murderers, we had 13,099 murderers dropped in our country over the last 3 years.
And 15,000 rapists convicted.
Rapists?
Yeah.
Drug dealers, drug lords.
And that's just the ones that have been accounted for.
Correct. People from mental institutions.
What do you think the strategy is?
Hundreds of thousands of major criminals, tougher and worse than anybody we have.
And we're seeing the consequences of it in San Antonio. They've taken over apartment buildings. In Aurora, Colorado, they've taken over apartment buildings. These Venezuelan gangs.
Just the beginning.
What do you think the strategy is? You know, one of the things that they've said is that you stopped a bill from being passed. But didn't that bill also include amnesty for the people that are already here?
John, this is years after the fact. The damage was already done.
But what was the bill?
Well, the bill
what was
was
the
nothing.
problems
It
with the
allowed
bill?
2 million people in. They were going to get amnesty. It was a horrible bill. It didn't protect us at all.
But we should just tell people what the strategy is. So one of the things that's been their strategy. One of the things that's been very clear is that they've moved a large percentage of these migrants that are coming across the border illegally. They've moved them to swing states. Like, this is what's going on with Springfield, Ohio, right?
They're in swing states. Well, that's not a swing state. I'm going to win Ohio by a lot. So that's not a swing. But it's called Springfield, Ohio, to be exact. And Springfield, Ohio is this very nice community of 52,000 people that just had 32,000 migrants that don't speak the language dropped into their community. You can't get into a hospital. You can't get into a school. It's gone from a beautiful little place to a horror show. And the mayor is a nice guy. And the mayor says, we're looking for interpreters. I said, no. You've got to remove them and bring them back to their country. Mostly Haitians in this case. But they speak no language. They speak no
English, man.
In fact, even the language they do speak, they can't get interpreters, they can't do anything. And the mayor's trying to be politically correct. They're all trying to be. In Aurora, Colorado, You have the worst, probably the worst gang. MS-13 might even be, those two are the worst gangs. These are Venezuela gangs. They have taken over apartment complexes, and they're going to want to take over the whole thing. And you have a weak governor, pathetic governor, who's a radical left Democrat. He doesn't know what the hell to do. But you have it in many other communities, but they don't like to talk about it because it's bad for the community to talk about it. These people have been let in here by this imbecile. And I mean it, she's a low IQ person. Low IQ.
Right, but it's obviously not just her. There's a strategy that's involved in letting these people in.
She was in charge of the border.
Well, she's in charge of the border, but they utilize that app. The app that used to be used. It used to be used, I think, essentially, wasn't it for shipping? Wasn't it when people were in this country?
It was used for shipping, and now it's used to deal with the cartels. The cartel, heads of the cartel, rich people, by the way, these are loaded. These people have so much money. They would call up, think of this, they call up the app, and the app tells them where they should take their load of illegal migrants from the Congo. We have a lot from the Congo, prisons in the Congo. I made a little bit of a sarcastic joke. A man named Dana White, who you love, who I love. I assume you love him.
Love that too.
I think he's in a class by him.
He's probably the reason why you're here.
I don't know, maybe.
He's one of the big ones.
He is the greatest guy.
I love him.
I always say, nobody's indispensable. Everybody can be replaced. Maybe you can't be. You might not be. But Dana White, truly, I don't think, the things he sold it for $4 billion. I said, what the hell? Who the hell is going to pay $4 billion? And they made like a great deal.
It's
because of him.
Now.
Take him out. I think it's a whole different.
No, he's the best.
And he's also the greatest guy. He spoke at the whole thing with I had just been shot, and he got up and he spoke so better than anybody. I mean, who would be better to introduce you? I asked of all the people, and I know the biggest people in the world, and they all would have loved to have done it. I said, Dana, would you do it? It was interesting. He was away. And he said to the people that, one of my guys called and said, I won't be able to do it. I just left with my wife and family. I said, he said, no, yeah. I was a little surprised, even though I knew he was very far away. He was in some place, and he deserved it with his family, the whole thing. And then I said, all right, and so we're looking who we're going to get. And all of a sudden she comes in, Sir Dana White just said he's going to do it, and he's coming back in tonight. He's taking it. But, the guy is just an incredible guy, and he's like a tough champion, but loyal. Yeah, he's got to be one of your favorite people. He's one of my favorite
I love him
people.
to death. I've been friends with him for 23 years. I love him.
So would you have, because what you're doing here is incredible. I mean, everybody tells me. All I know is today I'm going, you're on Joe Rogan today. People are telling me, like I say, how the hell do you know that? But it's sort of, what you've done here is amazing. Where would you be if you didn't do the UFC stuff? Would you have this show, do you think?
Yeah, I would still be doing it for sure. Yeah.
Would it be at the same level?
I don't know.
But you would have.
It's hard to know. I think one of the things that works for this show, I guess, is that I'm involved in so many different things. Stand-up comedy, UFC, and all the interests that I have that lead to the podcast.
Will you always want to do First of all, you love UFC.
I love it. Yeah.
You love the fights. I mean, I watch you. You are loving it. They could pay you nothing. It'd be very.
They didn't pay me anything for the first 13 shows. I did it for free because they were hemorrhaging money. And I became friends with Dana, and my position was, you're going to give me the best seat in the house. I get to sit cage side for the fights. I was like, I'll do it, and I wanted to help. I was like, I think these are the guys that we had always hoped for. In the early days of the sport, I started working for the company in 1997. I was before the UFC was purchased by Zuffa, which Dana worked for.
Wow.
So I was a part of the previous owners. And I only did it for a couple of years. It was just too much, and I was losing money. And it was banned from cable because of Budweiser and John McCain, and you could only get it on DirecTV. And then
I came along, and I gave him the sites.
And he loves you for that.
And he never forgot it.
He loves you for that. He talks about it all the time.
Just to interrupt you for one second. So they couldn't get a site because it was too dangerous, and everybody was against it, and they couldn't get licensed. And I gave him the first 2 or 3 sites.
Yep.
And they were great. And by the way, I went to the first fight. I said, I never saw anything like this. It was crazy. It was so good. Take the best fight you've ever seen. It was like that fight, right? It was so good that I gave it to him again, and all of a sudden it caught on. But when I wasn't in vogue, I've had time, you probably never had a time, but I had times when I wasn't exactly involved. Dana, they called him. He said, he's the greatest guy. There's nobody like him. He said, I'll never say anything bad about that guy, because when I needed, because they were having a hard time at the beginning. They almost pulled the plug a couple of times, right? He said he stood up and he gave us stuff that nobody else gave us and nobody wanted anything to do. And he said, I will never, and there was a time where it would have been very popular for him to say bad stuff about me. He said the greatest stuff about me. He said, you're going to try and get me to say bad stuff about Trump? I'm never doing it.
No,
So
he's a very,
he's
very,
an
very
unusual
loyal guy.
Yeah,
Very unusual guy.
He's
And
a fantastic guy.
a perfect guy to be at the helm of something so controversial as the UFC.
Less controversial now, I mean. So.
Well, now it's huge. Yeah. Well, this was always the thing that I would hope that it would be. I always knew that it was unbelievably entertaining, but I just didn't know if maybe I was crazy. Maybe I loved it because I've had this long history of being involved in martial arts, and maybe like other people just think it's too violent. But
can boxing make it?
Yeah, boxing's still a great sport. I love boxing.
But it seems to be so unimportant now by comparison to UFC, don't you think?
I think, well, you know, Dana is working with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They're going to start promoting boxing now. And with Dana at the helm of it, I think boxing could return, because the thing is, they want to make fights that other people, maybe, you know, promoters don't want to make because they want to protect their fighter. Controversial fights where, you know, it's dangerous. Like, you don't know, this guy could lose. And so the Saudis, they're smart. They just offer a tremendous amount of money, and they're putting together fights that no one else can put together. They're doing that in boxing.
If Dana's involved, he'll probably make it good. You know the amazing thing, though, in fighting, no UFC fighter, they say, has ever died. And it looks to me much more violent than boxing. Many boxers have died. Isn't it interesting? And Dana tells me because they take so many shots to the face.
Yes, and there's also no other options to preserve yourself, to protect yourself. So if you get hit in a UFC fight, you can clinch. You can try to take the fight to the ground. You get options.
Yeah.
Also, you don't get allowed to get knocked down and then get back up. When you get knocked down, you're concussed. And generally, you know, if a guy's really hurt, they could be finished on the ground and the fight's over. If it's boxing, you have 10 seconds to get up. You get up, your head kind of clears, but you're still in real bad trouble, and then you can kind of run away and survive until the bell rings.
Yeah.
They're only 3-minute rounds, and then you start again. So you're getting repeated punishment to the head.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's also the issue of guys weight cutting, you know, which is a problem with the UFC as well. But weight cutting in boxing has led to, if you look at deaths in boxing, there's very few of them in the heavyweight division. Most of the deaths in boxing are the lighter weight divisions, because when guys dehydrate themselves to lose weight, to make weight, their brain is the last thing that gets rehydrated. Like, it's very difficult to completely hydrate your brain quickly. And you only have 24 hours between the weigh-in and the fight. And it used to be the weigh-ins were the day of the fight. Like when Boom Boom Mancini had a fight with Duk-Koo Kim and killed him in the ring, which is one of the last ones on television that we've seen.
That's right.
That was a crazy event for people and heartbreaking, and it led to a bunch of different changes. One of them is day before weigh-ins to allow people to rehydrate better, and the other one is they dropped it from 15 rounds down to 12.
Which, look, they should do that again. You know, I'm not the fighter, but those 15-round fights were unbelievable.
They were unbelievable.
They were unbelievable.
Yeah, you go back to the golden age.
Yeah, in terms of entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
Those were the championship rounds. Those were the greatest fights
Those
ever.
last 3 rounds were crazy.
That was brutal.
I mean, it's such a war of attrition. You know, a lot of people think even like a 5-round UFC fight. The UFC is 5-minute rounds. It's so much energy you're burning out. And those last couple of rounds, those 5-round fights, the 4th and the 5th round, unbelievably brutal.
Who's the greatest UFC fighter? Are you allowed to say, in your opinion? It's tough for you to say because you do this, but who do you think is the greatest of the fighters?
There's a lot of arguments for who's the greatest of all time. You know, John Jones, most people would say is the greatest of all time, never lost. There's certainly a really good argument for that. There's another argument for George St. Pierre. I always leave in B.J. Penn in his prime, Anderson Silva in his prime. You know, Mighty Mouse. People forget about Mighty Mouse because, unfortunately, he's a smaller guy. He's 125 pounds, flyweight champion. He's one of the greatest expressions of mixed martial arts I've ever seen. I think to this day.
And Khabib? What about
Khabib's fantastic. But if you looked at like accomplishments in terms of championship fights, Khabib retired 29-0, but he didn't have as many
and probably
world
never
championship
lost a
fights.
round. They say
he might have lost to Gleison Tebow. He might have lost to him.
A round.
Might have lost a round, and that was a controversial fight where people think that Gleison Tebow could have even gotten the decision in that fight. I'd have to go back and watch it again to make a decision. But
they're great athletes.
Oh, the best athletes in the world, and the most dangerous sport in terms of like, I always call it high-level problem solving with dire physical consequences.
Yeah, it's just brutal.
That's what fighting is.
You know, I never forget. So there was a fighter named James Tony.
Oh yeah, I love James Tony.
He fought as a very light fighter, and he ended up as a heavyweight. I mean, this guy went through everything. He was almost like a lightweight.
He went from middleweight all the way up to heavyweight. Yeah, and Peter Vander Holyfield is a heavyweight.
And he was a real fighter.
Oh yeah.
So James Tony, and I think it was George
St. Pierre.
St. Pierre. I think it was him. Who did he fight? James Tony.
No, James Tony didn't fight George St. Pierre.
He fought a UFC fighter.
Yeah, Randy Couture fought James Tony.
Was it?
But
Randy
that was like an
Couture,
easy
maybe?
fight. That was a very easy fight. Randy Couture just took him down and
It
strangled
was the
him.
most, and he's half the size, and he just. Once he got to the ankles, back the announcer said, "It's over."
Yeah,
and he put him to
picked him,
sleep.
took him down, mounted him, strangled him. It was
And
pretty
James,
quick.
he was, but he was talking big because he was much bigger. He was a pretty big guy.
James just wanted to make some money. In that
You think
fight.
so?
Yeah.
But I never forgot it.
I
It
don't
was
think he knew
it
what he
was
was
over
doing.
very quickly, and
Yeah.
he was lying, sleeping on the mat, and he was talking. You know, he was doing the Muhammad Ali stuff, but it didn't work out. But I remember.
He sold the fight.
Yeah, that was Couture probably.
Yeah,
wasn't
it was
George?
Couture. George never fought a boxer in an MMA fight. If he did, he would kill them.
Was he one of the greatest?
Yes, unquestionably. That's the argument. There's like a handful of guys you can make the argument is the greatest of all time. People forget about Anderson Silva. In his prime, he was unstoppable. But that's the
Anderson
thing is,
Silva.
and then there's Fedor Emelianenko, who fought in Pride. In his prime, he was unstoppable. There's this.
And you have a couple now that are pretty
Yes.
good.
Oh, we've got so many now. Alex Pereira.
Correct.
There's an argument that he's the
He's
top
looking-
pound for pound fighter
he's
in the world
looking
right
very
now.
good, yeah.
It's unbelievable. But it's like fighters can only compete at that level for so many years. And so in my opinion, you have to judge them at their very peak. You can't judge them when they're hanging on and still fighting. You can't judge them when they're coming up. You got to judge them in that championship peak. In that championship peak, there's a handful of guys that you would consider at the very top.
If they stopped a little bit sooner,
yeah,
some of them would have had. You know, I mean, there are a couple of that you just mentioned without mentioning names. And they stopped. They had the perfect. They were unbelievable. And then, at a certain age, they start getting knocked out, right?
Yes, it's unfortunate, but the thing is that same belief in themselves that lets them become a champion
It's okay.
makes them think that they can do it long past the time that they actually can.
Well, Anderson Silva was essentially unbeatable. And then he lost a close one, then all of a sudden
No, he got knocked out. He got knocked out by Chris Weidman.
Right.
He was kind of clowning in that fight, famously, and Chris Weidman had a vicious left hook, knocked him out, and then they fought a second time, and he broke his leg on Chris Weidman.
Right, that's right.
And after that fight, he was kind of never the same, because that leg break injury, which Conor McGregor had, there's quite a few fighters.
That was a bad
Weidman
one.
actually wound up having the same injury, ironically. There's only been like
You're
four of
never
those.
the same because you can't
Never
kick.
the same. Well, you can. Weidman is still kicking with that leg. You can, but psychologically, when you throw a kick and your leg snaps in half and you're in agony for a year, right? You have to get surgery, you have to get bolts and plates to keep your leg together, and then it takes forever for it to heal.
It always amazed me how the kicker, I mean, you have those cases, but the kicker will do tremendous damage to somebody's leg, but their leg doesn't seem to get damaged, isn't it? Sort
It
of
does
amazing?
get damaged. It hurts
More than you
Yeah,
do.
but your shin, your shin gets very numb after a while. And guys that are really good kickers, they're kicking the thigh and they're kicking the
They're
calf,
kicking the-
they're
yeah.
kicking soft areas, and they're slamming this hard, numb shin.
Right.
Their shin gets all these like micro fractures all over the shin, and it calcifies.
Oh, wow.
Like these guys can kick baseball bats. You ever seen them break baseball bats with their shins?
No, I've never
It's
seen
crazy. Some guys can do 2 baseball bats. Someone will hold the baseball bat and then just kick right through them.
But
'Cause
see,
their
I
shins
watch
almost
your
get numb.
enthusiasm, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's why you're good at it. That's why nobody does this better. Without the enthusiasm, forget it.
Well, it has to be authentic. Like that. I mean, the only reason why I do MMA commentary is because I'm very interested in it for real. I don't have to manufacture it. I'm very interested. So I
And you
think
love
that's
going
what-
in there after the fight and they're sweating all over you, they're slopping all over you.
They bleed on me.
They're bleeding.
Sometimes their nose
Does
is
that bother
bleeding,
you a
splaying
little
all-
bit? Yeah, like
No.
2 weeks ago with the guy I never saw. I
Khalil
never saw.
Roundtree, yeah.
He more stuff came out of his nose.
Yes, it was pretty
Right.
nasty, but no, I'm very used to it. I just wanted
That's
him to
great.
be able to express himself.
You've done a great job.
Thank you.
You've
Thank
done
you.
a great job.
So back to you and back to what are you, and first of all, I love this idea of you teaming up with Robert Kennedy.
Right.
And I love this Make America Healthy Again
Yep.
idea, because there are chemicals and ingredients that are in our food that are illegal in other countries because they've been shown to be toxic. There's pesticides and herbicides, and there's a lot of shit that's been sprayed on our food that really is unnecessary, and there's a lot of health consequences that people are suffering from a lot of these things. And
I'll put this chart for you.
Beautiful.
Because I had a feeling you'd be asking.
Look
at this chart. These are healthier countries. Look where the United States is. I'm going to send this to RFK Jr.
So this is, well, something along the... I was actually talking to RFK today, and he told me that more than 70% of young men are ineligible for the military because of their health.
I could see it.
That's
a lot
crazy.
Of it's obesity.
So here's the life expectancy versus health expenditure.
Same chart.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
USA.
Well,
yeah.
That's pretty good.
Jamie's the best.
He's very good.
He's the best.
But look at that. Look where
at
the USA is.
It's not good. And that's our
all
food. That's our diet. That's sedentary lifestyle. That's our diet. That's the chemicals we ingest. That's what that is.
But RFK is going to be, I think he's a great guy.
I love the fact that you guys teamed up.
Yeah.
And are you completely committed to have him a part of your administration?
Oh, I am. But the only thing I want to be a little careful about with him is the environmental, because he doesn't like oil. I love oil and gas. I think
just keep him out of that.
To fire. So I'm going to sort of keep him out. I said, focus on health. Focus. Yeah. You can do whatever you want, but you got to be a little bit careful with the liquid gold.
I understand. But listen, there's plenty of good work that could be done if you focus on health.
Here's the one that my all-time favorite.
What is that?
See the arrow right here? That's what I love.
Do you have anyone that is pressuring you to not work with him? Have there been people
not work with who?
RFK Jr.?
Yes.
Yes, I would imagine. Because financially, he could put a dent.
I would say that, and I think in many ways they've done a good job, in many ways they've done a bad job. But I would say that the Big Pharma wasn't thrilled when they heard that, I've actually always gotten along very well with him. I've known him a long time. He's a different kind of a guy. He's very smart, great guy. And he's very sincere about this. I mean, he really is, he thinks we spend a fortune on pesticides and all this stuff, and then you end up with, that chart is a terrible chart, the one previous. It's such a bad chart when you look at where we are compared to other countries that don't spend 10 cents.
Right.
So, and you save a lot of money. But, yeah, I've had some people that aren't exactly thrilled. You can imagine, right?
Sure.
It's a good question, actually.
Well, certainly if there
it doesn't affect
some pharmaceutical drugs that have been prescribed that have negative consequences that these people have been profiting off of, and then you have a guy like RFK Jr. who spends an enormous amount of time highlighting those things, you could say how they've been very reluctant to have you support him.
I would say that's an understatement.
Yeah. So what do you do to stop that from getting in the way?
Well, look, they've come up with some amazing things. I mean, I don't know how you feel. I know you're against certain vaccines, but like the polio vaccine, people had polio. It was like a disaster. And they came up, Dr. Salk, and he came up with a vaccine, and there's no polio. Now, very interesting, there hasn't been polio, but now in the Gaza Strip, can you believe that? Have you heard that? There's been a big strain of polio coming out in the Gaza Strip.
Is it vaccine-derived polio? Because, there's a strain of polio that comes directly from the vaccine, because unfortunately sometimes when you vaccinate people for polio, you actually give them polio. Yeah.
I mean, all I can do is I sit down and I listen to him, and I'll give it a total. I would love him to be right, because if he's right, it's a lot less expensive generally.
There's two things that people point to when they point to the dangers of the pharmaceutical drug industry. One thing is when pharmaceutical drugs were allowed to advertise on television. We're only one of 2 countries in the world that allow pharmaceutical drugs to advertise on TV. Mm-hmm. The other one's New Zealand, but they're more restrictive than we are.
But those ads, when you hear take a certain drug,
and then you hear all
and
the
then
consequences.
You say it causes cancer and baldness. We don't like baldness.
Suicidal
and
ideation.
This and that and eyesight, and you can lose your vision. Yeah. And I actually asked one of these guys. I would never take. I mean, because there's things that are so bad. They go through a whole list. I guess they save some liability, but man, I said, does that affect the purchase? And they say it really does. When there's something you have and you read. And then they go through the list of
side effects.
The potential side. It's not even the potential side effects.
Right.
I mean, a lot of people are just. I asked that question. People hear that. when I hear it, I'm going to take a pass. It says, may affect your vision, may cause blindness, may this...
Yes.
But
I know you're aware of Callie and Casey meetings, right?
Yes.
Well, one of the things that they pointed out, and this is a very important thing for people to understand, is what a lot of these drugs do is they act to somehow or another mitigate the effects of poor metabolic health. But most of these problems that these people are suffering from wouldn't exist if we put an emphasis on metabolic health. If people got healthier, they started eating nutritious food and taking vitamins, a whole host of these problems that people are having would go away. And the problem with that from the pharmaceutical drug standpoint is they wouldn't be able to sell drugs to these people. And this is a
and
fear
the
that a lot of people
pesticides
have.
and things like that on the plants. And what do you think of that?
It's terrible. Well, I think regenerative agriculture, unfortunately, is very difficult to scale to a point where you got a jack-in-the-box on every corner.
Right, that's right.
If everybody wants food, and we have food deserts, and we have places like Los Angeles where no one's growing anything, and everything has to be shipped in, and it's very difficult to feed that many people. We've created this incredible society where we have these enormous cities, but it's very difficult to get food to these people. And then for a lot of these people in low-income areas, the only food that's available is cheap, unhealthy food.
That's right.
And we could fix that. That's if we could send $175 billion to Ukraine, we could do something to fix a lot of the health problems that the United States has. And I think it would help us as a nation overall. If you just put it out there that, hey, as a nation, we're going to make a concerted effort to get people healthier. Just put it out there, and people start making better choices.
Well, when you look at that chart,
it's crazy.
They just gave me that chart because they said you may want to discuss this topic, which I know is a big topic here. And when I looked at that chart and I looked at how unhealthy we are as a nation, that's a pretty big deal.
How are you so healthy? Is it golf?
No, it's genetics, I believe. You know, I'm a big
genetics
believer.
is a big factor.
I really am. I mean, my father was...
Unfortunately, it is a big factor for health. Some people are just way more robust. But you do play golf a lot, and that is exercise.
Both of my parents. For me, it's good.
Fresh air.
It really is. It's
exercise.
fresh air. You're outside. Even mentally, you're focused on that 3-footer for a couple of hours. You're not. And I go quick. I play fast, real fast, and I'm in, I'm out. But you know, it gives me. I was never one that could like run on a treadmill. And I can do it. You know, when passing a physical, they asked me to run on a treadmill, and then they make it steeper and steeper and steeper. And the doctor said, it was at Walter Reed, they said, it's unbelievable. I could have gone, I'm telling you, I felt I could have gone all day. But I said, Doc, I can do this all day long. I have no problem. But it's boring to me. Do you understand?
Right.
It's just boring.
Golf's exciting.
But I did it for so long. They couldn't believe it that I did it. And I never did, you know, I don't do it. You know, I have friends that run on this stuff all day long, but I had no problem doing it. But it's really boring. So with golf or something, you know, or tennis or whatever.
Right.
But golf, as you get older, there's something really good about it. And you have competition.
Competition,
you know,
concentration.
And it's a great handicap sport.
And it's also a thing, I think, that's it cleans your mind, because when you're looking at a shot, that's all you can think of when you're executing.
It gives you a couple of hours. You know, it's interesting. Like with tennis, if you're much better than somebody, you can't really play with somebody. You know, it doesn't work. You can give them sort of the equivalent of strokes, right? But it's not this. With golf, you can play with a lousy guy and give him a stroke a hole or 2 strokes a hole or something. You know, it's a good handicapping sport.
Right.
But it gives me a little exercise. But I haven't played in a long time. I won 32 club championships.
Didn't you play right after you got shot?
No. What I did is I played with Bryson DeChambeau. Do you know Bryson?
Yes.
The pro. He's a good player. And we played, it was a certain thing that we played, I guess called breaking 50 or something. 50 we play from a certain tee, and if you can break 50. And it got tremendous ratings. Sort of like a crazy thing. He's a great guy.
But wasn't
he's
that like a couple of days after you got shot?
I don't know. I know I had.
That was one of the funniest things. You were on the golf course.
I think I did, yeah, maybe I did. But I view it very interestingly. I'm running for president of the United States. To me, it's such a big deal. It's so important. So I've gone now.
It's the biggest deal in the free world.
It's 100 times bigger than the Super Bowl, and it's one person.
Yeah.
So you're down to 2 people, and we start off at 9 billion, because you have 9 billion, they say, in the world. Who knows what that number is? But you get down to 350 million. Sadly, we have no idea what we have in this country, but let's assume it's 325, 350. And you're down to 2 people. It's the biggest thing in the world. And when I heard she took off yesterday and she took off the day before and she's going to take off tomorrow or the next day, I haven't taken a day off in 56 days. That's a long time. I haven't taken one day off. I don't want to play golf. This is too exciting. Golf is great, but this is too exciting. This is more exciting than anything you can do. And
Also, it's the home stretch.
It's the home stretch. Who would take a day off? So we have 11 days left now. And think of it. So I think I've done 54, 55 days in a row. No days off. And I make speeches oftentimes, sometimes not, but I make speeches. And when you make a speech, and my speeches last a long time because of the weave, and I weave stories into it. If you just read a teleprompter, nobody's going to be very exciting. You got to weave it out. So, but you always have to, as you say, you always have to get right back to it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not good. But the weave is very, very important. Very few weavers around. But it's a big strain. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You got to be careful of the voice. You can lose that voice. The voice wasn't designed. I said today, so I made a big one last night. I was in Las Vegas. Got a big one the night before in Arizona. Big one. I mean, they're all big. We have there's never been anything like it in terms of crowd. Never been close. Never been close. They say, he talks about crowds. It's very interesting. So we get crowds that are really big. I say, I've never had a story, because I don't get good press. I don't think I've had a good story in years. I swear, I don't think you were talking about it a little bit with Oprah. Everybody loved me. I don't think, I became president of the United States. I did great the second time. I did much better. I don't want to get you in any disputes, but I won that second election so easy. And not just because
But let me get to that. I want to talk to you about that.
But here's the thing. I did that. And now I've gotten the nomination again. And don't forget, to get these nominations, you go against very smart people. Ron DeSantis was hot, had to go through him. Nikki Haley was hot, had to go through her. Went through him, moved on. Record time. I got 3 nominations in a row. Won the first time, did much better the second time. I get millions of votes more the second time. And now I'm doing it a third time. And it's an incredible thing. I never get a good story. I only get bad press. Now, I will say this. It's a lot easier if you're a Democrat. If I were a Democrat...
You'd get a lot of positive press.
I would get a lot of positive press.
Yeah. No, it's a creepy, corrupt business. And the media, to a large extent, acts as a propaganda arm for the Democratic Party.
It's not even believable.
Yeah, it's bizarre to watch. And most young people, I think, are aware of it. I think most boomers still, unfortunately, read the newspapers and believe in CNN.
But it's getting younger.
Yes.
It's getting, for us, for a concern.
Yes.
And I consider myself a
It's the internet. It's because the internet's giving people information that they're not getting from anywhere else. And they get like the very fine people hoax, the Russiagate hoax, all these different things that they've done that try to pin on you. That's like, it's a clear distortion of what you actually said.
The bloodbath hoax.
Yeah.
I was talking about the auto industry.
Yes.
It's a bloodbath because Japan and China are taking our auto. And I said, it's a bloodbath. They said, he used the word bloodbath.
He said, if you don't win, it's going to be a bloodbath.
That's right. It's a terrible thing they do.
But that's the problem with propagandists, because they take things out of context, and ultimately what they do is they diminish their own credibility, because people don't want to listen to them anymore, because they see that they've done that, and they recognize what's going on, and they feel insulted. Their intelligence is getting insulted.
Look at the ratings.
Yes.
Shows like yours. So I have a son who's very smart and tall, Barron, right? And he knows all about you. He knows about guys I never heard of. He said, Dad, you don't know how big they are. They're big. He told me how big. I said, who the hell is he? Like Ross. He said, Dad, he's a great guy. I mean, guys that are doing, it's a whole new world out there.
It's a different world. And
but, I'm on TikTok now.
Congratulations.
And I've done really well. No, but the crazy, have you seen the numbers? Billions of hits. It's crazy.
I'm sure. TikTok's a wild application.
And I've gone up 30 points. A Republican is always down 30 with young people. I'm plus 30. and I'm on TikTok.
I think
it's had a huge impact.
Young people are rejecting a lot of this woke bullshit. Young people are tired of being yelled at and scolded. They're tired of these people that they think are mentally ill telling them what the moral standards of society should be today. People are upset.
There's a big difference now, but even in just a couple of years, I was shaking hands with people. They're young people.
The rebels are Republicans now. So like, you want to be a rebel, you want to be punk rock, you want to like buck the system, you're a conservative now. That's how crazy. And then the liberals are now pro silencing criticism. They're pro censorship online. They're talking about regulating free speech and that regulating the First Amendment. It's bananas to watch.
Joe, they come after their political opponent.
Well,
I got more guys. I always say, I kid, but I'm not kidding. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the meanest of them all. He'd kill you in 2 seconds if he didn't like you, right? I've been under investigation more than Alphonse Capone, only because it's political opponent stuff. But I won the big case in Florida. I'm winning the other stuff. You win, but you know what they did? They did something that's only done in third world countries. They came after their political opponent.
Yeah.
I could have put crooked Hillary in jail.
Well, not only that, but they're now weaponizing it by saying that that's what you were going to do once you get in office. Right? Ignoring what they're doing right now. It's crazy.
I heard it that somebody was defending me today. They said, they said, that's what you're doing to him. They're going, he's going to put us in jail. He's going to invest.
That's what you're doing.
That's what you're doing to him. Yeah. A lot of people say, will you do that? Will you do that to him? To them, if you win? The presidency has tremendous power. I could have put crooked Hillary.
I respected that you didn't, because what you said was it would be bad for the country.
No, I can't. I couldn't even imagine. You have, first of all, Secretary of State, but more importantly, the wife of the President of the United States of America going into jail. And if you ever saw when I'd say something about her, they'd all say, I didn't say it. I never said it. They say, lock her up, lock her. And I'd always go, take it easy, just relax. We're going to win this thing. Take it easy, take it easy. And I'm telling you, I kept it down, just the opposite. Now they say, oh, Trump wanted to put her in jail. No, I saved her from going to jail. They had more stuff on her. And Comey had it, because when Comey got up, and he stupidly, because he's a stupid guy too, he's a stupid son of a bitch. He got up, Joe, he got up, and instead of saying she's innocent of all charges, he went over each charge. And each charge was a killer. And he'd go, and as far as her doing this, she's innocent. And this, and then she's only an unfair prosecutor for we go. But every time you heard these charges, they sounded so bad. They were bad. And all it was is he wanted more airtime. If he would have gone up and said, I've thoroughly investigated Hillary Clinton and she's done nothing that we feel is wrong, it would have ended. Instead, he wanted to be up there because he's a PR hound. He's a hog. And he starts going through and you know what he had? They had a huge problem because FBI is great. The people in it, not the top people, the people. The real people, the people that work there. It's like the real generals that I told you about that defeated ISIS in record time. The FBI guys are great. I'll bet you I'd be at 95% in the FBI.
I bet that's right.
Underneath.
Yeah.
And so here's the thing. So he goes with Hillary, and instead of just saying, he goes through each charge.
Right.
And even I was saying, man, those are bad charges.
Sounds terrible because
this is before I got
with those charges.
Don't forget, this is before I got there.
Right.
Now he was trying to protect her. But he did her a great disservice.
Because he wanted attention.
He was still.
So I want to talk about 2020 because you said over and over again that you were robbed in 2020.
Yeah, totally.
How do you think you were robbed? Everybody always cuts you off. I'm going to allow.
Well, they not only cut you off. Well, what I'd rather do is we'll do it another time. And I would bring in papers that you would not believe. So many different papers. That election was so crooked. It was the most crooked election.
Okay, but give me some examples of how.
Well, let's start from the top and the easy ones.
Okay.
They were supposed to get legislative approval to do the things they did, and they didn't get it. In many cases, they didn't get it.
What things?
Anything.
Legislative approval
like for extensions of the voting, for voting earlier, for this, for all different things. By law, they had to get legislative approvals. You don't have to go any further than that. If you take a look at Wisconsin, they virtually admitted that the election was rigged, robbed, and stolen. They wouldn't give access in certain areas to the ballots because the ballots were inside. They weren't originals. We could go into this stuff. We could go into the ballots, or we could go into the overall. I'll give you another one.
Are you going to present this
let me,
ever? Like, what, do you think like?
Let me just give you one more before. 51 intelligence agents come up that the laptop is from Russia. It turned out to be totally false.
51 former intelligence agents, right?
They say that made. I don't believe it's this much, but it doesn't happen. I won by I lost by I didn't lose, but they say I lost, Joe, they say I lost by 22,000 votes. That's like 1/10 of 1% less than that. It's a tiny little 22,000 votes spread over, that's spread over this period. So, 51 intelligence agents lied. They lied. They lied. They knew it was. It was Hunter's. It was from his bed. It was Hunter's laptop. They said it was created by Russia. Russia. It was the Russia hoax. The Russia hoax was a big hoax. It was all a big hoax. So
well, that's clear.
They get Mueller.
That's one example. That is a good
that's
example.
a big example. They say it made a 17-point difference. That's a big example, but that's only one. And you could go into the ballots where they wouldn't give you access to the ballots. You could go into the ballot harvesting. You could go into $500 million for the lock boxes.
But just in terms of narrative, so there's two things, right? There's the Russia hoax. There's the collusion with Russia that was never proven, right? That's one.
Well, no, it was proven it didn't happen.
Right. But they talked about it on television.
But it took 2.5 years to prove.
But not only that, but it was a constant narrative on television. So that's a constant narrative that gets into people's minds, especially low information people that just watch the news, that you're in collusion with Russia. So that's one. So that changes the narrative. And then you have the 51 former intelligence agents that work with the original Twitter and get them to remove links. You can't share it on DMs. You cannot share that story. They swept that story because they said it was Russian disinformation, even though they knew it was not.
100%.
So that's two examples that are real examples. Now, anyone who considers himself a legitimate, objective observer of American politics, if you really want the best person to win, you would want people to not lie. And the only reason why they got away with this lie was because they continually labeled you as this horrible threat to democracy and Hitler. They kept saying you were going to be a dictator, ignoring the fact that you weren't a dictator for the 4 years where you were actually the president.
I was actually the opposite of a dictator. I was a very straight guy. But look, those three things, you take those three things, each one of them by themselves causes the result to be different. Okay?
It does.
And then you can go into 100 other things. There's so many. We can't have corrupt elections, and we can't have open borders. You need to have a country. You need borders. You need fair elections. And I'll tell you the other thing you need is you need a free and fair press. One of the things I like about doing a show like this, can you imagine Kamala doing this show?
I could imagine her doing the show.
She'd be laying on the floor.
She was supposed to do it, and she might still do it, and I hope she does.
She's not going to.
I will talk to her like a human being. I would try to have a conversation with her. If she did this kind of an interview
with you, I hope she does, because it would be a mess. She'd be laying on the floor comatose. She'd be saying, call in the medics.
I think we'd have a fine conversation. I think I'd be able to talk to her. I wouldn't try to interview her. I'd just try to have a conversation with her and hopefully get to know her as a human being. That was my goal, having her on. Trying to get her to express herself just as I don't know if I don't think these formats are good. I don't think that two people, first of all, I hate the idea of the presidential debates because I hate the idea of a time limitation on complex ideas. Also, you have to break.
I think you have to have the debates, though.
Right, but the way they do the debates, I think, is the wrong way to do it. I think they should have a conversation. I think you and Kamala, you sit across the table with no one in the room but the two of you. Of course you're not going to shout each other. Of course you're not going to insult each other.
I mean, it may get... they used to do it that way.
It wouldn't, but that would be the way to do it.
They used to do it that way.
To put cameras on you with no no one interfering with checking whether or not it's factual, especially when it's biased, because they checked you all those times and they didn't check her with clearly things that were inaccurate, right? So have two people just have a conversation with Israel without a time constraint. And also this idea they cut off the microphone.
Well, and no crowd.
No crowd, crazy too, because you're good at working crowds.
I would rather have a crowd.
Of course you would. You're good at crowds.
But I had no. So they gave me an alternative. I don't think he wanted to debate.
Why did they want no crowd?
Because
what was the
I think they thought I wasn't going to accept it. So I believe what they wanted to do is have me not accept. So they gave me a deal I couldn't refuse, and I said, I'll do it, okay? It's like the mob.
Right.
I'll take it. So they came to me, they said, we'll debate Joe Biden. You know, that thing got tremendous ratings too, that was crazy. But we'll debate Joe Biden, but you can't have a crowd. They also wanted sitting down. I said, that's the only thing. I said, look, you gotta stand up. You can't really sit down.
Right.
You know, in the old days they did sit down a little bit, but
he gets tired.
You gotta stand up. And they agreed to it. It was a very tough thing. It almost killed it. They wanted to have like desks where we sit. And I said, I think we should stand up. And that was the only thing I asked for. I said, you got to stand up. I thought it looked bad for like the public, but they said no crowd and cut off the mic. And I said, I can live with it. I mean, I can live with it. And they thought I was going to reject it. And then they would say he didn't want to debate Sleepy Joe.
Right.
That's
right.
what they thought was going to
Well, they tried to say that with you and Kamala as well. They tried to say that you didn't want to debate her as well.
No, but by the way, with her, number one, I'm leading. Number two, you know, I didn't, they also said it with the primary. So I had like 10, 12 guys in the primary. No stupid guys. I mean, they're governors and they're senators. They're not stupid people. Some are stupid, but not all of them. And all my guys said, you have to be in the debate. I said, why? I'm leading by 74 points. The closest guy to me, I'm like 60 points, 70 points higher. Why would I stand there like an idiot for 2 hours and let every one of them scream at me? I'm going to be the fight this war.
Right.
And I said, I'm not debating. And it was a very smart thing because, you know, it was, they just killed themselves.
The Republican primaries.
Yeah, the Republican primaries. I like debating. I think you have to debate. But I like
it has
debating.
to be fair.
I like debating like the Rosie O'Donnell debate. I like debating when you have a crowd. Remember the Rosie O'Donnell?
Yeah, that was very funny.
Megan, crazy thing, Megan. That was a hell of a question, man. If I didn't come up with that answer,
it was a great line.
Well, what it was is, you know, we had 28,000 people. That was the Cleveland Arena where the Cavaliers played.
Right.
LeBron James. I'm not a big fan of LeBron James, but he is a good basketball player. But, you know, that was and when I said that place went crazy. And she kept talking. No, she had like 10 other.
Yeah, well, Megan said you said it to other people, and you admitted you did. But it was funny. It was a comedic timing moment.
It was fun.
That's what they wanted to avoid.
It was lucky I did it because she was drowned. You know, she wasn't finished. That question, but she kept talking, but you couldn't hear. To this day, they don't know what she said, but it wasn't positive. So anyway, but we had a good time.
Well, it's comedic timing, and that's the reason why to have a debate in front of a large audience. And then they
well, how
probably
did I
thought
do
you
with
would
the Al
stack the
Smith
deck.
dinner? I got very good reviews.
That was great. It was very funny. It was very funny stuff. The Tim Wall stuff is very funny.
Tim Wall.
It's funny.
That's a real beauty.
That's a crazy one. She said that she had picked him, and this is one of the questions I want to ask her, when she was sleep deprived. She said she was suffering from sleep deprivation when she picked him, which is just like, hey, maybe take a nap.
So I was, okay, look, let's see how it all turns out. I think we're going to win. I think we're way ahead now. I think we're way ahead. But
can I bring you back to 2020?
Lose, I think they're going to look at two things. They're going to say they should have had a primary, even if it was a short primary.
Yes.
They shouldn't have picked it. And then she's going to say I shouldn't have picked this guy.
She shouldn't have picked that guy.
That guy's
just the lying about Tiananmen Square.
Everything.
Admitting that, the military record, assistant coach versus head coach. Yes.
Little things. So I did McDonald's last week.
I saw that.
And I actually got a call from your friends at Google, from Sundar. That's pretty good, right? He said, this is the biggest thing we've had in years.
You at McDonald's?
At McDonald's. Did you know that? It was one of the...
It was funny.
Who's a great guy, by the way. But he said, this McDonald's thing, I want to tell you, it's one of the biggest things we've ever had on Google. It just hit. But the reason I did, and I actually, you never know about this stuff. I thought it was a throwaway. I didn't think our conversation's a throwaway, but I thought I'd walk in, and that was only to highlight the fact. And I have a friend, he owns like 56 of these McDonald's, and he said, "Do you want to use one?" I said, "Yeah, I love it." So we went there, and the crowd was crazy. You know, they had 28,000 people around it. The whole thing. Did you see the outside? It was crazy. The cars couldn't get through. Secret Service was not exactly thrilled. We had no idea what that. But I went into the place, and I did the French fry thing. And it just hit. But that's like in life. Sometimes you do. I thought it was like a quick throwaway. We're going to be there for 15 minutes. Then I said, I've worked here for 15 minutes, which is 15 minutes more than she worked here. She lied about McDonald's. And you know,
is that proven that she never worked at McDonald's?
Well, McDonald's has no information. No, she has no information. There's nobody. The manager said she never worked there. You know, it was a certain place, and he said they never. No, she lied. She's a liar. You know what they do? They'll say, like, on any one of the questions, take any, they'll say, it's the exact opposite of what I say. IVF. He's against IVF, fertilization.
Right.
And it's the exact opposite. I came out immediately strongly in favor. And they do ads. It's real. On every single topic. And you know, she changed policies on 15. I've never seen a guy anybody change on more than one. You know, you can maybe get away with one. Her whole life, fracking, every single thing that she was for, the confiscation of guns, she wants a confiscation. Now she's saying everybody should have a gun. In fact, we're going to get her a MAGA cap. I'm going to send her a MAGA cap. But she's changed, and I don't think people are buying it. I don't think people are buying it.
Well, some people are buying it because they want to buy it, because it's blue no matter who. There's a certain percentage of our population that's going to vote Democrat no matter what.
That's true.
They're pressured. There's their community, their ideology.
You know,
left
I don't
is
understand.
good, right is evil.
I don't understand why. Okay, you have a wall, or you have you know, I built 570 miles of wall. Everyone said I built a lot of wall, exactly the stuff. But you have a border. What I don't understand is, who would want people to come into our country from places unknown, like sometimes they'll say about a fighter, from parts unknown, right? Remember Haystacks Code, from parts, he says from parts unknown, the oldest, those are the oldest, that's even before you. But who would want people to come in, pouring into our country? We don't know anything about it.
But I want to ask you this. Why do you think they're doing that?
I think because...
Do you think they're trying to buy votes? Do you think they just want cheap labor? Like, what's the idea?
There's a couple of theories. They hate our country, they're stupid, or they want to buy votes. It's one of those three things.
Yeah.
They want it. Now, they are trying to get people registered who, you know, don't even know what the country is.
And they're trying to give people amnesty, people that live here. They're trying to give them path
They want
to
to give them citizenship, and they want to... Well, how about what happened?
If you think about the amount of money that they've given them when they've come here, the food stamps, the benefits that even our poor people aren't getting.
$200 billion, and that's a way low number. That's a way low. You know, it's interesting. New York has always been like, you know, sort of like always looking for money. They've spent $100 billion on this stuff. I don't know where and they're not getting the money from the federal government. It's crazy. And because the mayor came out and said, we can't live like this.
They investigated him.
He gets by the way, I called him. I said, he just got himself indicted. This group is stupid, but they're vicious. They're stupid people, but they're vicious people.
The 2020 elections, you say you have all this evidence that it was rigged. Why haven't you put this evidence in a consumable form? In what?
Oh, I did. I have books on it. And by the way, books have been written on it. We have an author named Hemingway, who is a great writer. She wrote a book on it, but many books have been written on it. There are books that are... What's happened is judges don't want to touch it. They would say you don't have standing. They didn't rule on the merits. They ruled... The merits never got there. The judges didn't have what it took to turn over an election.
Let's talk about the potential vulnerabilities for elections and election fraud. One of them is mail-in ballots. The other one is if someone can break into voting machines, if someone can hack voting machines. Those are two huge ones.
So
and
Elon Musk, I think he said it publicly. I hope he did, because I wouldn't want to be the one. But he's a really smart guy. And he's a very good guy with computers, right? You'd say he's
one of the smartest people alive.
Anybody that can land that 20-story building and perfect.
While he's doing Starlink, while he's talking to me, while he owns Twitter,
and then he agrees to Starlink,
and he tweets 100 times a day.
an amazing guy.
Yeah.
He said to me that unless you have paper ballots, it can never be an honest election. That's a big statement.
It's a big statement.
We should go to paper ballots. You know, France did. They went to mail-in voting, and it was all messed up.
What can
you know
be
the
done?
amazing thing with the machines? So we have the machines. They cost 10 times more. A paper ballot would cost 8%. And they make paper ballots, they're all watermarked and everything. That's very sophisticated. But if you take a look, paper ballots, 8% the cost, and you're done by 9 o'clock in the evening, right? Now we have this sophisticated machine. It goes up to heaven. It goes all over the place and down and around. And they say, we'll need 2 weeks to figure out who the hell won the election.
Do you think that's by design?
Yeah, I do. I think it's very crooked. That's my opinion.
You're allowed to have an opinion. What could, let's say you win in November, what can be done to mitigate these problems? What could be done at a, you know, at the level that the president has power?
Well, if I win, this will be my last election. But I think I owe it to the country. Yeah. But I think I owe it to the country. We have to have fair elections.
So how can you fix that?
You know, Jimmy Carter was in charge of a commission, you know, that many years ago. And they put him and Scoop Jackson and various senators, you know, distinguished people that were retired. And they came up with a report. And the report's primary finding was you cannot have mail-in ballots. Because if it's a mail-in ballot, you know, I went to the voting booth the last time, whatever it was, and I walked in Palm Beach, and I walk in, and they know me. They say, Mr. President, could I see your identification? Boom, here's this, here's that, everything. And then you sit and they watch you sign, and you really, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, if you wanted to be dishonest, it's sort of you.
Right.
If instead of that, I'm going to send them a ballot.
Right.
It has to go through the postal services. It has to go through a lot of people. They mail you houses that, you know, the house was demolished and the people have left, and it's so bad. The one thing with Jimmy Carter, he had a very strong commission. It was no mail-in ballots. And we're the only one that does elections this way anymore. They've gotten away from it.
And this is it ticked up in a big way after COVID. It used to be like soldiers serving overseas.
They used COVID to cheat.
Yeah. Well, they used COVID to certainly push this mail-in ballot. Another thing
but they used COVID to cheat.
But here's another.
And the last election was a little bit of a, you couldn't even get security guys, big, strong guys to watch. You know what? You'd call them, they'd call them, and they were afraid to go out. You know, we were in the middle of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
We were in the middle of COVID, right smack in the middle, and they didn't want to die. You know, they didn't want to catch it. It was like, in a way, it was like a ghost town. And the whole thing, but mail-in ballots are a bad thing.
That certainly is a problem. Mail-in ballots are a problem.
But every
Another
other country, you know,
is
other
voter
countries,
ID.
Yeah, a voter ID. How
Voter
about
ID is the most bizarre argument that I've never seen anybody articulate in a way that's convincing.
Because
why
they
you
want to
don't
cheat.
need voter. Well, it doesn't make sense any other way. I've tried to straw man it, or I've tried to steel man it rather. I've tried to look at it from a position like, why would you not want people to have ID? And a lot of the ideas are just ridiculous. You need an ID to get a driver's license.
Okay, but here's now the next step. Gavin Newsom, one of the worst governors in the world, and I used to get along, but I don't get along with him now because he's just too, you know, it's just a whole con job. But Gavin Newsom, the other day signed a bill that you are not allowed to ask a person, even ask them whether or not they have voter ID.
Now, what could be a charitable reason why anybody
because they
would
want
want
to cheat.
that? But that would be the only thing that makes sense.
But that's taking it to the next level.
Right.
Now, you know, you have ID. The Democrat National Convention, when they had it the last time I saw, they had a sign, like a billboard, on the name of the person, where they live, how they live, who the hell their boyfriends are. Every single, and a big picture. That's for they have an ID, a big ID. It was hanging like you were a prisoner. They had these massive cards, everything. And yet when it comes to the vote, in theory, the most important thing we do, okay? When you go to a grocery store, you give ID. But for a vote, it's supposed to be a sacred thing, and it should be a sacred thing. No voter ID, because they want to cheat.
Well, it doesn't make sense in any other way. I've tried to look at
There's no other way.
There's no argument that anybody's presented that makes any sense why.
You know the funny thing, Joe? The Democrats, the people, they all think you should have it. In other words, you should have
Yeah.
it. If you go to the people, Mrs. Schwartz, Mrs. Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Sure.
They say, of course, yeah. Democrats, they say yes. It's the politicians that don't want it, like Schumer and these guys, they don't want it. Because they want to be able to cheat. Because you know what? If they didn't have it, who is going to vote for somebody that wants open borders? Who's going to vote for somebody that wants to have men playing in women's sports? You know, I have never had one person come up to me and say, President, you got to do something to allow men to play in women's sports. Have you ever? Just like I've never been called by a pollster. I told you my little theory on pollsters. Okay? I'm getting myself in trouble with some of these things, but I don't really care. Nobody's ever come up to me and said, we want to have men play in women's sports. And, you know, I had a funny thing. At a property I own in California, I have a woman who's a very good athlete, and she works there as a manager. And Brian Urlacher, the big Chicago Bears, great player, you know, 10-time All-Star, I guess, Hall of Famer, great guy, big, strong guy. And she said, oh, he's one of my favorite athletes. Can I have a picture? And I took a picture and I sent it. And I noticed she was the size of his leg. His leg was bigger than she was. And I put it out, should men play in women's sports? It was just so ridiculous.
What's one of the most bizarre and polarizing ideas that's promoted by the left?
But who wants it? Now, unless you're going to cheat in elections, you're never going to get. Nobody wants it.
Right.
I don't think anybody wants it. I've been told everything. You know, you can. Some people want this. I don't know of anybody that wants open borders. Nobody's ever come up to me and said, President, you got to let the world come into our country.
Right.
Now, if they want, so they have 21 million. I think it's much higher than that because you have gotaways. You know, gotaways where they just walk in, they walk in. But, and the other thing you have is human traffickers. You have traffickers, and they traffic in women, and they're going wild now. We used to, you know where you have to look? The trunk of cars. Can you believe it? They put women in trunks. They put 3 women in a trunk. These people are savages. They're horrible. The worst people. And they're making, the kind of money they make on drugs, they're almost making on trafficking now. And the thing that's made it hot is the internet. That's what, you know, but you think of it almost as an ancient thing, but it's the internet. But who would want to have these things? Who would want to have, there's so many, the transgender operations, where they're allowed to take your child when he goes to school and turn him into a man, to a female, without parental consent. Who wants this? Does anybody want this? I've never heard of anyone, and I can go into 10 different things. The only way they get them is by no voter ID. You can't have voter ID. They don't want any, they want to cheat. There's only one reason, because the voter ID is so basic. It's the most basic thing.
It's very basic.
Who would want this? They want it so they can cheat, because their policies are no good. I'll tell you, they're very smart when it comes to that. They're very smart, although they're not smart in terms of politics in a way, because what do they have that people want? They really don't have. They give away a lot of health care, a lot of stuff. But for the most part, their policies are terrible. Their policy on military, she's running on a tax hike. She's going to raise your taxes. You got to hear this. We are going to raise your taxes. And the people clap. But who is going to win with it? All my life I grew up with politicians lower taxes. She's politicking that we are going to raise your taxes.
Well, they want to raise, the idea is you want to raise the taxes to the highest earners.
I know, but it
they
really
think that
doesn't work.
millionaires and billionaires are not paying their fair share.
But it doesn't work that way.
Well, it's a narrative, right? And it's a narrative that appeals to people that are not doing well.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, our problems are that these rich people are not paying taxes.
Well, the problems are the rich people are going to leave, and they're going to close up their companies, and then the other people aren't going to have jobs. You know, that's what happens.
It does happen in other countries.
But the whole, because you brought it up, I'll tell you what, we just, he's doing a very good job in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin, I don't know if you like him or not like him.
I don't know him.
But you don't know the governor of Virginia? So we had a case where they found thousands of illegal ballots. A judge just ruled that they have to be able to vote. Just happened today. Just before I walked in here, I heard. A judge just ruled that you have to keep those people in. They're illegal. They're illegal votes. Now, I think they'll be overturned at the next court. One thing I found, because I had a couple of things that they get overturned a little bit, you know, the system. Because the system, you have to hope that the appellate judges are honest. Otherwise, we don't have a country anymore. Very important. But the whole thing with illegal ballots has got to be looked at. You have to have voter ID, and you have to have additional ID. You have to have an ID that shows that you're a citizen of the country.
I agree.
They don't want that either.
I agree. One of the things that I wanted to talk to you about is the JFK files. And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
So I opened them up partially. I was met with, from good people, I mean, good people. People that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one of them. He's a good person. They called me, they said, sir, would rather have you not. And I did open them. But I was asked by some people not to open them. There's a Martin Luther King file, too, by the way, that they'd like to see. I don't know if you know, but there is that. But JFK in particular. So they called me, a lot of good people called me, people that that you would find reasonable people. And they asked me not to do it. So I said, well, we'll close it for another time. But if I win, I'm going to open them up. I'm just going to open enough.
Why didn't you open it up the first time, though?
Because a lot of times,
what was the hesitation?
Addresses, people that are still living. There are people that are affected. And there could be some national security reason that I don't have to necessarily know about. But some very good, talented people asked me not to do it. I opened it up, and then they said, would it be possible for us to do that a different day?
How much of it did you read into? I think it's going to be just fine to open it. Let me put it that way. I think it's fine. It's going to be time. It's a cleansing. It's really a cleansing. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it immediately, almost immediately upon entering office. Well, the thing, when people look at it from the outside and you sort of imagine what could be a reason why they would not release those files, it would be there's people that were implicated in the assassination.
Yeah. Well, when they're living people, you generally tend not to want to do it. When people are still living.
Living people that formerly work for the government.
For the government, and living people that were somehow involved in it, and you tend not to do that. But it's time to open them. I can't tell you whether or not they're going to find anything of interest. And I did partially open. I think I've opened 50%, but I was asked not to do it, and I thought that was a reasonable ask. But now I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it very soon. There's a lot of interest in it.
One of the things that
there's a lot of interest in the people coming from space,
Yes.
And I know you're interested in
that.
Oh,
very interested in that. How much did they tell you about that?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What did they tell you? How much can you tell?
So
how's that work? Is it like super top secret? Tell me.
Well, based on Hunter Biden, I can say whatever the hell I want, right? But I interviewed a few people. It's never been my thing, I have to be honest. I have never been a believer. I have people that Area 51 or whatever it is. I think it's the #1 tourist attraction in the whole country or something. Area 51 in Las Vegas. Do you know that, right?
Sure, I know what it is.
So anyway, but it's a big tourist thing. So I interviewed jet pilots that say they saw something. If you saw them, you'd love to have them.
I've had a couple in here. Commander David Fravor, I had him in, who had that sighting in 2004. Very compelling with video evidence, radar evidence. Ryan Graves.
I don't believe his name, but I interviewed jet pilots that were solid people. Perfect. I mean, great pilots, great everything. And they said, we saw things, sir, that were very strange. Like a round ball, but it wasn't a comet or a meteor. It was something. And it was going 4 times faster than an F-22, which is a very fast plane, And it was round, which is, in theory, a great shape.
So when you were talking to these people, was this something that you were compelled to have conversations about? Was this your personal interest?
A little bit. It's not a great interest for me, but it's a little interest. I get that question as much as almost any question. Do you think that we have aliens coming, flying around or whatever?
What do you think?
There's no reason not to. I mean, there's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life, you know, because...
Well, Mars, we've had probes there and rovers, and I don't think there's any life there.
Well, maybe it's life that we don't know, but maybe
maybe there was life there at one point in time. This is the speculation about Mars, that Mars had an atmosphere at one point in time, a long time ago, that could support life. It also had large bodies of water, but we've had no evidence of even bacterial life that exists on Mars. But the universe is pretty vast.
It's not been a big thing for me. I mean, when I looked at what China did to this, they would have never done it with me, where they put the balloon up. And a lot of people thought for a little while that was one of these things. So,
well, that's a lot of the speculation too, that some of these drones that hover over battleships, that these are Chinese drones, and that they're not UFOs.
They could be also.
There's some super sophisticated.
But I did interview, let's say 3 or 4 guys that, and without tremendous interest, if you had them, as I said, you'd love to have them as your children. Solid, beautiful people. They said, sir, there's something there. You know,
there's something there. Yeah, I've talked to quite a few of them.
They're not conspiracy guys.
Well, I mean, just the Commander David Fravor thing in 2004 off the coast of San Diego, they clocked that thing going from 50,000 feet above sea level to 50 in a second.
Yeah.
They don't know what it is.
That's tough to beat.
Yeah, they saw something in the water. It was hovering over that something that was making a disturbance in the water. They got video evidence of this thing. 2 different fighter jets with pilots in them saw it. There's, you know, visual evidence, photographic evidence, video evidence, radar evidence. Whatever the hell it is, it moves in a way that would turn a human being into jello if they were inside of it. The G-force, no one would survive.
Oh,
so like, what is that? And we don't. It doesn't have a heat signature. They don't know what their propulsion system was. But
when you fly in some of these jets, these pilots have to be in great shape.
Oh yeah, I flew with the Blue Angels once.
Yeah,
yeah, I got to fly. I guess
and
it's
those
an
are
F-18.
And those are older machines.
And they're crazy.
When you fly in some of these things,
oh my God,
amazing. Yeah, but
I can imagine.
You got to be special.
But these things that these people are encountering are far superior to what we know of.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there's some military or government program that you weren't, that they didn't tell you about?
I think I had a great relationship with the military, basically, but you know, I didn't like certain people. I would have gotten them out if I thought, if the election was different, I would have fired, you know, all of them quickly. Most of them I did fire. Biden should have fired every military person involved with Afghanistan. He should have had a lot of firings. You know, if you look at him, he told Israel not to do anything, and at least Israel's not going to look at a bomb the way they would have been. Think if they listened to Biden. They'd be waiting for a bomb to drop on their head right now. He's been wrong about so much. I guess you'd have to say that she's been wrong too, because, you know, she always said they made the decision together. But Israel didn't follow his advice. And I think it was a very, you know, the Middle East is rapidly changing. You know, there are prophets that say the world will come to an end in the Middle East. You know that, right? And we have weapons today that are so scary. When you look, I rebuilt them all. And when you look at the weapons we have today, the biggest threat we have in the world today is nuclear weapons. And we have other weapons too that are devastating. But the nuclear weapons, the biggest threat we have in the world today, and that's what I was talking about de-escalation with both China and Russia. I'm telling you, we were going to de-escalate. They were going to de-escalate. Got to be careful. It's a little tricky playing with them because they say we're going to do it and they don't do it, maybe. But they understood the curse too. It's a curse. It's China's way behind us, but they'll catch us within 5 years.
So let's imagine. Let's say you win in November. What do you do differently, and how do you change this course that it seems we are on for World War III? How do you get us out of Ukraine? How do you stop what's going on in the Middle East? How do you put a stop to this?
Well, it's a very, to me, it's an easy question because I think I can do it easily, but it's a complex question in the sense that the times change, every day changes. Who's winning, who's not winning? I mean, Russia's a war machine. Whether you like it or not, it just grinds along. You speak to people like Viktor Orban, he'll tell you, it's just a big, fat war machine, and that's what's happening. You look at what's happened to Ukraine. If I were there, it would have never happened.
But what could you do now? If you get into office in January, what could you do now?
Right now, you would get both of them. I know both very well. And again, I do not want to tell you, for the purpose of looking smart to 5 people that, that say, oh, he was great. Because if I told you exactly what I do, I could never make the deal. All I can tell you is that I would meet with Putin and I would meet with him, and I know exactly what I'd say to each one of them. And I believe that as president-elect, I would get that war stopped, and stopped fast. We have tremendous power in the United States if you know how to use the power. I stopped other wars just by the use of tariffs. I got Macron of France. Good guy's like a friend of mine, but he's a wise guy. And he's a person that likes France, and he was going to tax our companies. I sent all the smartest guys. I sent Mnuchin, they all failed me. And I said, I'll do it myself. And I called him, I said, Emmanuel, you're taxing American companies. We're not going to allow you to do that. Oh, Donald, I cannot do it. Nothing I could do. It's already been passed. I said, Emmanuel, if you do that, I'm going to put 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes that come into the United States, and you're going to regret that you ever did it. He said, Donald, please, that's not fair. Anyway, within about 2 minutes, he dropped the whole thing, and it was massive amounts of money against American companies. I have to protect American companies.
So why doesn't the Biden administration do this?
Because they're incompetent. They don't know how to talk. Look, they met in Alaska with the Chinese, and the Chinese lectured them about how badly we treat people, right? Okay? I mean, think of it. You remember that? It was like they didn't talk to me that way. They respected me. They respected our country. They don't respect our country. They don't respect Biden. They don't respect her. They're dreaming about her because she's incompetent. She's not a smart person. Look, she can't put 2 sentences together. She talks. I watched her 2 nights. I watched her last night, too. It was the same thing. She's not a smart person. These guys are very smart, and they're very streetwise, and they're very tricky and evil and dangerous. And if she becomes the President of the United States, which I can't believe can happen, I don't think this country is going to make it. I don't think we'll ever be. I think just really bad things will happen to our country. And you know what? I look at the outside forces and I say they can all be handled because we have a pot of gold. But we're not going to have that pot of gold to play with anymore. It's a great negotiating thing. I told you, I knocked out this massive car company, going to take all of our car business from Detroit. I knocked it out just by my rhetoric. Rhetorically, I said, they'll never sell a car in here. I'll put tariffs. I don't care. They're 2,000%. They're never going to build that plant.
Is it possible to apply that same thing to the electronics that we use? One of the things that disturbs me greatly is that all of our phones are made overseas, and then some of our phones are made in places like and the chips, and some of our phones are made in places like Foxconn, where they have nets around the building to keep people from jumping off the roof because they have so many suicides. Like, wouldn't it be better to have an American-made iPhone where people are paid good wages, they have health insurance, they're taken care of, they can live a good life, where you're not buying a piece of electronics that's cheaper because someone has to suffer in a horrible way that's not even legal in the United States. It's not even legal to have them work that way in the United States, so they get these people to build them overseas.
You do it, but let me just add, that chip deal is so bad. We put up billions of dollars for rich companies to come and then borrow the money and build chip companies here, and they're not going to give us the good companies anyway. All you had to do is charge them tariffs. If you would have put a tariff on the chips coming in, you would have been able to, just like the auto companies, no different. More sophisticated, but no different. Taiwan, they stole our chip business, okay? They want us to protect, and they want protection. They don't pay us money for the protection, The mob makes you pay money, right? But with these countries that we protect, I got hundreds of billions of dollars from NATO countries that were never paying us. And my biggest fan is Stoltenberg, who just left as the Director General, as a Secretary General. Good guy. He said Bush came, he made a speech. Obama came, he made a speech. Trump came, he said, you guys aren't paying, you got to pay. And they said, will you protect us from Russia if we don't? I said, no, you got to pay if you don't pay. Billions of dollars came in to NATO. When I see us paying a lot of money to have people build chips, that's not the way. you didn't have to put up 10 cents. You could have done it with a series of tariffs. In other words, you tariff it so high that they will come and build their chip companies for nothing. In other words, Joe, you put a big tariff on the chips coming in. I say, you don't have to pay the tariff. All you have to do is build your plant in the United States. We didn't have to give them the money to build a plant. Besides that, they're very rich companies, these chip companies. They stole 95% of our business. It's in Taiwan right now. They do a great job, but that's only because we have stupid politicians. We lost the chip business, and now we think we're going to pay. You can't build it that way. You have to make them spend their money in the United States, and those plants would open up all over, and they'll fund them. We don't have to put up 10 cents. And I am in the process of making a huge speech in about a little while. And you and I, how long have we been talking?
A long time.
Let's go.
Probably like 3 hours.
I got to make a speech.
Right.
But we'll do it again. I want to do it again with you.
Okay.
You are something.
Thank you very much.
I said, how long will this last? Anywhere from an hour to 3 or 4
How long
hours.
we did, Jamie? 3 hours.
Good. Well, we'll do it again. I thought it was good. I think it was great. It was a lot of fun. You are a fascinating guy, and you've done a great job.
Thank you very much.
I'm a big fan, and thank you very much. It's been an honor.
It's been an honor to
I'm
have you
going to
on as
make
well.
a great speech, and I'm going to say, and if I'm a little off tonight, I'm going to blame you. I'm going to
Blame
say I
me.
spoke
Go
to this guy
ahead,
for
blame
3 hours. Anyway, it's a great honor to be.
Thank you, sir.
with you. Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
All right.
it.
Bye, everybody.
If you are a tech enthusiast, to say that you've been in anticipation of Intel's new architecture would be a bit of an understatement. Me personally, I've been waiting to see what Intel would do with this new lineup of CPUs for so many months now, and I was really curious, hoping that Intel would just get back up on top ahead of AMD in not just gaming but also productivity. However, in today's video, unfortunately, that is not going to be the case, especially when it comes to gaming. The new Ultra 9 285K is actually losing out to a CPU that was 3 generations old now. That's the i9 12900KS. And the reason I decided to test with the i9 12900KS is that it's one of the CPUs, or one of the last i9 CPUs, that I can actually recommend from Intel, where I personally had so many problems with the i9 13900K, and then when I got the 14900K through, that exhibited the similar behavior where things would crash, things were unstable, and just outright weird behavior on the desktop with things like either mouse skipping, or we had problems with just latency. Now, when I was testing out the 285K, I did come into some similar type issues, especially when it came to Cyberpunk 2077. That would occasionally just drop out while I was benchmarking with an RTX 4090. And then also on top of all that, there was some weird mouse skipping that was occurring when I was using the CPU. But let's look at it a little bit more in depth and show you guys some side-by-sides comparing the gaming numbers versus not just the i9-12900KS, but also the Ryzen 9 9950X, and even throwing some 7800X 3D figures, where the 285K unfortunately just doesn't come anywhere near the 7800X 3D in any of the gaming benchmarks. So if you were hoping that Intel's latest and greatest would catch up to AMD in any of the gaming benchmarks, then unfortunately you are going to come out of this review left, like I am, disappointed with the new results from Intel. However, there is some, I guess, really good news when it comes to other areas of the CPU, especially productivity. So let's look at all these numbers in depth right after today's video sponsor.
If you want to get rid of this annoying activate Windows message, then today's video sponsor SCD Keys has you covered for as little as $15 after you enter that coupon code BFTYC. You can cop yourself a legit single-end user license today. Also works for Windows 11 Pro 2. Links in the description below.
Welcome back to Tech Yes City. Now for today's test system, I actually used two different motherboards and I cross-referenced the results just to make sure that things weren't in my head when I was seeing some of these low-performing gaming numbers. And for this, we actually used the ASRock Z890 Nova, and this managed to get a memory speed of 8600 megahertz with a setting on Gear 2. So we're getting sort of the best latency mixed in with that 8600 megahertz. And this was done at CL40, if you guys are wondering about the latency numbers there too. However, hopping across to the AMD CPUs and even the 12900KS, I decided to keep things equal on this side, going with 6200 megahertz CL28 timings, and then on AMD's side, Infinity Fabric of 2067. Though the other motherboard in the equation was the Aorus Master, and this got the exact same memory speeds as the ASRock Nova, and this was actually a very stable motherboard to work with, and it was very quick and easy to get things set up. So both motherboards we used, I believe, are pretty good examples and should give you guys the best representation of this CPU, at least in its current form. And before we move into the numbers, I will talk about this CPU where it's now officially a tiled architecture. So in other words, they're producing different pieces of silicon, and in ways the same thing that Intel critiqued AMD for years and years ago. They're now essentially gluing the CPU together, and this is the result where they can mix and match different pieces. But ultimately, the goal of this is to lower production costs and increase efficiency, so then they can make more money. Bit of a crude answer, but I love being cynical, especially when a company is asking nearly $600 USD for this CPU, and in Australia, 1,100 Australian dollars. So it's quite an ask, and at this price, you would definitely want a lot for your money. Unfortunately, let's move into these gaming benchmarks, and here is where you don't get a lot for your money. And moving on with the first benchmark, Age of Mythology. And the reason I test this game and I love it is because it's an underrated game. Not many people focus on it, and I want to see if the optimizations are there from Intel's side and also AMD's side. And here's where the 285K actually performed quite poorly in this benchmark, both on Windows 11 and Windows 10. Now, the CPU overall did perform better on Windows 11, the 24H2 official now public update. Now, another thing I will interlude with these gaming benchmarks here is that I also did try to turn all the E-cores off, just in case people were wondering if maybe just having the P-cores on only would help lift performance. Unfortunately, it did not, and in fact, it made the performance a lot worse. Meaning that this time around, Intel's gone away with the hyper-threading, but they've also this way made it so that the E-cores and the P-cores are codependent on one another. So switching off the E-cores then, I believe, makes it so that the P-cores cannot no longer access that cache. And I did check this again across multiple motherboards, so it's not just the ASRock or the Aorus motherboard in this particular example. We're continuing on with the slaughter, and this is probably the worst example I've seen yet. This is Cyberpunk 2077, and here's where the best result I could get was 216 out of this CPU, as opposed to, say, the i9-12900KS. This was a shining star for Alder Lake, where in fact, when we tuned it to 5.5 gigahertz, the 12900KS, it actually beat even the 7800X3D in this particular benchmark. And if you guys don't believe me, I'll just pull up the receipts to prove it. Though we move over now to Gears 5, and here's another poor showing from this 285K. The Ultra 9 is not looking so ultra here, and performing actually in a lot of these benchmarks, you'll also see it's performing worse than the 9950X. Now the 9950X has its own benefits outside of gaming, which kind of makes this a little bit of a sad result to see. The next title up here, Hogwarts Legacy, it again loses to the 12900KS. And then moving things over to Far Cry 6, here's where it does start to pull a little bit up in the chart numbers, scoring a decent result. And then over to Baldur's Gate 3, it does again score a pretty good result. Now if you're looking at the i9-12900KS in Baldur's Gate 3 and look at those 0.1% lows, that is not just your eyes and that's not an anomaly, that is a real result. And I tested this numerous times. Baldur's Gate 3 and the Alder Lake CPU, especially in relation to the 0.1% lows, gets up in boogies, especially in this particular benchmark. So wrapping up the gaming performance numbers, at least the raw performance, what we can see with the Ultra 9285K is it's just simply not performing that well. Now, of course, we can come back in a month's time, look at, say, Windows 11 or Windows 10, there's some sort of update released that improves the scheduler. We can revisit that, sure, but in the meantime, it's just not looking that good for the new Intel architecture. And now, one thing that they have improved on at the very least is the power efficiency. In most of the benchmarks, I did see low power draw numbers, which was surprising because that's going definitely away from the i9 formula of 12th, 13th, and 14th gen, and it's coming to sort of like a new, more efficient i9, and this does show, at least when I was looking at the raw from most of the benchmarks. However, when I did my official Baldur's Gate 3 test, I did notice these weird spikes, and so this is going to put it behind in the charts because it did have these crazy spikes where it would just suddenly boost up out of nowhere, and that was really surprising to see. But most of the time, I guess the average power consumption is okay, but that's still cause for concern when we look at that raw figure and the max draw, especially if it's coming from a power meter on a power supply. But it is good to see that Intel have dropped the power consumption and ultimately the temperatures down of the CPU whilst we're benchmarking games. However, one thing that I will bring up, since we're talking about power consumption, is the clock speeds. Is this designed by choice or is it by force? And I'm actually going to go with the latter and go with force, because when I tried to manually tune the CPU to all cores 5.5 gigahertz, ASRock told me I should be able to do this. I actually couldn't. My CPU, the sample that I had here, which was provided from another source, it just would not run at 5.5 gigahertz. Very close. However, it did crash a lot more than even with the 5.4 gigahertz. So the 5.5 gigahertz, even though you might get lucky and you might get a CPU that would do this on all cores, the one that I had here just couldn't do it. So I had to tell ASRock, look, the setting that you had in the BIOS for the 5.5 gigahertz must have been on the samples that you guys were testing with, and they must have been good samples. But now it's time to move over to productivity, but we might as well talk about power consumption and Cinebench R23. Here's where the power consumption, not just in the games, the average was okay, but also when we look at Cinebench itself, power consumption was really good here, especially for the results it was giving out in terms of the performance. It was very slightly beating the 9950X, so I guess congratulations Intel, you managed to top the Cinebench R23 benchmark chart, and you did so, however, with a bit more power consumption on the direct CPU draw line than the 9950X. Though, that being said, moving on with some other benchmarks here like V-Ray, here's where it does lose out to the 9950X, but then if we move over to, say, Geekbench 6, here's where it did score a victory. And now when we look at Geekbench 6, it does test a heap of different metrics, and so this may be something that you may wish to look into further if you want to get the best CPU for what you do. So this was actually a surprising result. So say for instance, if you're doing some sort of AI application or you're using some sort of core crunching utility, then the Ultra 9285K may be the best in slot for you. And so that's why I'm not going to completely write it off in this review, because I feel like it does have some merit to it, and this is where it starts to come to light. When we look at some of these benchmarks, and if we move over to say the Chaos benchmark, it's doing quite well here too, but then if we go over to 7-zip, it is underperforming, especially versus the 9950X. So the final thing to talk about is the temperatures. Here's where everything was well under control on both motherboards, and we did use the Arctic 420mm water cooler for this test, and that's a really good cooler, however. So if you're using, say, standard 240 mil AIOs, you may wish to look into if that cooler is going to be good enough if you want to keep this CPU, especially under 90 degrees, for example, because this CPU did manage to still get a little bit high when it came to the Cinebench R23 loop test that we ran to get the temperatures and also the power consumption results. But with all that out of the way, it's time to put down the sheets of paper and give you guys the ultimatum with the i9, sorry, I should say the Ultra 9 285K. And it's a weird thing that they've gone away with the i7, the i9, and the i5 and the i3. Personally, I thought they were it was a pretty good naming scheme. I just thought they could have done something a little bit different than Ultra 5, Ultra 9, because in ways it isn't Ultra at all, especially when we look at the gaming benchmarks. But in other ways, the productivity numbers is okay, but it's nothing like a revolution that the Ultra name would suggest. And also on top of that, they are using TSMC silicon this time around. So I thought we would have got bigger gains from Intel than we have seen, especially when it came to the gaming numbers. So as an enthusiast, a gaming enthusiast of PC hardware, I'm definitely disappointed in the Ultra 9, the 285K, but then there is some merit to the CPU. I'm not going to completely write it off. As I was talking about before with the productivity numbers, it is a decent CPU for some particular benchmarks, but buyer beware. I will caution you guys, I am actually not going to recommend this CPU just yet. And the reason being is during my testing, I did experience instability issues, and I did experience, again, crashing when it came to Cyberpunk 2077. And this kind of behavior makes me want to take a step back and not recommend this CPU, because there could be another potential 13th and 14th gen disaster looming in the future, and I just want to be cautious. I don't want to recommend actually anyone go out and buy the CPU just yet, even though some of the performance metrics were actually pretty impressive on the productivity side of things. So there it all is laid out for you guys with the Core Ultra 9 285K. In terms of the other variants, if you guys want me to check out the Ultra 5 or the Ultra 7, I'll see if I can get my hands on some of those samples and see if we can do some testing. But do let us know in the comments if you do want to see other types of tests in these videos for these CPUs, and I can
If you are just joining us now, CBS News can report some breaking news out of the Middle East that Israel has launched some long-anticipated retaliatory strikes on Iran. At this point, it looks like it is limited to military targets. We want to go to CBS News senior foreign affairs correspondent. We're going to go to CBS News foreign correspondent Ramy Inocencio. He is there in the theater. Ramy, you first said that you were hearing about some reports of explosions in Iran just about an hour ago at this point. What more have you been able to learn?
Sure. Hi, Lana. Yes, about an hour ago, we did hear those initial reports of explosions coming out of Iran's capital of Tehran, in addition to another city just west of Tehran, the city of Karaj, which is about 30 miles west of Tehran. And in that past hour, we have had confirmation from the Israel Defense Forces themselves, from spokesperson Daniel Hagari, saying that they are continuing to conduct precise strikes on what he says military targets there in Iran. And that, of course, is important because how Israel strikes Iran will then dictate on what, if any, retaliation Iran might then do in response. We do, of course, have to stress that the U.S. has supplied a THAAD missile defense system here to Israel in the past week or so that is now up and running, and that, we understand, had been put there in place in anticipation of any potential retaliation from Iran.
And Ramy, it is currently the wee hours of the morning there in Israel. It's the middle of the night, but it's also Shabbat right now, 3 a.m. Is it surprising that this is happening right now? Is there anything more that you can tell us about the timing?
It may be surprising from a religious aspect here. It is 3 a.m. here in Tel Aviv, 3:30 a.m. in Tehran. But the fact of the matter is that this retaliation by Israel against Iran has been telegraphed for the past 3 weeks, ever since Iran fired its some 200 ballistic missiles at Israel on October 1st. So the timing of this, there was a comment from Israel saying that the retaliation, the strike would be surprising. And so to your question regarding the nature of the evening, with it being the Sabbath right now, this could be the aspect of it that Iran might have been taken off guard just a little bit, perhaps thinking that Israel would not retaliate on the most important day of its week.
It is worth noting, though, that it is the end of the holiday season there. Are we learning anything more, Rami, about potential damages in Iran, actual areas that were struck, or is it just at this point too early to know that?
Yeah, it's too early right now. Again, we heard only about an hour or so ago of those initial strikes, but we have been seeing initial reports of explosions again in and around the capital, Tehran. There are unconfirmed reports that the headquarters and the barracks of the IRGC, that's the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, have been targeted, but that's just initial unconfirmed reports there. As the hours continue on into the early part of the morning and as daylight comes, we will see what damage has happened in Iran and what, if anything, Iranian state media does report out on this. But as we are right now at 3 a.m. in the morning, we're only hearing of explosions of reports, confirmation from the Israel Defense Forces, but no reports officially of any damage in Iran.
Well, we know you will stay on top of it. Rami Inocencio in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
Hey Smug Stickets everyone, we have a brand new Dragon Ball Daima episode to analyze. So previously the Z Fighters got turned into kids, Bulma is fixing up the Kaioshin spaceship, Goma kidnaps Dende, and now Kaioshin, Goku and Glorio are heading into the Demon Realm. This was a pretty interesting episode with new lore and our first fight in the series. Let's start off with a fun fact. Today, October 25th, 2024, the day the third episode Dragon Ball Daima came out, is also Masako Nozawa's 88th birthday. I also want to point out that the intro section with narration from episode 1 wasn't in episode 2, but they brought it back for this one. An intro section like this isn't something Dragon Ball's really done before. It reminds me of like the One Piece intro, telling you the story of Roger and all that, except this one's for Goku. Anyways, this week's episode is named Daima. Our heroes head out into space, and we get told that the Demon Realm planes run on magic. So what I'm getting from this is that the Demon Realm has its own sources of power. We get told about different types of magic in the previous episodes. So to add the idea from episode 1 that Goma and Degasu didn't know that the Z Fighters could fire Ki Blast, it makes me wonder if Ki works the same way in the Demon Realm as well, since they're really magic oriented. We have seen in trailers Goku using the Kamehameha when he's in Super Saiyan, but we haven't seen him do it in base. And the pre-order bonus Daima Goku for Sparking Zero can't use any Ki Blast. Maybe Ki just works differently there. We also meet back up with Warp Sama, the name of the portal fish which links the Demon Realm to the other universes. Shin also calls him Sama, despite the fact that Shin is supposed to be the highest authority from Universe 7. Shin is also being very careful and respectful, so I guess Warp Sama can also be considered a type of deity, if even the Kaioshin have to act this way around him. There's also multiples of him in every universe. The warp our heroes go to is near planet Batapi of the Raka system. The way they talk about this really reminds me of Star Wars. If you took this line and gave it to Han Solo, I wouldn't have known the difference. This just sounds like Star Wars. It's kinda cool honestly that one of Toriyama's last works was so Star Wars inspired. He was a big fan, especially because one of his first works was a complete Star Wars parody, something which actually prevents it from being published nowadays. Shin continues to be very suspicious of Glorio, So, while Glorio tells us a little bit more about Goma, he thinks that he's not gonna be an issue for Goku at all since he defeated Buu. So we know that at the very least, Goma isn't nearly as feared as Buu was. And so they get to planet Batapi. Shin contacts Kibito, revealing that they can communicate anywhere in Universe 7. I think Shin is giving Kibito coordinates to find Warp, and eventually make it to the Demon Realm. I noticed the soundtrack in this episode a little bit more than the others, and I'm really starting to like it. It makes it feel very RPG-like, and this only continues as we go. Goku calls Warp a goldfish. Goku really has that streak of just not being respectful to important people. It's just like when he first met Beerus. Obviously, Goku doesn't have pointy ears, so Shin covers him, and we find out that he can manipulate bodies, transforming Goku's ears into pointed ones. To get a pin number to travel through Warp, you need to submit an application and all of that. Shin says that you used to not need this to go into the Demon Realm before. We're getting small hints here and there that Shin could be from the Demon Realm, and we're gonna learn a lot more about this. My theory as to why there's so much security nowadays when it comes to the Demon Realm was because Dabura disappeared. However Babidi got him, I think probably has something to do with this. Warp also says that Shin has properly pointed ears, and is definitely from the Demon Realm. So it seems like the Demon Realm has pronounced societal hierarchies here, and Shin is higher than most. Glorio talks more about it later on. Anyways, Glorio's pin is 8821. Goma's in episode 1 was 0493. Shin tries to call Kibito again to tell him the code, but they enter the Demon Realm and he gets cut off. Obviously Vegeta, Bulma, and everyone else will come into play later on, but now that they don't have a pin, maybe it's gonna be even later than I thought. I really like the effect when they teleport to a different realm. All the static and TV signal sounds, it's cool. So our team is at the level select screen, if you will. There's 3 separate worlds in the Demon Realm, and we start our adventure at the 3rd world, the only one Glorio has clearance for. This makes Shin even more suspicious, and I agree, if he is working for a king, then I'm sure he could have gotten higher security clearance. Why start so far away from Goma? We've also seen Glorio at the 1st level, back on episode 1, when he was spying on Goma, so he's definitely up to something and Goku's none the wiser. The travel between realms is really taxing on the body, so I guarantee you that in episode 6 or whatever, whenever Vegeta and the others come in, we're going to see the Prince of All Saiyans throw up, I guarantee it. They're also pooped out, which is kind of funny. The Warp turns around and craps them out, it's pretty funny. This is our first look at the Demon Realm. We pass over a Demon Realm tunnel, a whole path which was in a few trailers. You need to get through that to make it to the 2nd and 3rd world. This feels very RPG, very Dragon Quest, like Goku's going to have to get to the boss of this stage and then move on to the next one. Here we get confirmation that Shin did grow up here. He says that when he was a kid, someone put this light shield over the tunnel. Question is, was it for a good or a bad reason? Was it like Neva, trying to keep the realms from interacting, dividing the lowly demons from the top ones? Or maybe it was for a quote-unquote righteous reason, something like keeping each realm safe from the other, and the outside world. I mean, it doesn't seem to me like every Demon Realm person is evil, but there is an inherent connotation behind it, right? So maybe all these codes and security and protections are in place to keep demons away from the normal realm. It could have been Dabura, it could have been Babidi. Maybe Namekian's creating this as a wall to keep others from following them. Maybe it's linked to the Tamagami in some way, and defeating them opens this section. And so Glory explains that the only ones who can use warps are the people from the 1st Demon World, and select members of the 2nd one. Shin continues to question Glorio, asking how he knows about the 1st Demon Realm. Glorio says that he has some dealings there, but specifically avoids revealing which kind of jobs he does. So once again I go back, he's very Han Solo. I could see him dealing in illicit activities like contraband or bounty hunting or something like that. We pass over at Dabura's statue, it's all old and worn out, not in great condition. It could be that it's just old. I wonder if the Demon Realm people really did rock with him like that, but I could also see people actually not liking Dabura, and leaving the statue's garage is maybe just one example of it. Goku mentions how the Demon Realm isn't that different from Earth, but Goku's actually seen the Demon Realm before. He saw it in the Borg, when Dabura changed the stage to his home world. In the anime at least, the Demon Realm had pink skies, so Dabura could have taken us to this level for all we know. But I think more than likely it was the 1st level. I also want to mention that there's a filler episode where Goku goes into the Demon Realm. So the series obviously wants us to suspect Glorio, but at the same time he's acting really nice. He buys our heroes food later on, and here he humors Goku by letting him get off the plane, and just breathe in the air a little bit. I wonder why there's so many weird things about him. Goku gets out and gets a breath of fresh, bad-smelling air. The air in the third demon world is filled with gas from volcanoes, which makes everything feel heavy, hard to move. One of our biggest revelations in this whole episode is when Shin says that this is his first time in the third demon realm. We get the name of his race. In games and things like that, it's always been called Shinjin or core person, but we know now that he's a Glind. Their race used to live in the second demon world. According to Herms, Shin's race, which is translated as Glind in English, is Gurindo-jin, an anagram for Donguri, the Japanese word for acorn. So that relationship to trees the Kaioshin have, of being born as fruit, an origin Toriyama revealed in the 2009 Super Exciting Guide, could still be there. I've explained it before, but according to Toriyama, there was a core world, and there is a kaiju tree. From it, the Shinjin or core people are born. Special fruits become Kaioshin while normal ones become Kai. So is it still the same thing? Does every universe Kaioshin come from this Glind world? Is old Kai the other Kaioshin and like King Kai from the demon realm as well? There's animosity between Glorio and Shin because of this. Glorio calls the Kai sophisticated and that his kind would never have any reason to go down there. This focus on alien races, their relationships and origins, it's a little bit harder sci-fi than what we usually get in Dragon Ball. This new history for Shin also gives us more context to his relationship with Dabura in the Borg. This was a guy whom Shin was probably ruled by at some point. Maybe that's why he was so scared of him, beyond just being a god who knew who Dabura was. I think it's cool how this is informing the Borg in retrospect. Goku hops with a little creature who happens to have Boo's antenna, and then Gloria warns Goku of the sea of darkness below. If you fall in there, you die instantly. It reminds me how in the manga, if you fell into hell, there was no way for you to get out. In the anime, that happens to Goku and he finds a way out anyways, but in the manga, he never falls there, so we don't know what would have happened. I'm sure that at some point before the series ends, someone is gonna fall down the Sea of Darkness. And so we get our first set of demons appearing, and brand new eye catches. I've been so distracted by the lore dumps that I completely forgot about them, but it's cool to see them back. Anyways, a set of demons appears with arrows. They shoot at Goku, but the arrows are really slow because of the heavy air. But we get our first look at Glorio in action. He uses his blaster and it's all good. He did look to be faster than everyone else. They go to a hotel and they get the name of the Demon King. Glorio is on a mission for King Kadan. So that's a name we're gonna have to keep in mind as we move forward. We get told that the air of the third level is so dense that flying too fast could destroy the plane completely. We then land at the city, and the way the city is just surrounded by nothingness, just the desert, reminds me of an RPG. You'll be walking in the overworld map, and you see like a model of the city before you enter it properly. The city itself reminds me of Mos Eisley from Star Wars, dingy and scary, full of criminals. We also get our first mention of the Demon Realm's monetary system. In Dragon Ball Earth, we use Zenny, but in the Demon Realm, we use Dokuro. Glorio almost gets ripped off, but he just shows his blaster, and the price is reduced. Goku wants to eat something first, and the staff suggests the burger joint up front. Once again, Glorio is being really nice to Goku and Shin. He buys Goku 6 burgers, he offers Shin a drink. I'm really interested to see what he's actually about. It's kinda cool being in the Demon Realm, especially in October, since it's spooky season. With the designs for the demons and stuff like that, a lot of these designs look similar to spawns of the Demon King Piccolo, but also demons from the old Demon Realm filler. The way the bar is presented is very much Mos Eisley once again. Sorry I keep mentioning Star Wars, but it's right there. Having a werewolf here in particular makes it obvious that they're alluding to that, since in Star Wars there was a wolf person there. And so we get our first fight of the series. Goku is just getting better at controlling his body. He flips around and he does different tricks, using his smaller stature to his advantage. I really love the way he moves in this. He even picks up a burger to eat while he fights. We wake up the next morning and the plane has been stolen. This was also a plot point in Dragon Ball GT, so we'll see how they handle that. Curiously, according to the amazing translator Herms, Demon Realm writing seems to be a stylized, inverted version of Japanese katakana. So the note left behind by whoever stole the ship says, "We're taking it away, dummy." That was pretty much it for this episode, but we get a small look at the next one. The name will be Chatty, and it's going to be our introduction to our next character, Hanzi. I know very little about this character, but I have a few theories. I think she's going to be the princess of this realm or something like that. There's been so many parallels to Star Wars at this point. Her being in disguise like this makes me think of when Princess Leia rescues Han Solo, how she's dressed up as a bounty hunter. So maybe she's like the daughter of this world's Demon King, but she wants to break those light shields, keeping the demon realms disconnected or something like that. Like even the way her twin tails curve curve downwards like that, it even makes me think of Leia's space buns. The real meat and potatoes of this is getting to know about Shin's origin. In the ending and the poster, we can see the second demon world, the one Shin is from. There's a planet kinda like King Kai's there. I've mentioned it before. There's also little people there with pointy ears. I think this is going to be where Shin is from. I don't think they would have completely retconned the story about how Kaioshin are born from fruits, so my best guess is that this really is just their planet. And all those trees are the ones that give birth to the Kaioshin, or I guess the Glint. So I thought the core worlds the Kai were from was going to be in some centralized location, and from it, every Kai from every universe was chosen. Now that it's in the demon realm, it makes me wonder what else there is to it. If that's the case, so the old Kai is also from the demon realm, right? I'm sure a few of you guys have seen that theory about Saiyans being connected to the demon realm, because the Ozaru have red eyes and pointed ears. I don't think that's gonna be the case. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to link something, but there's too many things surrounding Gohan in particular that have to do with the demon realm. Being trained by Piccolo, marrying Videl, Videl being an anagram for devil, the Grand Elder on Namek unlocking his potential, maybe even the old Kai's ritual, if he too is from the demon realm, the name Gohan Beast? I don't know if I'm completely off base here, but there's too many weird things with Gohan. The fact that he's not even in the show makes me even more suspicious now. I don't know, I may be going too crazy, you let me know. Be sure to tune in next week when I go over episode 4. Also,
tonight on Axis TV, straight from New York City, it's Gotham Comedy Live. Get ready to laugh with Grayson Morris, Mike Fanoia, Devin Boucher, Jimmy Fela, and your host, Sherry Shepard.
Hey everybody, welcome to Gotham Comedy Live!
There is the money. And the cocaine first.
I am your host, Sherry Shepard. I am so excited to be here in New York. I don't know what to do. New York is just it. I got an 11-year-old at home. I left food and water for him. I am hanging out with the grown folks.
And how is it?
What I love. And I gotta tell you, because I don't get to come into New York much because I bought a house in New Jersey. Oh, one. Thank you. Thank you, girl. New Jersey, and I was so excited about this house, and it's across the street from some woods, and I got the security system, and it chirp chirp. You know, as soon as you come in the driveway, chirp chirp. You know, when you open up the windows, chirp chirp. And I was laying in bed the other day, and I didn't hear the chirp chirp. I heard, warning, intruder, get out of the house. Warning, intruder. And I jumped up, and I was looking for my wig because I couldn't find my wig. Because God forbid the burglars see me without my hair on. So I'm looking for my wig and I'm running around, and I got 2 big dogs. I got a Cane Corso and a big Labrador. So the Cane Corso is supposed to be a guard dog. I don't hear nothing from this damn guard dog. So I'm running around and I run into my son's room and he's screaming in terror. And I don't know if he's like terrified because his burglar's in the house or his mama's standing there butt naked with a wicker trash basket. Looking like some version of National Geographic, because you know, this age your boobies, you just hanging low, just. And I'm standing there, and that's when, and you don't understand how terrified I was. You know, when your alarm system goes off and you think there is somebody in your house, and I'm standing there, and I just realized all I had between me and the burglars is this wicker trash basket. I don't have a gun. I got nothing except a piece of receipt from a gas station that I can throw. And that's when I realized, oh my gosh. Like, you know, I'm a comic, so my mind goes there. I said, I can't, you know, I'm getting older now. I can't even barter my sexuality. Like, you know, when you see in those movies and the burglar come in, well, at least the movies that I watch, when the burglar comes in and the lady's like, you know, you got the lady and she's like, hey, burglar, hey. And I was like, I can't even do that. The burglars would run up the stairs and I'd be like, hey, burglar. And they'd be like, if you don't dye your gray hair and shut up. Oh my gosh. It's just crazy. I don't know. Things are just, I don't know what is going on with me because, like my birthday just passed. And this is, thank you very much. I'm very excited about this. You know, it's just, but I'm getting to this age where I won't say, like, how old are you, beautiful? See, I'm 23. She don't even know, no hesitation. I'm 23. So quickly, ask me how old I am. Why you want to know? That's why I am. You don't tell your age when you get my age. You ask me how old I am. Fine, thank you. I got all the tricks. And I love and enjoy being 23. 23, look, your boobies are sitting up underneath your chin. Look, I know. You look good. And by the time you get my age, I promise to God, yours are gonna hang too. If I can't say anything, they will swing. I'm not playing. It's okay. Enjoy it. And I bet you get up at 23 and you just, I can't do that because that last egg just fell. That last egg that was holding on. I feel good. I really do. Like, in my mind, I feel 23. This is the best I've ever felt in my life. My body's going, heifer, slow down. That's what, I mean, literally, and you get up and you bound up. I get up. You know you're getting older when you get up, and for the next 10 minutes, you spend that whole 10 minutes on the edge of the bed trying to clear your throat. That just happened last Tuesday at 3 o'clock. I don't know what happened to me. And then you sitting there trying to clear your throat and something's wrong with your ear. Then you had this eargasm just from doing your ears, and I don't know what is going on. I bet you walk to your bathroom and you get in the shower and you got avocado, shampoo, papaya conditioner. You got the tropical lotion because you want to smell like a fruit.
The Israel Defense Forces is conducting precise strikes on military targets in Iran. The regime in Iran and its proxies in the region have been relentlessly attacking Israel since October 7th on 7 fronts, including direct attacks from Iranian soil. Like every other sovereign country in the world, the State of Israel has the right and the duty to respond. Our defensive and offensive capabilities are fully mobilized. We will do whatever necessary to defend the State of Israel and the people of Israel.
Right after that statement was made, we did start to hear news announcements being made out of Tehran that Israeli missiles were beginning to impact the city and strike multiple different areas. We were also able to see that this is, of course, in coordination with the Israeli government. It would be incredibly bizarre if it was not, but we can see a picture of Benjamin Netanyahu right here, along with Defense Minister Yoav Gallant and military officials at the highest level of the Israeli Defense Forces inside of a meeting room during the ongoing strikes. This picture was just published about 5 minutes ago, and apparently is one that is coming from the situation live. We've also been able to hear as well that the attack has been confirmed to have begun by the Israelis, as the IDF did make a direct statement that they are conducting the response, or largely the attack against Iran for the large ballistic missile attack that occurred a little while ago. Moving on from that, though, and back into the information that we are getting out of Tehran at the moment, we are seeing that explosions are still continuing to rock the city very heavily, and not only that, we are seeing that the Iranians are largely in damage control mode as air raid sirens began to sound after the first explosion rocked the city. We also hear the sound of the glorious sound of fighter jets, by the way. Actually, interestingly enough, that's actually the sound, from what we understand, of missiles flying over Tehran. So these were, from what we can tell, they are very large caliber missiles, because they almost sound like a freaking fighter jet. So whatever whatever the Israelis carried over northern Iraq and launched into Iran, these things were huge. Of course, we don't know the exact weaponry that's being used at this moment by the Israelis. There is a wide variety of weaponry that could be used at the moment, but we don't want to speculate. We really want to try and get an actual statement from the Israeli Defense Forces letting us know what kind of missiles were used, so that we can talk a lot more about their capability, the range, the warheads, the speed, at least at their apogees, that would be reached by these weapons. But nevertheless, it is still a very interesting thing. We were also able to hear...
Also, real quick, Enforcer, I did get another piece of very important information that a lot of people have been making rumors about already. Was the U.S. involved in this retaliation attack by Israel or not? And according to Reuters, there was no U.S. involvement in Israel's military operation against the targets in Iran just a moment ago. So apparently, even though the U.S. is heavily in the region, they are simply there as a deterrent force, and they're not there engaging in offensive actions against the Iranian regime. So that is confirmed by the Pentagon. The U.S. was not involved in this today. But I will say this, I just also saw a report that apparently there are new explosions in Damascus, Syria right now as we speak. So the Israelis are probably not done with their attack just yet, but so far no new reports of explosions in Iran right now. So maybe Israel's moving on to the other targets in Syria and instead not focusing on Iran right now. But overall though, Enforcer, I don't know if you're getting this as well, but it appears to be that these strikes on Iran were generally pretty reserved. They were not as severe as what Iran just did to Israel a short while ago, and it seems to be maybe the U.S. was successful in talking Israel out of a very all-out response, and maybe this might be it, or do you think there might be a more further attack after this one?
Really quickly, I want to make sure to put down these things on the map so that way everyone who's here on the channel right now can follow live with all the news and information that we're getting at the moment. So if y'all do click on the link in the description below, y'all should be able to get access to the map that y'all are seeing on air right now, and to be able to click on all of the clips and news that we have at the moment. But as far as I'm concerned, Matthew, with the Israeli attack, it does seem to be a lot more reserved than we were expecting in some ways, but not in others, and that's without a shadow of a doubt. We did know that the United States was going to be pulling the Israelis away from conducting the attack of their dreams, which was largely knocking out Iranian nuclear development facilities along with oil production facilities as well. And from what we can tell, the Israelis are not conducting attacks on those specific sectors of the Iranian nation. However, they are conducting an attack on the capital city itself, Tehran. Tehran, in the Iranian mind, is not only the capital of the country, it is pretty much the holy city of Tehran, of the entirety of the nation of Iran. And really quickly, let me move you all up there so that way y'all can see this really quickly. Let me go get Google Maps and try and pop this up on air. Tehran is the capital city of Tehran. It is the government seat of the entirety of the nation. This is a very important city to strike and hit. Not only that, it is incredibly escalatory to target this city. It seems as though, as far as the attack by the Israelis, they did not spare any expense or any effort to ensure that the Iranians will conduct a counter response to this attack. that, in my opinion, is without doubt. Because while the United States has put pressure onto the Israelis, most likely by the CENTCOM commander, who is currently in Israel at the moment, to greatly relegate their strikes from hitting nuclear development facilities and oil research, not oil research, but oil refinement facilities as well, it appears that the Israelis said, okay, but we still wanted to have pretty much the same effect on the Iranian government as if we had, and so we're going to strike Iran, the city of Tehran directly instead, which should certainly shake up the Iranian government and lead them to conduct even more hostile action as a result of this. I think that's more so what they're going. So while there isn't physical damage being caused to the Iranians on a large scale, there certainly is a great deal of morale damage that's being caused at this moment, and it will force the Iranians' hand into responding. There's no way at this point that they can veer away from not responding, because like last time with the Israeli attack, it was very limited. We saw that the Israelis only hit a Iranian military airfield, Isfahan International Airport, and also a couple of smaller areas around Isfahan itself, and that was it in the last attack. It didn't really create any kind of major damage, and it was also something that the Iranians could largely ignore and not have to respond to directly. However, with them directly slamming multiple missiles, at least 6 from what we know at this point, into the capital city of Tehran, they are guaranteeing that the Iranians will respond, because this is, in the Iranian government's mind, threatening the life of Khamenei, who is in Tehran at the moment, along with the president of Iran and everyone else in the government who is involved in running the Islamic Republic. They are all literally under the gun at this point because of this attack, and they most likely will be forced to respond to this. I have no doubt about that. And so while it is limited, I think that the consequences of it are certainly not going to be limited.
I would say personally that I think there is going to be further attacks coming from Israel, because in my opinion, I would have to disagree with you a little bit. I think that if this is the extent of the Israeli attack, with like right now it appears to be very reserved and not very severe whatsoever in my opinion, I would say the Iranians probably could overlook this and maybe not retaliate in a very big way. They might launch maybe a couple of drones in return if this is the extent of the attack. But the catch is, I don't think this is actually going to be it. This might be the initial phase of a prolonged response by Israel on the Iranian country, because remember, Israel just demanded 2 THAAD systems. They begged for the first one, and then they begged for the second one, and the U.S. honored both requests. So unless Israel knows that they're going to go deeper into this and cause a much larger escalation than what we currently see right now, then why would they be demanding 2 THAAD systems, which are very potent air defense systems, if they didn't think something large was coming back in return? So to me, I think there's more to this. I think this is probably the beginning of it, but of course that's speculation right now. But I think based on the THAAD request and also them being granted by the United States, I think there is more to come after this.
Well, that's pretty much exactly what I'm saying. I think you said it in a different way. I don't think we're disagreeing. I think we're actually agreeing on a lot of this, because when we think about it, let's put all the pieces together in the background, and let's come up with a logical picture of what everyone in the government right now in the United States and in Israel is thinking at this moment. So let's look at Western actions leading up to this. Israel requested 1 THAAD, and that request was obliged. We deployed 1 THAAD into Israel. Then about a week ago, Israel requested a 2nd THAAD launcher, and that request was also obliged, and a 2nd THAAD launcher was sent into Israel. So currently there are 2 THAAD batteries that are inside of Israel, and there's only 7 in the world, meaning that a pretty decent percentage of our THAAD batteries that are currently combat capable are inside of Israel and ready to go right now. That is heavily suggesting that the United States and Israel jointly creating the strike plan on Iran was expecting that there's going to be a very big response in return, because whatever kind of a strike they're going to conduct, the Iranians will pretty much be forced to respond. And then the other thing, just from today, that is certain, well, really over the past weeks, and that has been showing us that both sides have been expecting that the Iranian response would be large, is that we've sent entire squadrons of F-22s into the region. We've also just today sent a large amount of aircraft into the region. We know that some of them are F-16CJs from the 480th Fighter Squadron. We don't know about the rest of the aircraft that have been sent. We do know that it was quite a large number today. And so all of these actions are showing us that the United States, at least on our planning side, was expecting an incredibly large response by the Islamic Republic of Iran because of the Israeli attack. The Israelis know as well that this attack, the counter-response to it, is going to be quite large, because the Israelis are striking the capital of Tehran. Out of every way that they could have limited this strike, this was the way that they pretty much really listened to what America was wanting them to do, but at the same time ensuring that the Iranians are going to strike back. And when the Iranians strike back, This will give the Israelis a justification to bump it up another notch, and in their next strike against Iran, start hitting more sensitive targets outside of just symbolic ones inside of the nation's capital. That's most likely how this is going, and so while the Israelis have led the United States currently, it actually masterfully is pretty much constructing a situation to where they will be able to eventually most likely hit oil production facilities in Iran and also nuclear research facilities on top of that, at least in my opinion, because everything that we're seeing right now on the United States and Israel side in preparation to this attack is without a doubt showing us that that is most likely expected. The Iranian attack is going to be large in response to this, and that will give the Israelis justification to continue even more strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran and eventually to whittle down their armed forces and their government's capabilities until they're pretty much brought to heel by the Israelis alone without really a large amount of U.S. involvement. That seems to be the case to me. And Matthew, actually, that would be a very interesting question to ask everyone if you would want to do that really quickly. I know you're really busy, though, so if you want to put that into the chat, please do, because I would like to see what all of y'all are thinking on this. Do y'all think that the Israelis are just conducting a limited strike to say that they did it, or do y'all think that the structure of this strike is more so conducive to forcing the Iranians to respond and then escalating this even further into the regional war that the Israelis are playing? This will end up becoming inevitable. But nevertheless,
I would say, Enforcer, based on what I'm seeing right now, and I think this is where I disagree with you a little bit. If it stays like this right now, with the extent of the attack on Iran by Israel, which is not very wide, it's not very severe as we expected, then I would say they're probably just going to try to move on. Because right now, I was looking here to see what the Iranian news outlets are saying about this, because of course, the Iranian news outlets are state-controlled, so that's the government basically speaking to the people. And it looks like they're all pushing the narrative that the situation in Tehran, the capital, is completely normal and nothing's happening. They're trying to overlook the explosions altogether. And that's kind of like Hawkins back to the time when Iran tried to ignore the last attack by Israel, and then they sort of downplayed it a little bit and said, oh, it was fine, nothing was hit, and we're moving on. I think personally, they might try to move on from this if Israel does not further escalate the situation, and they might try to tamp it down where there's actually not a huge tit-for-tat that takes place into the future, if this is the extent.
That they might be doing that though, Matthew, because the Iranian media has a habit of doing that. Like, for example, when the president of Iran died in the helicopter crash in northern Iran, they said he was alive and fine. In fact, he was just picking berries on the side of the hill. You know, the helicopter just gently kissed the side of the mountain, and so they were all having a picnic up there. And then it came out later that everyone got obliterated in the helicopter because it slammed at full speed into the side of a mountain. That might be kind of damage control that they're just doing by reflex at the moment, and then we'll see that once the Iranian government is able to collect itself and start making official statements, that this will be a lot more pointed and a lot more aggressive than what we're initially seeing right now, because right now this is happening. We don't even have any statements from the Iranian government. I'm sure the Iranian media doesn't either, so they don't really know what to say, so they're going to try and play it down until they get an official word or kind of an official memo from the government telling them how this is going to be perceived or how they're going to make the Iranian public perceive this threat. But moving on from that really quickly to get through the rest of the news that we have, because we do have a lot that just came out, and we do want to make sure to get through some of it. We were able to hear that there were some explosions near the Imam Khomeini International Airport within the city of Tehran, possibly showing that the Israelis are trying to target and destroy some sort of Iranian aerospace capabilities at the capital. We don't know about that exactly. We haven't been able to see picture or video evidence from the ground showing the exact locations of the strike around the airport, but this is showing us that the airstrikes literally did strike everything from the northern to the southern side of the city that the Israelis wanted to hit. There wasn't a particular area in the city, it was literally the entire thing. Moving on from that, we also did get to hear a little bit of additional information as well from Visegrad 24, once again confirming that the city was getting hit pretty prolifically. We don't know what this picture is exactly showing yet inside of Tehran. Geolocation has not been accomplished yet because we had to get on air so quickly to be able to cover this that we aren't able to exactly say where this was in the city of Tehran, but we do believe that this was somewhere within the northern area of the city, most likely towards the area of the Caspian Sea. But moving on out of Tehran really quickly, and making sure that we covered everything in here, because I want to make doubly sure on this, and we did. And so moving on out of Tehran really quickly, we were able to see some video in the area around Iraq, apparently letting us hear the sounds of Israeli fighter jets, although another clip said that this was the sound of Iranian missiles flying over Tehran. whatever this clip is showing, we're not entirely sure. It does sound like fighter jets, or it could sound like a jet-powered missile, which those do exist. But nevertheless, here's this clip again, just in case it also is within northern Iraq. And with that, that's the end of that clip right there, but still letting us hear at least, supposedly, a little bit of Israeli Air Force action over northern Iraq, although the reality is that Israeli aircraft, when conducting an airstrike over northern Iraq, would most likely be at an incredibly high altitude, most likely 30,000 feet, so that way they can give their missiles the longest amount of range, because of course the missiles are powered, but there also is a bit of an ability for them to glide, which would increase their range. For this reason, we generally believe that video clip is allowing us to hear the sounds of missiles as they were flying into Iran, and not letting us hear the sound of Israeli aircraft over northern Iraq. We were able to hear...
Also, Enforcer, by the way, speaking of the fighter jet footage you just showed right there, I did get a video from Visegrad 24, which is on our main Twitter page right now. It allegedly shows Israeli fighter jets apparently flying over Jordan, flying east to strike targets in Iran. I'm not sure if you showed that video already, but we do have it on our Twitter page.
I haven't shown it yet, but we will show that here in a second. We were able to hear that air raid sirens did sound over the city of Erbil. Y'all can hear those right there. And moving on from that, we were able to see a fairly interesting clip, apparently from the Kingdom of Jordan, which is a very interesting thing for that fact, is we actually did hear that the Jordanians declared neutrality and stated that any air objects flying from Israel or Iran in this upcoming conflict were going to be shot down. It looks like the Israelis listened to this warning and then decided to violate Jordanian airspace by just flying at such a low altitude. Most SAM batteries most likely would not be able to engage the Israeli aircraft. But here's the clip. And that looked to be an F-16. It probably, let's take a look at it again. So, let's see here. Actually, maybe he didn't. That could be a lot of things, actually. Honestly, it kind of looks a little bit like an F-22, maybe, because, of course, it's so pixely, it's really hard to tell at all what this thing is. But let me look at this again. Yeah, well... Okay, so that looks a lot like an F-16. It most likely is some sort of an F-16D that is being used by the Israelis at this point, but it's really hard to tell. Everyone in the chat's throwing in different things. This certainly is not an F-35, however, the wing profile of an F-35 is very different. We can tell that this is largely a, more so a normal shape. Like, let me show y'all, let's see, an F-16 underside. Let me see if I can get y'all a profile of that really quickly to show y'all. So, let's try and get it at a good angle. So here is an F-16's underside right there. Of course, not the exact same angle, and it's, of course, a lot closer and has a lot better graphic quality, but nevertheless, this does look a lot like an F-16. The profile of the wings of an F-35 from the underside it's just not even close. Like, let me show y'all. This is what the bottom of an F-35 looks like, and there is a bit of a forward angle near to the back of the wings. You don't really see that present here. These wings are very backward set, if you want to call it that, and the profile is more so looking a lot like an F-16 and not an F-35I, a deer from the Israeli Air Force. So we are generally not believing that it's an F-35 at the moment, or it could be an F-15, because the F-15 does have a somewhat similar wing shape to the F-16, not really, to be entirely honest, but at least with a low graphical quality, it might look a little bit like it. Still, nevertheless...
It kind of looks like an F-35 to me. I know it kind of really doesn't match up perfectly, but of course the graphics aren't really great. Let's see here. I don't know, man. I'm thinking that might be an F-35. I'm seeing a lot of other analysts believing that's an F-35 as well. I think it's just pixelated, and it's kind of messing up like the silhouette a little bit, and it could be. I mean, I'm not ruling out it's not an F-35, but it kind of looks like one, at least in my opinion.
I would largely have to say, certainly not looking at it from here. The back of those wings have no sort of an angle to them at all. They are perfectly flush. They're literally at a perpendicular angle to the fuselage. The F-35, you would never see that on an F-35. This is the wing shape of an F-35. this is the wing shape of an F-16. And let me see if I can get that a little bit better right here. And as you can see, the wings are perfectly flush with no angle at the back. They are directly perpendicular to the fuselage. And this kind of a wing shape is highly conducive to that of an F-16 and not an F-35. Also, the rear stabilizers as well seem to be very closely shaped to an F-16's, as you can see them right here, and not the F-35, which, let me see if I can show you the F-35 underside again. Its vertical stabilizers are of a completely different shape. They're a lot stubbier, and they're also a lot more pronounced towards the rear of the aircraft. This isn't really the case with this. I would have to say, because of the thinness of the fuselage, the shape of the wings, and also the shape of the vertical stabilizers, this is most likely an F-16. Maybe it is an F-35.
We need to place a wager on this one. We need to place a wager, because whenever we find out which one it is, I'll be very curious.
I would be very curious as well. But generally, from what I know, the Israeli Air Force does have more F-16s. So, Israeli Air Force. Now, let me go check this. Because if I'm correct, it generally, statistically, would be much more likely that it is an F-16 and not an F-35. And so let's check this out here. Yeah, they have 175 F-16s, and they only have 39 F-35s. So it would statistically be a lot more likely that it's an F-16. But nevertheless, Matthew, I heard that you have more breaking news. So what do we got?
All right, so we do have some very big news here. And like everybody in the live chat's saying, I just took a second to confirm this before we reported it as a fact. Apparently, the second wave of attacks has begun. We're not told where the second wave has begun, but Israel is allegedly carrying out a second wave of attacks on some unknown location. And that is coming from a pretty reliable Israeli source based on what I've seen in the past. So it looks like it is a continuation of what we just saw a moment ago. Also, another big piece of news as well, since we just saw the video of the Israeli fighter jet flying over Jordanian territory. Remember, Jordan said they won't allow any of their airspace to be used for attacks on Iran or vice versa. But as you just saw, there was an Israeli fighter jet flying right through the Jordanian airspace with no resistance whatsoever. And apparently we're also seeing reports that Jordan is allowing any jets that want to fly through their territory to use it to attack Iran. So apparently those statements that Jordan had made are really not holding up to actually be enforced, and it looks like they're going to let Israel use that. So the Jordanians have done a 180, and they've decided to let Israel do what needs to be done. So that's also a very good sign as well.
I would have to agree, and it is a big bit of news to hear that a second wave is currently happening. Just to show you all the updates that we're getting on Twitter, according to Mossad Commentary, which has been very accurate so far with most updates with Israel, the second wave of attacks has begun, and we are also hearing that apparently Jordan is saying that any Israeli aircraft that want to use their airspace to go and try and get Khamenei are 100% allowed to be able to use their airspace at this point. So from what we're understanding, the Jordanians, the Kingdom of Jordan, has now immediately rescinded its neutrality that it issued around a week and a half ago, and is now entirely on the pro-Western side again, allowing the Israelis to use their airspace, and most likely in the future coalition air forces to be able to use their airspace to shoot down incoming missiles and other kinds of aerial bombs fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran towards Israel. It does seem that this situation is still ongoing at the moment. We're not getting a lot of picture and video evidence out of Iran at the moment, but the second attack is underway, and we are trying to wait and see when picture and video evidence will come out of the damage and the strike locations that have been hit by the state of Israel. But nevertheless, we have a very interesting question.
Also, by the way, Enforcer, before we get to the poll here, are hearing the location where the second wave is allegedly occurring. It looks like Israel has started striking near the city of Shiraz in south-central Iran. So if we can get a location on that, I'm not really sure where that is. I think it's right there. There we go. So it's right down toward the bottom part of the country, and it looks like quite a distance away from Tehran. So let's see where that is, Enforcer.
This is very south. It's within the mountain ranges of Iran. The entire country is a mountain range, but it's getting fairly close to Bandar Abbas, which is one of the larger Iranian naval ports or harbors that is seen that the Iranian Navy has been using to try and close the Strait of Hormuz illegally whenever it's attempted that. This is a fairly interesting target. The last time that we saw the Israelis targeting an area within southern Iran, we actually saw that Isfahan was generally the #1 target. That's usually where you'll find a lot of the nuclear research institutes and facilities that the Iranians are using supposedly to develop nuclear weapons. However, we don't really know a lot strategically about the city of Shiraz and what may be inside of it here at this moment on this channel. We do know a good bit about some Iranian strategic sites in Isfahan and Tehran, as well as in the city of Iraq and also in Tabriz, but we have not really heard a lot about Shiraz specifically. And so let me see if I can actually find us some additional information here. ATP, Iran, let's see. I want to find the, one second, let me just type in Army Techniques Procedure, Iran. And let me see if they have one for the Islamic Republic of Iran. Okay, so we have a quick reference guide for the Islamic Republic of Iran. So let me go here. This is a U.S. Army publication, quick reference guide. So we will look through it and try and find, let's see here, Iranian doctrine, military doctrine, military organization. This will probably be the part that we have to look at. Threat network, the IRGC. Okay, so let us go down to page 19 of this document and let's look through it. And of course, reading like this isn't something that we usually do on stream, but considering that we're having to try and brush up really quickly on if any of the armed forces of Iran use Shiraz as a strategic location, this is a time to read on air. So we're going to go down to page 19 of this document, and we're going to try and see if it says anything at all about what's going on down here. It looks as though this referenced a lot of the ATP that was most likely made about the Islamic Republic of Iran. If y'all don't know, there actually is a very helpful series of books that is made by Army Intelligence called Army Techniques Procedures, 100 point something, and usually all of those are about our adversaries around the world like Russia, North Korea, and China, and give you a pretty decent crash course, actually a pretty in-depth crash course on what these militaries operate like and how we would interact with them on the field. But nevertheless, let us see here really quickly, do they have anything about the air? So let's see here. Do they have any maps that would show us the importance of Shiraz? Maybe it's the headquarters of some military district within Iran, possibly. Let me see here. So I'm not really seeing a lot at the moment. So let's see here. Oh, this is a little dated. Qasem Soleimani's been dead for a while now, so I'm guessing that this was made a little bit before he got obliterated at the Baghdad International Airport. I'm trying to see if we can find anything here. Let's see here, and here's one of the nice little oh, this is actually from the Institute of the Study of War. Nice. Let's see here. They don't really show a lot, because usually in the ATPs, at least in the physical copies that I own, they usually have a map of the country that they're speaking of that breaks it down into military districts and also speaks in great depth about their actual abilities and what some of these cities are used for, most importantly for their militaries or their armed forces for the large part. Not really seeing that in this one. So we're going to hop off of that for a moment. Unfortunately, we don't really know the exact significance of Shiraz, but it does sound as though the Israeli Air Force is striking Shiraz incredibly heavily at this moment, and we are waiting for picture and video evidence to come out from that city, letting us know what's happening there at the moment. So with that, we're going to be waiting to see, and while we're waiting to see for a moment when the picture and video evidence will be emerging from the black hole that it's in right now. Matthew, I do understand that we are asking a load of people right now if this is the full extent of the Israeli attack and if Iran will respond forcefully or try and ignore this and just move on. And it looks like a lot of people are in the camp right now that the Iranians are going to respond very forcefully to the Israeli attack that is ongoing at this moment. And what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so this poll is a little bit outdated now, because now we do know for a fact there is a second wave of Israeli attacks happening as we speak right now. So that was not the full extent of the attack that we just saw a moment ago. But nonetheless, if that was the full extent of the Israeli attack, which is not, will Iran respond forcefully or move on? So about 60% said Iran will respond forcefully, and 20% said Iran will move on and ignore it. And I would say now, considering what we know, I would say that Iran probably is going to respond. It looks like this is a multi-pronged attack, and it's not going to be just a simple, like maybe an explosion or two around Tehran. It is going to be a much larger than that, and it looks like Israel is just getting started based on what we're seeing right here, or at least that's what we're currently viewing based on the actions that Israel is taking. So I would say that Iran's probably not going to be able to ignore this, even if they wanted to. Originally, though, I would say they probably wanted to ignore it because they really don't want to get into an all-out war with the U.S. literally sitting in the region right now with aircraft carriers, fighter jets. They really don't want to get into war right now with the U.S. sitting there, but now they will have to respond, or otherwise they're going to look weaker than ever. So I'm with the 60%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 60% as well. It is a certainty that the Iranians are going to respond to this aggressively, most likely, and I would really not doubt that at all. We are seeing right now that this isn't limited just to the city of Tehran. This is now starting to hit multiple different targets throughout Iran, and I would most likely assume there may even be a third wave of attacks that will hit another strategic site in Iran here very soon, and we'll be hearing about that while we're live on air. So going off of that, I would assume, just due to the depth of the strikes and also the absolute insult it is for missiles to breach the capital airspace of Tehran and start striking targets inside the capital city, they're practically being forced to respond at this moment. Really quickly, though, I am trying to find us some more information about Shiraz specifically, and it appears, let's see here, bus, railroads, sports. We don't want to know about the sports. We want to know about the military. We want to know what's going on in Shiraz militarily. And it seems as though, let's see here. We don't want to know about the history of Shiraz. We just want to know about the Iranian military in Shiraz. So, military. Let me put that in. Let me see if we get any oh, here we go. So let's see here. The 55th Airborne Brigade of Shiraz is based in Shiraz, in the Fars province. It was engaged in the Iran-Iraq War, and it's one of the, at least doctrinally, rapidly deployable units of the Iranian armed forces. We're not entirely sure if that is the exact target at this moment. If there are explosions around Firaz, however, that may be one of the targets. It may seem, actually, that they're not just going after the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps inside of Tehran. They may be trying to strike and completely cripple the Iranian military from the outset. I'm really trying to quickly find Iranian military districts, because usually countries are divided up into military districts. So let me see if I can find a map. And let's see here, the Islamic Republic Armed Forces, we need to go here, and we need to find a map. And we need to find a map fast, because we're trying to get all of this live on air right now. So let's go to the ground forces here. Let's see if they divide it up into a map here. And so, let's see, we don't want to know about the Pahlavi era and all that stuff. We just want to know about the military districts in the modern day. They don't have that there. Let me just see if they divide them up here. Oh, here we go. Wait, hang on. That's actually electoral districts. That's not what we're looking for. We are still trying to dig right now to find out what the significance of Shiraz is. We don't have a clue at the moment why Shiraz is being stricken. We don't even know if it has any military value to be hitting at all. So let me see here. There is
no, apparently what I'm seeing here, it looks like, excuse me, goodness, it looks like, according to Iranian International, it looks like Israel revealed Iran's secret underground drone base, which is apparently located about 10 kilometers from the Shiraz air base, which also houses the Air Force's Su-24 jets of the 72nd Tactical Fighter Squadron. So it looks like maybe there's a drone base there, according to what I'm seeing online.
Oh, it's hitting me. Oh my lord, Matthew, they're trying to knock out their counter-strike abilities. That's what they're doing. Okay, so now it makes sense. So maybe they're, I'm still trying to find their military districts map at the moment, because just in case y'all don't know, everyone in the world divides their country up into military districts. Russia has several. They have the Southern Military District, which is actually the one in charge of Ukraine. They have the Central Military District, which includes Moscow, the Leningrad Military District, which includes St. Petersburg. They also have the Northern Military District and then the Eastern Military District. China also has 5 as well. They have the Eastern, Northern, Central, I believe Western and Southern theater commands, which are their military districts. The United States has our own, and Iran also has to have military districts. It is just a basic standard of everyone in the modern world. I can't find the map at the moment, and I can't find out the actual regional headquarters for these military districts, but Shiraz, if any city would be the city in charge of a Southern military district in Iran, just considering the size of the city, it most most likely would end up being the quote-unquote capital of that military district. So they may be hitting it because it's in charge of counter-strike abilities against Israel with the drone forces. It may also be home to a rapid deployment unit of the Iranian Armed Forces, the 55th Air Mobile Brigade. And not only that, it also apparently is home to some other kind of Iranian military, I guess you could say tech, or personnel that may be of strategic importance in pertainment to the war that is going to be starting with Israel. So we're going to be waiting and seeing if we can get any more additional details in the moment, but it seems as though we finally figured out what in the world's going on with Shiraz and why it's being hidden. Well, not hidden, but hit. I'm trying to... Man, it's going to be schmitten. But beyond that, we still have loads of news coming out at the moment. This strike, just to keep everyone up to date, is currently ongoing still, and we are hearing that apparently the Israelis are slamming Damascus at the moment as well inside of Syria. Many of y'all may know this, but Damascus, Syria plays a heavy role in supplying arms and equipment through the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps to the Hezbollah forces that currently are pretty much swarming inside of Lebanon at the moment that the Israelis are engaging in fighting against. That may also be a way for the Israelis to greatly mitigate or at least heavily damage the abilities of Iranian proxy forces that are currently in Lebanon at the moment, because they do know that a counterstrike is going to be coming, and while they are hitting Iran possibly very heavily here at the moment, they do not want to leave the proxy forces being unscathed, where they may be able to get one over on Israel and conduct a fairly significant attack on Israeli strategic sites directly inside of the country of Israel, or the state of Israel as it's officially called. But nevertheless, this is an absolutely insane night. We always do this at some point in these streams where we have to kind of take a little bit of a breather because everything's happening so quickly and we're trying to keep up to date with it. And not only that, I'm trying to piece all of this together in my mind live on air to try and figure out what's going on, where, and why, to give you all a pretty coherent storyline about why this is happening and what's going on. But nevertheless, I have to say, we thank every single person for being here tonight. Loads of y'all are here at the moment watching the stream. There's actually 24,000 of y'all here, and I hope that y'all been enjoying this so far, or at least enjoying getting to hear history in the making, really, at least in the Middle East. And there's just a load going on, an insanely high amount. Matthew, what are you thinking about this right now?
So right now, my current assessment is this. It looks like, honestly, thankfully, I was hoping that that initial response that we saw from Israel was not going to be the only response, because that would have been a pretty weak overall look for Israel if they would have just left it at that. So I'm glad they are going a little bit further and doing multi-pronged attacks here. That is what Israel needs to do to make sure Iran is deterred in the future, and also to take out some more crucial military sites. The one thing, though, that I am curious about, and I actually made a poll on this, is we have currently not seen any attacks on Iran's nuclear research sites or any of their nuclear command sites whatsoever, which is something that many people had speculated was going to be a target in this retaliatory attack. And right now we are not seeing that, so I'm beginning to wonder, are they going to forgo targeting those sites altogether, or are they simply going to wait and maybe carry that out as a tit-for-tat situation, like maybe on the tat end of things, after Iran finally does respond to this attack? So I think they will ultimately respond to it, but obviously only time will tell with that. But that's an interesting question. I was thinking and wondering, are they going to take this quote-unquote historic opportunity, like Netanyahu had said, to take out the Iranian nuclear research facility? Because that would prevent Iran from really developing nuclear weapons even further, more than they already have. But as of right now, it looks like they might be foregoing that unless they plan on doing that in a prolonged attack.
That may be the case. We may be seeing that the Israelis may actually want to try and strike the Iranian nuclear development sites, because while we did hear that America wanted the strike to be fairly limited, the fact that Tehran and Shiraz are getting hit, getting hidden, I keep saying they are stricken at the moment, which are on completely separate sides of the Islamic Republic, it is showing that there's apparently a pretty big significance being put on the absolute overwhelming scope of the strike at the moment. I would have to say, from what I can tell, it would seem to me that this is probably going to end up being a pretty significant attack, and it actually starts to beg the question, will the nuclear research facilities, particularly in Isfahan, end up getting hit and destroyed at the moment? And it seems as though this is a very close call, and it's something that I gotta say is a very interesting one. It seems as though half of y'all are saying yes, the other half is saying no. And I'm almost on the fence like that as well. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well? Do you think, along with the audience, that there is just a slight little chance that the Iranians are going to start hitting nuclear research facilities inside of Iran, or do you think they're going to try and hold it off and maybe respond a little while later? Of course, they're going to eventually hit them, but not right now. And what is everyone else thinking about that as well?
Okay, so like you said, about 52% of the audience said yes, that Israel will eventually attack Iran's nuclear sites, while 48% said no. And honestly, on this one, I would have to say that I have a feeling that Israel is going to hold back and not attack the nuclear research sites. Like I mentioned a moment ago, Netanyahu had said to the United States that this is a historic opportunity to take out Iran's nuclear capabilities, and he said it's the time to do it right now. But of course, you got to remember, the United States provides a lot of aid to Israel, and they have a lot of influence over what they do as a government. So even though Netanyahu wants to take out those nuclear sites, I think ultimately the U.S. is going to tell him, no, do not do that. That would cause absolutely horrific escalations, and the U.S. does not want that, because the U.S. currently takes a position of de-escalation pretty much everywhere around the world right now, and they don't ever want to cause something to escalate, even though it may be warranted. And that currently, that's really a fault, in my opinion. That's a fault in foreign policy right now, but that's a topic for another discussion. But ultimately, though, I think they're not going to attack the nuclear sites for that reason. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would actually love to see that they do end up striking the nuclear research facilities. I know a lot of people are kind of a little on the fence about that, but I'll explain. The Iranians, from what we understand in U.S. intelligence, is getting close to developing a usable nuclear weapon. And of course, many people know the usual kind of weapons of mass destruction thing that's always coming up in the Middle East that actually got us tied up inside of Iraq just a little while ago, which was a fairly interesting thing in itself. I would have to say that from what we can tell, these intelligence reports in Iran are a lot more credible than the ones that we were getting out of Iraq. We have clear and obvious evidence that the Iranians are working towards some sort of nuclear development program. We have physical, actual satellite picture evidence and also inspector proof from the ground that they are operating nuclear research facilities and nuclear research reactors. The nuclear research reactors are probably the most important one, however, because that allows you to be able to produce weapons-grade enriched radioactive materials, usually enriched uranium of the isotope 235, which is the most commonly used one in nuclear weapons and also in nuclear energy production, and it's very interchangeable. That's the reason why a lot of nuclear power plants, and when you look at their actual, I guess you could say, energy rods inside the reactors, most of them, at least historically, were always made out of uranium-235 because it's also produced simultaneously to create nuclear weapons. The Israelis actually have one of these at the, I believe it's the Dimona Nuclear Research Facility, which is somewhere around here, if I remember correctly. Well, hang on, let me think. Actually, it's the Negev Nuclear Research Center near Dimona, which is right over here, and you can actually see their research or development reactor right here, which is capable of producing enriched uranium products, and that's why we have a very good knowledge that the Israelis do have working nuclear weapons. The Iranians have an exact, pretty much one-to-one replica of this nuclear research reactor in Negev inside of their own country at Isfahan, and this is giving us a very good notion that the Iranians are producing weapons-grade uranium that can be used to create nuclear weapons. We don't know how far along on the process they are of actually having a nuclear weapon, but we do understand that time is starting to run out, and we do have a historic moment, a historic occasion right now, considering the rising tensions and the inevitable conflict that has happened in this region, for the Israelis to go out of their way, like they did in the 90s against Iraq, to strike the nuclear research reactors and destroy them, completely removing the ability for Iran to have usable nuclear weapons at this point, and most likely pushing back their nuclear weapons program by at least a decade or another decade and a half, buying us a lot of time to figure out what in the world we're actually going to do to permanently stop the Iranians from actually having a usable nuclear arsenal in the future, which could completely freeze the geopolitical situation inside of the Middle East. And not only that, it could pose a major threat to Western allies in the entirety of the region, including Israel, the Kingdom of Jordan, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, and the UAE as well. So going off of that, I would say that this is a very significant moment to hit these reactors and knock them out for good. But we just don't know if they're going to be able to do that. The United States has put so much diplomatic pressure on the Israelis to not hit these nuclear research facilities that they most likely won't. If they do, we've hit the lottery, and to be entirely honest with all of y'all, we have avoided a terrible calamity in the Middle East for at least the next 10 to 15 years. If we do not see that those are hit either in this strike or a preceding strike after this, we will be probably in a very uncertain and dangerous time, not only in the Middle East, but once again worldwide, like when the North Koreans got intercontinental ballistic missile technology and also warheads capable of causing a significant amount of damage to allies in East Asia and also on the American mainland. But nevertheless, Matthew, I understand that we have even more news. And what do we have, Matthew?
All right, so we're on the topic of what this attack's going to look like in the next coming hours. That's currently the question which we've been talking about for the last hour or so, and we're finally getting some details about it. We're told here from the Israel War Room, which is a very reliable Israeli source, that the Israeli response to Iran's aggression may last up to 12 hours. Currently, I would say we're about an hour 3 or hour 4, I would say, of the attack. Based on the information we've seen online and also from our own sources, it looks like we're about 3 to 4 hours in. So this could be a very long attack going into the morning hours as well. So this appears to be like a very big one. But once again, also, I was trying to look here at another piece of news. This is not to bash or attack or anything like that. This is simply a point of intel. It looks like the U.S. president has not returned to the White House Situation Room for some reason, and he's currently having no plans to return to the White House Situation Room whatsoever. So I'm not sure if that's an indicator that maybe the attack is not going to be as severe as anyone thought it was or what. But that is definitely unusual. Generally, the president is in the Situation Room during something like this happening, but that appears not to be the case right now. So I'm not sure if that really means anything, but a very interesting fact. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, there's a couple of ways that we could interpret that action. It may be showing that the United States is so far removed from this and isn't expecting anything serious to happen that it isn't even worth consideration to go to the Situation Room. It may also be showing another instance that the United States government is seeing that if anything is to happen, it's not going to be immediate, and the Israelis largely have the situation under control at the moment. It's either hopefully those two things, or they just don't care, and they're off doing things that they think are better. I don't really know, but nevertheless, that is something interesting here. Maybe even showing that the Iranian response isn't going to be expected to be immediate. Maybe it will take some time. But once again, we are hearing that the Israelis are going to be conducting this response for at least 12 hours. Now, that is a very interesting thing. That actually means they're pretty much using all of the available nighttime hours in the area to be able to conduct this strike. And it may be showing that they have a large amount of targets that they're going to be hitting inside of the Islamic Republic. So far, we have not gotten a lot of news about what's going on at the moment with the ongoing strikes. As we're being told, the strikes are still ongoing. We haven't gotten any news on that at the moment, or picture and video evidence from anywhere else. We do have the really kind of like an errand report all the way down to Shiraz that it is getting hit at the moment, but we are not hearing any exact picture or video evidence coming out of the area, letting us hear the sounds of incoming Israeli weapons, or for that matter, the strikes in that area as well. So at the moment, we're going to be trying to weigh this out and try and get a picture of what's going on, but we're really starting to get a little bit dry on actual picture and video evidence, which is a huge arbiter of truth on this channel, as it actually allows us to confirm that something has actually happened beyond just trust me bros. A lot of people do trust me bros, and we don't really like to do that here on this channel too much, or at all really, because it really starts to degrade the quality of the news. We usually like to have undeniable proof that something actually has happened for us to be able to report on it. But nevertheless, I also have to say that there are no politics allowed in the chat. I just saw like a literal wave of people throw politics in the chat, and from just to let y'all know, I'm sure many of y'all are new, we do not allow politics of any domestic variety in any country in the world here on this channel. This channel focuses entirely on world news. The channel does not pick a political side, neither does Enforcer Matt or me, the Enforcer. We do not speak on domestic political matters and make partisan opinions or partisan statements, and that is also not allowed in our live chat either. Usually on the first time that happens, there is usually a timeout that's given. The second or third time that happens, there usually is a ban. We like to try and keep our channel entirely focused on the matter at hand, and I know a lot of people are going to be saying the matter on hand is who you're going to be voting for, and that's not it. I'm just going to tell you that it's an instant ban. That's just how it works on the channel. Like, if you want to be political, please, by all means, but not here. This just is not the place nor the time to get into domestic political political issues. That's just how it works. But anyways, moving on from that and into the rest of what we have, we actually do have more news coming from Enforcer Matt and on the Twitter. And so, Matthew, what do we have?
All right, so we are seeing some reports here coming out that apparently Iranian airspace has just been declared closed until 5:30 UTC. I'm not really sure what time that is in our time. We might have to do a translation of the hours here to figure out when that really is, but airspace has been closed in Iran. And so that could indicate an imminent response from Iran on Israel. But also, by the way, we're seeing here that Iranian state media is denying the reports of a second wave of Israeli strikes near the city of Shiraz in south-central Iran. And also they're claiming the explosions heard were caused by the air defenses in the north. So apparently the sounds of explosions in the north of the country are now being heard in the south, like a ventriloquist effect, according to the Iranian state media. So I'm not sure what's up with that, but there you go. So that appears to be all of our breaking news for the moment.
Yes, I see. The air defense of the city of Tehran and the explosions of the missiles apparently is able to travel 400 miles to Shiraz where they're being heard. That sounds quite reasonable.
So stupid.
That sounds very reasonable to me. I don't know about y'all, folks, but the Iranians said it. Apparently, the sound of a missile can travel 400 miles. That means literally everyone in Europe can hear the sound of battles going on in Ukraine right now, because every single artillery shell and the sound of it is traveling about 400 miles. So every time the Kimber spit is hit, someone in Bucharest is hearing the explosions, according to the Iranians. So that's not true at all. Like, there are explosions going on in Shiraz, and we were able, apparently, big thanks to someone on Twitter called Neuberg, they were actually able to apparently find the clip of an Iranian local in Shiraz documenting some sort of an explosion or an event that happened in the city. So here's the clip that supposedly states that they heard an explosion or was made right after the explosion occurred. Well, we can hear a motorcycle, I think, passing by. Apparently, according to the poster on Twitter, they said that this Iranian citizen is stating that an explosion did happen in Shiraz, but nevertheless, the video is fairly ambiguous. It doesn't really show us proof of an explosion or any kind of smoke and fire resulting from a successful hit. So for the moment, we're still kind of on the fence about whether explosions have actually hit Shiraz, how many, and if it actually has caused any damage, because we still do not have picture and video evidence to corroborate those claims at the moment. But still, nevertheless, we are seeing that there is still a good bit of news coming out at the moment. We're still trying to keep on top of this, and it does seem... Here we go. So we finally have a geolocation. Thank you for sharing this, Matthew. We also have a NOTAM, as Iran is closing the nation's airspace entirely until the next day. So we will be putting that out, that apparently there is now a nationwide NOTAM inside of Iran because of the ongoing airstrikes by the Israeli Air Force. So that is now on the books. That is a thing. And we can also see that the geolocation...
Also, Enforcer, real quick, by the way, just to get that time translation for the people in America to figure out what time is that in UTC, because they're saying that it's going to be until, let's see here, 5:30 UTC, and that translates to 12:30 a.m. Central Time, which is our time here at Enforcer HQ, which means that is about 8, 9, 10, 11... That's about 5 hours or so away, 5 hours and 30 minutes or so. So it looks like that could be the window for an Iranian response, or at least based on what we're seeing right here.
And really quickly, I don't mean to take anyone on a wild goose chase while we're now seeing that, and I understand, Matthew, that this is still going to be lasting for quite some hours, if I'm correct?
Yeah, the airspace in Iran has been closed for the next 5 hours and 30 minutes, and also the Israeli Air Force is saying that their attacks might be going on for the next 12 hours. So this is going to drag out for quite some time, and this is definitely not going to be a short-term thing.
And it does seem that we're going to be here for a pretty good bit. I also got to let you all know, Ukraine war news, and really world news at this point, is kind of being postponed because we have a live ongoing event of a historic and significant scale. So we're going to be pretty much covering this as long as we can. It's going to run into our Ukraine, well, really our world news segment. So this is the news for tonight. Like, not to like turn into Seinfeld and be like, Banya, you're not getting another sandwich. This is the meal. Like, I don't mean to be like that, but nevertheless, that is kind of the situation we're in at the moment. We're trying to make sure to keep up to date with everything that's going on right here, so we don't have any prep time to get ready for our usual world news stream where we would be covering everything around the world. But we were able, Matthew, to finally geolocate this. Call me one of those GeoGuessr people, Matthew. I don't know how I did this. It was literally by raw luck, but they showed this little picture here on Google Maps. I immediately zoomed into Tehran and found the train, the rail yard. It's that Fomer, like, sixth sense in me, Matthew. It had a rail yard in the picture, so I immediately found it. But nevertheless, we were able to find where this fire was. We can see a tower, we can see the trains, we can see the fire, and we can also see the bridge. And we were able to see here the trains, the specific bridge, kind of like a pedestrian footbridge that is crossing through this rail yard. And we were also able to see the tower off in the distance, so the fire appears to be somewhere out in this field. Right around here, that's a very interesting spot, because really quickly to show you all this, this is about halfway in between the Khamenei airport and about halfway up to northern Tehran. It's on the southern side of the city, sort of, kind of. I mean, if we're talking about the geographic center, it really is in the center, but at least in terms of population density, this is more so on the southern side of the city, around this rail yard, around right here specifically. Wait a minute. You know what, Matthew? I was looking at this field a second ago. This is literally a SAM site that's on fire. Like, no joke. You can actually see the surface-to-air missiles in their base right there.
Yeah, that's also what the post said, that geolocation as well. It said possibly a radar for a SAM battery, so it might have actually been the radar itself that was hit at that site.
You know something that's interesting, though. I'm not trying to say this like directly, but we are going to put this down as a SAM site that has been hit. So not SAM Sire, it's a SAM site. But you know something that's very interesting, Matthew. Not trying to put together pieces that may not make any sense here, but if I remember correctly, Matthew, we did hear today from the United States Central Command that the 480th Fighter Squadron that specializes in seed operations, the suppression of enemy air defenses, had been moved into the area at the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Now, I'm not saying that we were involved or anything, but it is very interesting to hear that that happened just hours before the strike, and we now are seeing a geolocation that largely is leading us to believe that some sort of a seed operation was conducted in southern Tehran. That may be an Israeli seed operation, 100%. But another thing that seems a little interesting here, and also, you've got more news, Matthew? You've got more? Share it with us.
And I've got even more news. It's coming out very fast. I'm trying to keep up with it, the chat, and also everything else in the background. So bear with me here. I'm going to try not to stutter all over this news article that just came out. But apparently we're hearing from Israeli Army radio that the attack on Iran is indeed only in the early stages. So it appears that 12-hour report is accurate. It looks like the first wave was to attack the defense systems that would give Israeli planes a safe space to attack very important targets. And we're not told what those very important targets are, but it sounds like they have bigger fish to fry coming up here in the next few hours. And we're told here allegedly from the Israeli Army radio that the F-35s were involved in the first wave, and they were focused on AA.
Man, it looks like maybe I have to eat my foot on the statement earlier about the F-16 that was flying over. Where in the world was that clip again? It was on our Twitter. I don't know if I put it down on the map. Let's go back and watch that again. So
that is an F-35, man.
That apparently was an F-35. Maybe, you know what? Maybe it was. I don't know, man. It just, in some odd angles, though, it looks like an F-16. Like right there. But maybe it is an F-35.
I think it's just an optical illusion because of the poor resolution of the video. It's like a UFO video. You really can't tell what you're looking at. But I think that is an F-35. Looks like the Israeli Army radio is saying that it was the F-35s that were used.
It looks as though I am going to have to eat my foot on this. For some reason, to me, it still looks like an F-16, but everything that we're hearing right now, this most likely was a high chance of an F-35 that conducted the seed operation. So now we know, due to that statement, the United States 100% was not involved. While we did move a seed air squadron into the area inside of Saudi Arabia, certainly not involved by any means. The Israelis have now made a statement that the F-35s were the ones who conducted the seed operation, which was pretty smart. That also leads us to believe that they apparently must have, just off of a basic assumption, had to have violated Iran's airspace with the F-35s. Because if I remember correctly, the Israelis do not have anything more advanced in the anti-radiation role than the AGM-88 arm. The AGM-88 arm, while having a pretty good range on it, it isn't an incredibly big range. I mean, it's only 160 miles with an AGM-88G, which is what we would assume they're probably using in the strike. The Israelis usually have access to our most advanced weapons and tech most of the time. So going off that, 160 nautical miles from the strike location, so we have the strike location right there on that marker. Let's measure out 160 miles from there. So in
Ultimate Forcer, by the way, while you're measuring that out, just real quick, a piece of information to help you out. According to Syrian channels, take this for what you will, they're saying that the air missiles were launched apparently from northern Israel and also Lebanon as well. They're saying that's where it was launched from. That's according to Syrian sources. So take it with a grain of salt.
Interesting. Maybe those are the ones about the strikes in Damascus, possibly. Maybe.
Could be, maybe.
Yeah, because the AGM-88 harms that would have had to have been fired into the area of Tehran, even at their maximum range of 160 miles, and that means that an F-35 was flying over Hamadan inside of western Iran to fire off that missile towards Tehran. You know something else that's very interesting? This is also suggesting that all the fires and all the explosions that we've seen so far have all been SAM sites. I wish we could get better geolocation at the moment to make sure that that's true, but we are able to confirm that at least one of them right here was without a doubt a SAM site. It looks like it honestly may have even been a Hawk system. Like, you know, and the Iranians are, of course, enemies of the United States in modern day, but these look a load just from satellite pictures like Hawks. And let me go show you all the Hawk SAM system. That's not the Hawk, though. That's the Hawk SAM system, just to make that very clear. But here is the Hawk, right here. And this looks a lot like it from a top-down satellite view. So this may have been Iran's best surface-to-air missile systems they had available in the capital, and the Israelis just knocked out the radar installation wherever this is at the base to be able to conduct this strike. We don't see the radar here actually quite clearly, or obviously. They do have open storage of munitions, though. That's very Russian of them. But I'm not seeing any radars, interestingly enough. At least from here, you know, there is obviously one down there on the ground somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. But nevertheless, Matthew, I understand. Let's see. I cannot do that, Matthew, at the moment, like at all. Like if we did that, things would start going downhill right now at the moment. So we have to kind of deal with that one. But nevertheless, it is very interesting to see that SAM sites are being hit. And this is suggesting that we're going to be sitting here for a moment, waiting for the next strikes to come around and to hit these SAM, well, not the SAM sites, but the actual locations and facilities that the Israelis are wanting to actually knock out. This first attack was just to soften up the air defense, but still. With that, I am understanding, Matthew, that while we are waiting for the second attack to come around, which I do want to make clear to everyone, is apparently going to be wildly soon, we do have a load of questions that have come in at the moment, particularly a load of people who have thrown in a great deal of support to the channel. I want to make this very clear. I know we have an insanely high amount of new viewers that are here tonight. There's 21,000 of y'all here right now, but this channel runs an entirely ad-free and sponsor-free stream. Just to show you all that, for all 20,000 people here, the monetization is off on all of our streams. We just don't like running ads on these things, nor do we like having sponsors on our live streams, because, in my opinion, it really greatly degrades the quality of our live streams. We would rather take a hit in income than start sacrificing our morality, or at least our quality, for income. That's largely the way we do that here on this channel. So the folks who are throwing in support in the super chats are the folks who are able to help us to do this as a full-time job, helping us to keep the lights on, and helping us to keep this thing running. We call out every single super chatter and give them a massive thanks, no matter if it's $1 or $500, which is the maximum super chat that can be thrown in. No one has to support the channel either. We do answer questions for free. We do take live chats straight from the live chat and answer them, but we always have to make sure to get to super chatters because they're the only reason why we're able to be here every single day as a full-time job, is because they help us to be able to make a living doing this deal. So just to explain that really quickly, that's why we make time and always make sure to talk to every single super chatter, because they're literally the only reason y'all are able to get news right now from us, and they're the only reason we're able to get on air and actually get the news out to all of y'all. And so with that, Matthew, I understand that we have had a pretty decent deal of questions tonight, so take it away, Matthew.
All right, so we do have some very good questions to address right here, and we're about to get to those, but real quick, we do have a piece of news here that just came out. Apparently, drone sirens are now going off inside of northern Israel. I really can't tell because I'm trying to glance at the map here real quick what area this is in, but Enforcer, I just reposted it, and you can tell us a little bit more about the area.
And it seems as though this area is around Acre, so this would be just north of Haifa. So I'll show you all where this is. So here's Acre right here, and you have this area that I like to think of as the Haifa Bay, because it has this very nice little culvert, pretty much, that's been dug out in the shore naturally. But this is the port of Haifa down here. This is one of the only two major ports in Israel, I believe. Haifa, and then there is, I believe it's Ashdod. Yeah, it is Ashdod. These are the only two major ports in the entirety of Israel, and so it appears that the drone alerts are being given for the entirety of the coastline from Acre all the way up to Naharia, just south of the Lebanese border. So it looks as though it's a fairly normal Hezbollah drone attack. We've actually been seeing this